Ding. Little cuties. The apocalypse survival game begins. I suddenly sat up, still hungover from 3 days of heartbreak. Zombies and mutant beasts will soon appear. The world will collapse within 24 hours. For the first 5 days, it's a beginner's protection period. Monsters are weaker and resources are abundant. Gather food and water. Survive. Outstanding performance earns rewards. Global random team matching starting now. Each player matched with at least 20 teammates. You can cooperate or betray them. Characters and locations are randomly assigned and cannot be changed. Hehehe. Matching. I rubbed my temples. What the hell? Don't interrupt me while I'm sleeping. Thinking it was a hallucination, I went back to sleep. Everything went black, but when I opened my eyes again, I was by the sea. Around me was a group of women. What just happened? I pinched myself. Ow. Not a dream. Scanning the group, I realized most of them wore sleepwear, silk camisoles, lacy lingerie, evening gowns, down jackets. Hell, even bikinis were in the mix. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, my pupils constricted. I recognized many of them. The first was my buddy Zhao Wei's fiancée, Zhou Jiai. Champagne-colored satin slip dress, hem stopping mid-thigh, smooth long legs exposed. Jiangyu? Why are you here? She said, recognizing me. I thought of Zhao Wei and frowned, not answering her. Beside her was Zhao Mingqi, the girlfriend of the boss's son, Liao Hai. Black lace robe, neckline loose, conspicuously revealing a mole below her collarbone. Bastard, where are you staring? She yanked her collar closed. Watch your mouth, woman, I said coldly, eyeing her like she was stupid. Zhao Mingqi scoffed and looked away. My ex-girlfriend, company CEO Yi Qingshui, was also there, deep red silk slip dress accentuating her curves. She frowned slightly, saying nothing. In a yellow summer dress, Secretary Chen Cece looked panicked. University belle Su Lishuan wore floral pajamas, makeup-free but naturally stunning. Superstar actress Wang Churen was dressed in a silver evening gown. Then, there were 2 international models, one in a bikini, the other in a sports tank and shorts. Women from Sakura Country, Stick Country, Siam Country, Eagle Country, and Brag Country. Over 20 women, each radiating beauty. Why am I the only guy here? I'm freaking out, I said, suddenly overwhelmed. The system's voice rang out again. Global chat is now live. Trade, chat, shop as you like. The public channel exploded. Mashed with 22 convicts on a prisoner transport vehicle. Someone's already broken free of their cuffs. Mashed with 20 people I scammed. They're sharpening knives. Help. Mashed with 25 grandpas and grandmas trying to set me up with their daughters. Screw it. I'm staying single for life. The chat was full of wailing and despair. I checked my system panel. Player name, Singleton for Life, 250. What the? When did my username include 250? Damn. The system chimed again. Team matching complete. Player Singleton for Life 250 is globally the only player matched with all female teammates. 23 in total. Congratulations. As the luckiest player in the entire world, you've earned a special starter reward. Distribution begins in 1 minute. 23 women stared at me in unison. Zhou Jiai bit her lip, her gaze complicated. Zhao Mingqi looked annoyed. Chen Cece seemed intrigued. The others were either disdainful or green with envy. I smirked. Now this is interesting. Jealousy poured into the public chat. Why him? Rigged. So unfair. Ding. Rewards are being distributed now. Only I could hear the detailed announcement. Reward 1, Resource Starter Kit. Includes 30 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of potatoes, 50 eggs, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 5 steaks, 1 gallon of cooking oil, and various seasonings. Reward 2, a 35 square meter seaside cabin on the northern end of the island. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. Solar-powered with potable water filtration for daily consumption. The cabin is protected. Unauthorized entry is impossible. Equipped with remote control and a defensive trigger within a 500-meter radius. Reward 3, Fishing Skill unlocked. Reward 4, Physical attributes doubled. Strength, speed, stamina, senses, and endurance. Yes, including that endurance. Holy crap, this is insane. A rush of warmth flooded my body. My muscles tightened, vision sharpened, fists cracked loudly. Damn. Thank you, System Daddy. Private chats came flooding in. I ignored them all. The 23 women started closing in on me. Zhou Jiai was the first to speak. Jiangyu, what did the system reward you? Can you share? Zhao Mengqi sneered. Aren't you just one of Liao Hai's employees? Split the resources, and I'll make sure he promotes you. I stared at her like she was a fool. She bristled. What? Don't believe me? My husband is the chairman. I snorted. What a dimwit. Do you still not understand what's happening? Her face contorted. What do you mean by that? Your husband's title? Completely useless now. Bullshit. He'll come get me tomorrow. Try calling him first. Couldn't be bothered to humor her further. Yi Qing-shui, ever composed, spoke matter-of-factly. Phones really don't work. That explains why we're stranded here. An elegantly dressed woman chimed in arrogantly. I'll just buy from you. $1 million? $2 million? Blonde-haired, blue-eyed Barbie agreed. Any price is fine. Yi Qing-shui, calm and commanding, suggested. As teammates, we should support each other and share resources. Agreed. Resources should be communal. Think carefully before acting selfishly. They talked over each other. Enough. I cut them off sharply. They fell silent but glared daggers. I folded my arms. Those supplies are mine. None of you are entitled to a damn thing. You want them? Be my woman. Otherwise, forget it. Gasps erupted. What did you just say? Zhao Mingqi's eyes widened in disbelief. You're a joke. You think you deserve me on a $5,000 monthly salary. The designer-clad woman scoffed. Dream on. Never happening. Zhou Jia flushed and took a step back. Yi Qing-shui, Su Lishuan, Chen Sisi, all frowned but stayed silent. Disgusting. Vile pig. I'd rather starve than degrade myself for you. Unmoved, I said flatly. Done ranting? Let's see if you're still this stubborn in 2 days. I turned and walked away. Jiangyu, where are you going? Zhao Mingqi shouted. I ignored her. She gritted her teeth and followed. The rest of the women trailed after us. We arrived at the northern part of the island, where my cabin stood on a gentle slope. A cabin? Seriously? Su Lishuan exclaimed. I opened the door. The automatic lights flickered on. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. The right side housed a complete restroom with a flushing toilet and shower. The dining area had foldable chairs and a table with rice, pork, potatoes, and seasonings already displayed. At the back was a queen-sized bed and a minimalist wardrobe. The kitchen included a stove, sink, cabinets, cookware, water filtration, and a mini fridge. 35 square meters, small but fully equipped. Ding. Cabin functionality activated. Team members entering the house will display loyalty levels, ranked across 5 tiers. I grinned inwardly. This feature let me see who was genuine and who was fake. Checking the interface, I noted all 23 remained outside the range. Voices came from behind. The women stood in the doorway, eyes filled with envy. The August sea breeze caressed their scantily clad bodies, sleepwear, bikinis, making them cross their arms, shivering. Su Lishuan bit her lip. It's cold, and it's getting late. Can we come in to sit for a while? We're barely dressed, and we might fall sick, she softly added. There are too many mosquitoes here, someone chimed in. Mengqi Zhao raised her chin. The system rewarded you because of us. Without us, do you think you'd have a house and supplies? Don't hog it all. The rewards should be shared. I smirked. You're right. Without you guys, I wouldn't have received the rewards. I stepped aside. Go ahead, try coming in. I don't mind. Mengqi Zhao's eyes lit up. At least you know your place. She stepped forward, followed closely by a branded woman, supermodel Audrey Weiss, someone I recognized. Qing Shuiyi frowned, looking at me with a sneer that seemed to say something didn't feel right. She grabbed Li Xuansu, signaling to Cici Chun and Jia Zhou with her eyes. The 3 women stopped in their tracks. The second Mengqi Zhao and Audrey Weiss stepped over the threshold. Zap! Zap! 2 blue electric arcs struck their bodies. Ah! They screamed, getting jolted backward, their whole bodies numb as their hair stood on end. Mengqi Zhao's face turned pale as a sheet. Audrey Weiss hit the ground trembling, terror in her eyes. The other women froze. Leaning against the doorframe, I looked at the 2 of them disheveled on the ground. I'm the master of this place. Without my permission, no one gets in. Looking over the crowd, I added, they're your warning example. Next time someone tries this, it won't go down as easy. Mengqi Zhao's face turned beet red as she pointed at me. You did that on purpose. Watching us get shocked like that. Just wait, I'll make sure you pay for this. I walked up to her and slapped her across the face. Smack! You, how dare you hit me? She was stunned, her hand cupping her face, lips trembling. The place fell into dead silence. I coldly remarked, it's the apocalypse now. I'm not here to accommodate anyone. Mouth off again, and I won't hesitate to hit women. Agree to my terms to come in. Otherwise, get lost. The women exchanged nervous glances, none daring to speak. I turned around and walked back into the house. Bang! The door slammed shut. Outside, the women stayed silent. Mengqi Zhao clutched her face with grinding teeth, tears of anger in her eyes. Qing Shuiyi looked conflicted, already sensing the hard decisions coming. Should we give in? She shook her head, deciding to sit back and assess the situation. Someone suggested, the system allows private chats. Try contacting your families. Eyes lit up in realization as the women huddled up in small groups to make calls. I stood by my window, watching them. Still don't get it yet? No worries, I've got time, I said to myself. My stomach growled in protest. Time to fill the tank. I started rinsing rice, cutting slices of pork and potatoes. Lighting the fire, I began frying. The aroma of stir-fried pork and potatoes wafted from the house. The women outside picked up the scent. He's cooking, someone muttered enviously. Meanwhile, those trying to reach loved ones weren't having much luck. Audrey cried into her phone. That Chinese guy is horrible. He has a house and food, but kicked us out, and even hit people. From the other line came an irritated shout. Stop pestering me. Then came a scream and guttural growling. Audrey was too scared to move. What's wrong? The others asked. Audrey stammered. My boyfriend. He's dead. It's the end of the world. I want to go home. Jai Zhou managed to get through to her fiancé, Wei Zhao. Jai? Are you safe? I'm stuck in the desert with nothing, but I'll get to you no matter what. The line cut off before she could reply. Li Xuan Su called a suitor, only for her call to devolve into screams. A gruff male voice replaced her caller. Those photos of you are gorgeous. Your man's dead. I'm coming for you next, sweetheart. She hung up in panic, her face likened to a ghost's. The others tried to contact their loved ones, but either couldn't reach them or were met with anguished cries for help. The global chat was filled with pandemonium. Help! Zombies everywhere on Sichuan Road. Mutant beasts, giant dogs on the loose. Somebody save me. The women's faces darkened. Inside the house, the aroma of stir-fried potatoes and pork encapsulated the space. The women outside were left in disbelief. Amid chaos, I was casually dining. What do we do now? Someone asked weakly. Qing Shuiyi intervened. Stay together. Don't split up. The outside is dangerous. Even the island might have hidden threats. She stopped short of saying what everyone knew. I had the system's favor, which probably means the vicinity here was safe. The women sat in threes or twos on rocks or crouched on the ground. Those transported here at night were still holding on from their last meal, but those who arrived during the day were already enduring the pangs of hunger. Stomach growls began to fill the air. Mengxi Zhao sat on a stone, covering her face. Hatred blazed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. Jiang Yu, just you wait. I'll have Liao Hai fire you when we get back. You'll stay a loser forever. She swore vengeance. Inside, I sat at the table, eating big bites of my meal. As I ate, I scrolled through the chat logs. Seeing all the cries for help, one thought hit me. I was incredibly lucky. I had shelter, supplies, and even enhanced physical stats, not to mention a fishing skill. While others scrambled for their lives, I was enjoying a home-cooked meal. What a contrast. It felt amazing. My private message notifications kept blinking. Too lazy to check them all, I searched for names I knew. Typing specific keywords, I found him. Player, the happiest man in the world. It was my old buddy, Wei Zhao. A smile crept across my face, remembering how he had turned my life upside down during our last fallout. Before I could even confront him, he was already trying to reconnect. I reached out. Hey, Jiang Yu, is that you? He answered, his voice rushed. It's me, I replied calmly. Damn, single forever 250 is you. That's sick. You're rocking a team of goddesses. They even gave you rewards. You have enough supplies, right? I'm screwed. Stuck in the desert with no food or water. I chuckled. Tough luck. No kidding. We're bros, right? Toss me enough supplies to last 10 days. I swear I'll repay you double when I find you. I took my time chewing another mouthful. Say something, man, he urged. Putting down my bowl, I said. First, let me ask, is Jai with you? I smiled knowingly. There was a pause. Jai? Yeah, we just touched base. She's safe for now, but I need to get to her. I prodded further. What about your harem of girls? Forgotten them already. He laughed awkwardly, annoyed. Of course not. I've been trying to contact them. Only Lulu and Ranyan replied. I teased. You've got it good, huh? A house full of women, and you still managed to snag rich and beautiful Jai. I used to envy you. Look at me, always getting dumped. He laughed louder, masking other whispers nearby. Suppressing his jealousy, he added coarsely. You're the lucky one now, surrounded by beauties. I bet some sparks are flying, huh? They're gorgeous, I said as I shoveled more rice into my mouth. Chen Sisi and Su Lishuan, your old flames, right? Oh, and Wang Charan, Megan, and Megan Dang, they're all celebrities. I heard his breathing quicken, though he tried to keep calm. What luck you've got. Handle it well. Compared to them, Jai's nothing. Don't cling to one tree when you've got a whole forest. Go get him, brother. His voice oozed sleazy encouragement. Taking the moment, I shifted the topic. Got enough supplies to spare? I'm barely making it here. He sighed heavily. I'm dying over here. The system didn't bless me like you. Toss me something, and I'll return the favor later. Feigning helplessness, I chuckled. Supplies are tight on the island too. I'm barely getting by myself. Exasperated, he pressed on. The system didn't reward you? Seriously? Why lie? I said sarcastically. All I got was a house and fishing skills. I'm struggling to make do. His envy palpable, he tried to stay friendly. Damn, what luck. You got a house and babes all around you. If I were you, I'd gather them all. Don't waste the opportunity. A lecherous and cunning look flashed in my eye. I smirked, never feeling genuine emotions again. They want to live? Then they better behave. Narrowing my eyes, I asked, you know why I was asking about Jiai? No idea. Because Jiai is with me. The phone went silent. What? His voice raised sharply. Impossible. Why not? I replied with a playful tone. Your fiancé isn't any worse than Su Lishuan and the others. You know how rumors fly around the island. It's pretty standard. He panicked. You're joking, right? Don't believe me? Ask her yourself. He started to believe, though composed himself. Jiangyu, you're my brother. I'm the elder one here. Take good care of your sister-in-law for me. I'll come over soon. Don't let her get hurt. I chuckled meaningfully. Brother, no need to be so polite. Your sister-in-law is doing just fine here. He caught the undertone, sensing something off. He owed me plenty, and if he ever knew Jiai was actually with me, the consequences. But he thought I didn't know. That gave him temporary relief. Someone from his side urged him, prompting him back to focus. He changed the subject. About resources, will you share some with me? The desert's brutal, you know. Relax. I grinned knowingly. I'm getting ready to catch a big fish. Gonna surprise you. He sounded uneasy. Just don't take too long. I can't hold out forever. Just a few days. I've got food, not starving. Great. Otherwise I'd be in tears. He forced a laugh, thinking to himself that I was still a fool, just like always. But I'm not the same anymore. I hung up and turned off the recording. The phone had been playing the audio on speaker, just for Zhou Jiai to hear. When I said I'd go fishing, I wasn't talking about aquatic life. Zhou Jiai was my mermaid, and Zhao Wei would soon find himself gutted. He betrayed brotherhood, stabbed me in the back. So I took his woman in return. Making him suffer would be my payback. I tucked my phone into my pocket and went back to finishing my meal. On the other side, Zhao Wei felt uneasy as he ended the call. Urgently, he messaged Zhou Jiai. My love, are you okay? Jiangyu says you two are together? Yes, we got teleported to the same island, she replied. His heart sank. I just talked to Jiangyu. Asked him to look after you, he texted back. We've known each other for 10 years. He's my closest brother. He'll take care of you. Zhou Jiai hesitated. But he's different now. He said I'd have to become his woman for food and water. Zhao Wei's expression darkened as he restrained his rage. He's just trying to assert dominance, Zhao explained. With over 20 women around, he has to be ruthless to maintain control. Besides, he continued after a pause, you're his sister-in-law. There's a line he won't cross. Okay, she replied softly. Zhao Wei's tone turned gentle. Jiai, I miss you. Last night, I couldn't sleep at all, worried sick about you. You're the most important person in my life. Once I find you, we'll never be apart again. Stay safe for me. I will, Zhou Jiai responded. For you, I'll stay alive. His words were heartfelt. One more thing, Jiang Yu's struggling after a breakup. He might act extreme in this apocalypse. Even though he's my brother, be wary and let me know if anything happens. I will. Good girl. Wait for me. With that, he ended the call under his companion's urging. Zhao Wei sat on a desert dune, taking a deep breath. Around him, over 20 individuals gathered supplies in preparation for their journey. For now, the situation was stable. With Zhou Jiai reassured, Zhao Wei felt relieved, but only for the time being. He gritted his teeth, leading his group onward. On the other end, Jiai stared at the ocean waves from her spot on my island. Her gaze was distant and pensive. Inside the house, I toyed with my phone, a sly smile on my lips. Zhao Wei would double-check and talk badly about me behind my back. But does it matter? My dear brother, no matter what you say, your woman is here on my island. What can you possibly do about it? After finishing breakfast, I approached the window to observe. The women hadn't left. Rather, they scattered around nearby, still within sight. Their faces wore tension, fear as they kept a watchful eye on the surrounding darkness. Public chat channels filled with desperate cries. Help! Zombies everywhere. I'm about to die. Mutant beasts are ferocious. I can't fight them off. I don't want to die. Somebody please save me. The horror on the women's faces deepened as they clung to any shred of security around them. Meanwhile, I laid in bed without letting my guard down. It wasn't random that the system had assigned 23 women to me. It couldn't have been mere coincidence. Though their suffering was tolerable, their deaths wouldn't be. Something told me to protect them, no matter the means. By my bedside, I placed a boning knife. Even while lying down, I didn't completely relax. Yet the night passed in eerie stillness. No zombies, no mutant beasts. Strangely uneventful. As exhaustion finally overtook me, I fell into slumber and dreamed absurd dreams of plowing fields, working hard like an ox under an empty sun, soaked in sweat. Laughter echoed behind me. Turning, I found no one there. I woke with a curse at dawn. Damn it. What kind of stupid dream is that? Working like a beast, even in the apocalypse. Massaging my face, hunger gnawed at me. Dragging myself to the kitchen, I settled for instant noodles with an egg, a quick, crude meal. Outside my house, the women spent the night on edge. Most didn't sleep a wink, subjected to the horrors resonating through open voice chats. Yet with daylight reflecting waves across the sea, there was no sense of relief. Only hunger and thirst gnawed at their stomachs. The aroma of my noodles wafted into their noses, drawing involuntary swallows. Zhao Mingqi cursed, that bastard. How much food did the system give him? Having spent last evening regretting dieting, her resentment toward me only grew. All eyes lingered on my door, envy and longing brimming in their expressions. Leaning against the wall, Yi Qingxuan seemed distant, sorting through her own thoughts. Su Lixuan swallowed hard, determined not to look at the house. Given our college acquaintance, minimal as it was, she knew surrender wasn't an option. Chen Sisi licked her lips, emotions flickering through her gaze. And Zhou Jai? She hugged her knees as her stomach protested, wondering to herself, would he give me food? Zhao Wei's warning echoed in her mind, giving her pause. But hunger planted dangerous ideas. Among the group, Audrey, weary and swollen-eyed from mourning her partner last night, allowed a seed of pragmatism to take root. Her boyfriend was dead, and all that remained was her lonely self on this island. Hungry, thirsty, and desperate. She glanced to the house, recalling my words. If you want resources, become my woman. Gnawing at her lip, thoughts swirled behind her eyes. Each woman harbored conflicted emotions. Some attempted contacting family or friends. Others scrutinized the barren landscape or buried themselves in silent contemplation. Yi Qingxuan stood, a businesswoman's mindset determined to assess their surroundings. The island wasn't large. One could see the whole by merely turning. Open space giving way to scattered shrubs and dry grass. Along the south, the view met only an endless sea. As the grim reality set in, Yi Qingxuan's cheer waned. If no food or water presented itself soon, they wouldn't last long. Her gaze flicked toward my small house, a reluctant resolution dawning. Is he really our only chance? She muttered. Inside, standing at the window, I savored each bite of noodles. Daylight had revealed their faces clearly at last. A remarkable lineup. Beyond Jiai, Mengqi, Qingxuan, Lixuan, and Cece, there was so much potential here. And there are TV, magazine-level online celebrity faces. Mature actress Zhang Ming. A metallic gold spaghetti-strap nightgown, leaning on a rock. Her figure is sultry and dominating. I couldn't help but look. Sakura country actress Watanabe Mana. Top idol and the dream girl of numerous otakus. A white lace short dress, rubbing her eyes, appearing tired. Sakura country singer Kaneda Sakura. Pink loungewear and a bun hairstyle. A girl next door with an innocent yet seductive charm. Stick country artist Hyun Eunjing. Long jet black hair, a black tank top, and shorts showing off her long legs. Actress Lee Ji-yoon in an evening gown, her large bright eyes losing their spark from exhaustion. Supermodel Miranda. A bikini with a sheer wrap. Sun-kissed, glowing skin. An exquisite, flawless figure. White Rust beauty Qin Fei. Came to Huaxiao a year ago and adopted a Huaxiao name. With her dark hair, her plain attire still couldn't hide her natural beauty. Elite socialite Hilton. Wearing a pink robe, looking disheveled from the night before. Clutching an exclusive handbag like her life depended on it. The Princess of England, Delise. Gracefully perched on a rock. Two Siam starlets in vibrant dresses. Enchantresses with many Huaxia fans. I've seen their films, but their names escape me. A cold, glamorous Russian model in a tightly fitted black dress, flaunting curves both front and back. A figure skater, lively and resembling a sprite. And there are more women who once amazed me, but whose names I can't recall now. 23 women, each with a mix of plump and slender builds. They had once gathered before the apocalypse, causing a stir in Beijing. Now stranded on this desolate island, I cursed the system for its nasty sense of humor. Sending me this many women after a breakup? Seriously? Focus on survival, a practical mind. This post-apocalyptic scene means starvation is no joke. Luckily, thanks to my fishing skills, I won't be going hungry. After eating, I cleared the dishes and checked under the bed. A canvas bag held things neatly. A throw net, a harpoon, a fishing rod, and bait. I planned to test the throw net first. While preparing to fish, I added seawater to the desalination device, a lifesaver. There was still enough water, a relief. As I opened the door, 23 pairs of eyes fixed on me. Ignoring them, I headed decisively to the rocky shore on the east. Jiangyu, Yi Qingxue called after me. Where are you going? Fishing. I didn't look back. Yi Qingxue ran after me. We haven't eaten yet. Could you spare us some food? Su Lixuan pleaded alongside her. We won't take it for free. We can gather firewood, clean the cabin, anything. Other women clamored. Please, just a little food. My child is waiting for me back home. You wouldn't let us starve to death, would you? I turned around, my gaze icy cold. If you want to eat, abide by my rules. No effort, no food. Without waiting for their response, I turned and walked off. Zhao Mingqi lashed out angrily. Shameless. The system gave him these resources, and now he's trying to make us give in? Dream on. She sneered. Fishing really? This useless programmer probably hasn't seen the ocean before. Megan pouted. Pure luck, nothing impressive. Yi Qingxue also didn't believe I'd amount to much. Fishing isn't that simple. She turned to the hungry women. Let's look for food and water, maybe wild fruits or fresh water nearby. Zhao Mingqi seemed less confident. This island doesn't even have birds. What food could it have? Yi Qingxue shot her a glance. Got a better idea? We're lucky there aren't zombies or mutated beasts chasing us. Without supplies, we'll wait to die. Zhao Mingqi was silent. The women headed out, with Zhao Mingqi trailing behind. I reached the rocky area and cautiously stepped over the wet stones, crouching near deeper waters to survey the scene. Fishing skills activated, the system flooding me with advanced expertise in tool use and swimming. I knew dawn and dusk were the optimal times for fishing near the shore. With my throw net readied, I felt a rare glimmer of anticipation. Not far from me, women's stomachs growled in unison. To the north were sloped rocks that offered decent rain cover. At most, the largest boulder could provide shelter for 4 or 5 people. Some grayish-green wild plants wilted under the surrounding bushes, barely enough to nibble on, let alone fill anyone. The surprise lay behind a rock, where a small water pool had collected rainwater, enough for 20-odd people to sip sparingly for the next few days. Water. There's fresh water, someone exclaimed in joy. Some women rushed over and were about to wash their faces. Hold on. Yi Qingxue stopped them. This is all we've got. Save it for drinking. Su Lishuan, Watanabe Mana, Zhou Jiai, and others agreed with her. But others didn't care. Zhang Ming frowned. Face washing with salt water is already bad. Why waste fresh water here? Delai said, a royal must maintain her appearance. A clean face is a must. Megan and Hilton pushed past Yi Qingxue, kneeling by the pool to wash their faces. Zhao Mingqi joined them. Soon, others followed suit, crowding the spot to wash up. Yi Qingxue could only sigh helplessly. The once clear pool turned murky, frothy, and filled with stray hair strands. Delai's looked awkward. Let's go. There must be more somewhere. Those who had wasted the water now convinced themselves there'd surely be more resources. They scoured the tiny island but found nothing but stones, crashing waves, clear seawater, and the rapidly dwindling pool of drinkable water. Empty-handed and guilt-ridden, those who had used up the water now glanced away awkwardly when faced with others' questioning eyes. Only this little. What do we drink from now on? I can't not wash my face. Some still tried to justify their actions. Meanwhile, the public chat was buzzing with amused comments. Yesterday, I broke open the water tower. Today, girls jumped in to wash their faces. All turned zombie. I chucked them off the balcony. Straight-laced kid here. Found compressed biscuits, but ate them all at once. Dead, of course. Carrying deadweight teammates in a survival scenario is worse than zombies. Zhao Mingqi bit her lip, her unease evident. The guilty women kept their heads down. Yi Qingxue spoke harshly. Now you see why I didn't team up with you. He's only afraid of being dragged down by your recklessness. In this world, no one owes you anything. Megan retorted indignantly. What makes Jiang Yu so special? He's just lucky. That won't last long when his supplies run out. Just wait. Zhao Mingqi sneered. He lives in Hibiscus City. Never heard of him fishing before. He's bluffing. Bet he doesn't even know how to cast a net. When he comes back empty-handed, let's see him keep pretending. Yi Qingxue was already over their nonsense. Suit yourselves. She walked off, while her small group of followers trailed close behind. The rest scattered to scavenge more food. Clams and crabs were soon decimated. Bitter wild greens made some gag and spit. Being accustomed to gourmet dining, these women knew nothing of surviving off the land. They tossed crabs into the fire hole, watching them flail before dying, spewing juices as shells cracked. Without any pots or utensils, cooking was chaotic at best. Yi Qingxue tried roasting shellfish slowly over the flames, gaining cautious followers like Su Lishuan, who imitated her methods. Meanwhile, I was leagues ahead. The first challenge? Preparing 3 pounds of freshly caught sea bass. There were also larger fish, like grouper and rice fish. Plenty left over once I was done. I smirked coldly and muttered, "Are you seriously this dense?" Mengqi Zhao trembled with rage, her voice shaking as she sneered. "What are you so proud of? Before the apocalypse, you were just a pathetic programmer who hit the jackpot by sheer luck. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for being assigned to us, would you even have what you do today?" Before she could finish, I stepped forward and grabbed her throat with my right hand. Her pupils dilated in terror as she clawed at my hand desperately, unable to move. Her feet slowly left the ground, her face shifting from crimson to ghostly pale, pure fear etched in her eyes. Let me go. I stared at her coldly, as if looking at an insignificant bug. It wasn't until her breathing became ragged and her struggles stopped that I released my grip. Thud! She collapsed onto the floor, clutching her neck as she gasped for air, tears and snot streaking down her face. The terror in her eyes deepened. I sat back down at the table, my voice calm but chilling. Have I been too kind? Did I let you forget who you are? Do you know your place now? She lay trembling on the ground, finally realizing that I wasn't bluffing. I'd kill her if I wanted to. I tore open a package of instant ramen, poured water into the cup, and stirred as the aroma of soup began to waft through the air. She swallowed painfully, her dry throat struggling, her eyes unable to hide her hungry desperation. You want some? I asked, my tone indifferent. Biting her lip, she didn't respond. If you want it, crawl over obediently. If not, then scram. Her nails dug into her palms as humiliation and desperation warred on her face. Refusing this chance meant certain death. Taking a deep breath, she pushed herself onto her knees, trembling, and started crawling toward me. The lace hem of her silk robe trailed along the ground. With her head low and hair hiding her face, she shuffled forward. When she finally reached me, I grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up at me. Go take a shower. You look disgusting. I'm not interested. Tears streamed down her face as she gritted her teeth and pleaded, Can I eat first? No, I don't trust you. Nodding stiffly, she wiped her tears and shuffled off to the bathroom. The sound of running water started to fill the room. With a smirk, I stretched lazily. It's so hot tonight. Guess I'll join you in there. The bathroom door creaked open as her startled scream echoed from within the steam-filled room. An hour and a half later, she knelt at the table, devouring the cup of instant noodles like a starving animal. Soup splattered at the corners of her mouth, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. Her empty stomach finally found some comfort, though she snuck a resentful glance at me between bites. Earlier, I'd promised only one time, but my temper got the better of me, and it turned into two. She was clearly uncomfortable, unable to sit still, her movements stiff and strained. When the meal was gone, noodles, soup, and all, she seemed slightly more at ease. I leaned back on the bed lazily, my eyes closed. My white tank top clung to my body, revealing the muscles beneath like a coiled predator lying in wait. She bit her lip as she hesitated, then silently climbed onto the edge of the bed and nestled close to me. I tossed her some clothes I didn't need, a loose white t-shirt and baggy beach shorts, which looked oversized and ill-fitting on her thin frame. Now that I'm your woman, she began, her tone unusually sweet. Can I stay here? It's nice and safe. She was scheming, thinking that staying here would spare her the hardship of competing for scraps with the other women outside. But I knew she hadn't let go of her intentions to control me. I pulled her closer, running my hand along her, though she flinched slightly. Don't, she started, her voice soft. But my tone turned cold. This house belongs to me alone. You are not my woman, and you won't call me that. Her face froze. If you want food, I said, my voice low yet firm, call me master. Anger flashed briefly in her eyes, but she quickly hid it behind a forced smile. Don't be so cold, darling. You were calling me baby earlier. That earned her a sharp kick off the bed. She hit the ground hard, crying out in pain. Looking down at her, my voice was icy. Don't get smug. Try manipulating me again, and you'll be fish bait by nightfall. The system showed her loyalty score at its lowest. Outwardly submissive, inwardly full of hate. She lay on the ground, trembling like a leaf. Did you hear me? If you want food, crawl and beg. Call me master. Her body clearly ached, and being kicked didn't help. She struggled to her feet, her exhaustion plain to see. Noting my stone-cold expression, she nodded quickly in fear. The memory of my grip around her neck, the impending suffocation, would haunt her forever. She tossed aside my oversized clothes, slipping into a black bathrobe instead, and limped toward the door. I watched her retreating figure coldly. Before the apocalypse, she used to boss people around, flaunting her high-profile connections. She would never stoop so low if it weren't for sheer desperation. I couldn't care less about someone like her. She shuffled out into the humid night. A salty sea breeze swept through the makeshift shelter, cutting through the tension among the other women who were still awake. Hearing the door creak open, they all turned to see who emerged. All eyes fixed on her. Their expressions were mixed, curiosity, jealousy, and a touch of something hard to name. She had wiped away her tears, raising her chin slightly as she pretended nothing happened. Her thoughts, however, betrayed her satisfaction. Laugh all you want. I ate. Let's see how long you'll last. Saying nothing, she walked into the crowd, claiming a spot in the corner, and shutting her eyes to rest. The others exchanged glances, their hunger worsening as the faint scent of instant noodles lingered in the air. Their stomachs growled audibly. Her wet hair glistened under the dim light. It was clear she had showered, a luxury to these women, who once prided themselves on being polished, clean, and refined. The temptation gnawed at their minds as they wrestled with their pride. Eventually, exhaustion took over. Except for her, no one really slept that night. By dawn, a system broadcast jolted the women awake. End of day 2 in the apocalypse. Initial players, 10 billion. Current remaining, 6.2 billion. Deaths today, 1.3 billion. Top causes, zombies, mutated beasts, player battles, faction conflicts, starvation, dehydration. Desperation lingered. By 4 or 5 a.m., hunger and thirst had consumed them. They clutched their growling stomachs as their throats felt drier by the minute. One woman finally broke the silence, her voice hoarse. "I'm so thirsty. I can't take it anymore." No one responded. They were all in the same state. That puddle, I think it still had some water left. Their eyes brightened at the reminder. Dragging their depleted bodies, they crawled to the puddle. The water, murky just days before, now seemed almost clean. Hygiene was an afterthought. Kneeling down, Su Lishuan gulped it down first, choking slightly before continuing. The others followed without hesitation, dropping to the ground and drinking desperately. The water was bitter, but still, it felt life-saving. The puddle, though small, was drained almost entirely as they scrambled for every last drop. The 22 women barely calmed their thirst. But it wasn't enough. "We need more," one murmured, staring at a muddy patch nearby with determination. Rising to her feet, Yiqing Snow looked toward the horizon, her jaw tight. "If we don't find a water source, today will be our last." Dragging their weak bodies, the group stumbled toward the beach. By early morning, the tide had receded, exposing patches of sand. "Look, mussels!" Zhang Ming exclaimed, rushing to snatch a handful. Hunger made her blind to dignity. The others scattered, searching desperately. Su Lishuan found several conchas under a rock. Watanabe Fana caught a crab, laughing through tears as it pinched her. "I found one." Sakura unearthed clams caked in mud, while Audrey gathered seaweed. Miranda cracked open a sea urchin and drained it on the spot. "Delicious," she sighed, eyes closed in satisfaction. Even the prim British princess and Hilton heiress crouched low, their bare hands scraping through the sand desperately. An hour later, the women regrouped with food in their hands. "Let's grill it right here," one of them suggested. They gathered dry branches and grass to start a fire. No pots, no seasoning. Thankfully, the seafood was naturally salty and edible when roasted. "I wish it would rain," Xianying murmured, biting into a charred mussel and staring up at the sky. Before her sentence ended, they all raised their heads. August Island weather could be unpredictable. Rain seemed plausible. "If only we hadn't wasted the water back then," Megan whispered under her breath. That comment made their expressions uneasy. It was them, after all, who had used fresh water to wash their faces earlier, thinking there was plenty, a decision they now deeply regretted. I woke up at 9. After yesterday's exertion, there was a faint soreness in my lower back. Luckily, my body recovers quickly. A crisp crack echoed as I stretched. Dressing up, I walked into the kitchen to check my supplies. I had plenty of instant noodles and at least a few dozen eggs. Ripping open a noodle package, I threw the seasoning in and boiled some water. 2 fried eggs on top completed the meal. Looking outside, the women were nowhere to be found. Tisk, no audience for my mukbang today. Shaking my head in mock regret, I slurped the noodles while opening the trading market. I listed 1 bowl of freshly prepared beef-flavored noodles, asking for 5 barrels of cooking oil in return. No sooner had I posted than my notification exploded with messages, thousands pouring in. One caught my attention. My eyes lit up. "Bro, 10 barrels of oil for your noodles, plus I'll throw in 3 kipeos. Deal." Intrigued about where the guy found traditional dresses, I raised an eyebrow. "Deal?" I replied, confirming the trade. Within seconds, 10 barrels of oil materialized in my house. Peanut, canola, soybean, you name it. The 3 kipeos were neatly folded on the bed. One was made of red silk, embroidered with golden peonies along the collar and sleeves, complete with exquisite frog buttons, a high-end piece. Another was dark green velvet, understated and elegant, with perfectly tailored curves. The final one was moon-white lace, a design meant to dazzle. Visual images of who suited each dress crossed my mind. Zhao Mingqi couldn't pull off any cheap house charm. Yi Qingshuang's cold allure aligned perfectly with the green velvet. Su Lishuan would stun in moon-white. And then there's the model Qin Fei. Her height and long legs were ideal for the red silk ensemble. Folding the kipeos neatly, I stored them in the wardrobe. The women came back from the south in a sorry state. Completely unrecognizable, makeup smudged, faces greasy, lips cracked, skin dull. Their hair was a mess, tangled with sea salt and sand, feet bare with shoes missing. Gone was any trace of their goddess aura. They slumped around the house, resting. By noon, thirsty and desperate, their gazes turned bleak and hollow. The sky dimmed strangely. A gathering of dark clouds rolled in from the sea, blotting out the sun. Wind picked up, whipping their clothes noisily. Boom! A lightning bolt split the sky, and heavy raindrops pelted down, stinging upon contact. None of them bothered to take cover, tilting their heads instead to greedily catch the water with open mouths. The rain soothed their parched throats like a lifeline to drowning fish. With thirst quenched, they started washing their faces, cleaning off sweat and grime until their skin regained some clarity and shine. My hair's itchy. Haven't washed it in 3 days, Zhang Ming muttered, running her fingers through matted locks. Using the rain as natural shampoo, she scrubbed and rinsed. The rest followed her example. 20 women, all cleaning in the downpour. I stood by the window, observing with amusement. Initially, I was planning a fishing trip, but with this weather, it wasn't happening. Not bad luck, I muttered, watching their sheer joy. Previously, I assumed their desperation would bring 1 or 2 of them to my door today. But this unexpected rainstorm revitalized them entirely. Not that I minded. They were nothing more than a side entertainment in my otherwise uneventful daily routine. The rain poured harder. Some washed their bodies too. 3 days without a proper bath had them itching all over. But when they glanced guiltily towards my place, "Let's head to the boulders," someone yelled. They rushed to the large rocks, seeking both rain cover and privacy to clean, turning clothes inside out, rinsing them, and putting them back on. While damp clothes were chilly, they were at least clean. "Feels a lot better now," Chen Sisi sighed in relief. The rain solved their water issue, but food remained scarce. With the sea raging and high winds by the shore, no one dared venture into the waters. "I haven't eaten anything since morning," murmured Chen Sisi, clutching her abdomen. Huddled under the rock shelter, their faces carried worry. Some of them stole glances toward my house. Audrey bit her lips hard, seemingly mustering courage, and bolted towards me. Ping! Suddenly, she froze mid-step as a private message notification echoed in her mind. Player Knight for Audrey requests a private chat. Accept? Audrey hesitated briefly before hitting accept. "Audrey, is that you? Thank God I could finally contact you." A male voice burst out, nervous and excited. She frowned. The voice was familiar, but slightly out of reach. "Who are you?" "It's me, Jack Winston. We used to work together. Remember? I used to chase after you." 3 years ago, a memory surfaced. He was ordinary and forgettable, and she had never paid him much mind during his 3-month pursuit. Eventually, he backed off when she got a boyfriend. "Oh, Jack. How did you find me? I've been looking for you ever since everything went to hell. Finally tracked your in-game username down. Are you okay? Where are you? Are you hurt?" Her throat tightened. "I'm on an island. No food, no water. I don't know how much longer I can hold on." His voice softened, filled with both concern and determination. "You're such a good person, Audrey. You don't deserve this. Where's your boyfriend?" She lowered her head, pain spilling from her tone. "He's dead. I'm sorry for your loss," he said, though a faint excitement betrayed him. "Audrey, don't despair. I have food and water. I'll send it to you right now." She quickly turned on the loudspeaker. All the women around her could hear every word. When he mentioned food, everyone's attention sharpened, their gazes fixed on her. Her heart thumped loudly. "Is this for real?" "Of course. I've always loved you, Audrey. From the moment I met you, I was smitten. I know you didn't see me back then, but that's okay. In this new world, I'll protect you. I'll make sure you survive." A pile of food appeared out of thin air before her. 5 hamburgers, 2 hot dogs, and a bottle of cola. Every woman around stared, wide-eyed. These items, once staples in their previous lives, now seemed impossibly luxurious. Their mouths watered involuntarily. Tears streamed as Audrey covered her mouth. Thank you. Jack, don't mention it, Audrey. Anything for you." Contentment laced his voice until chaos erupted suddenly on his end, loud pounding and shouting. "Jack, you bastard. Where's the stash you're hiding? Open this damn door." Yelling mixed with violent banging. Jack's voice turned panicked. "Audrey, I gave it all to you. I'm leaving to find you." Bam! The sound of breaking wood and a scream followed. "Go to hell." The private chat disconnected abruptly with a single notification. Player Knight for Audrey has died. Connection severed. Audrey stared blankly at the food in front of her, tears falling freely. The group of women around her fell into a heavy silence. Jack had betrayed his comrades, gifting her their food, and paid the ultimate price for it. Their gazes toward Audrey shifted subtly. Breaking the silence, Megan was the first to act. Once, they had lived like goddesses, their admirers lining up for attention. But now, these admirers, despite their obsession, could provide the resources they desperately needed to survive. Megan began recalling old flames and past admirers, rifling through usernames. The Latino director, Dubai's Khalid, Silicon Valley's Max. One by one, she sent out messages. Hello, are you there? This is Megan. I'm in trouble, haven't eaten in 3 days. Most messages go unanswered. Ding. Player Desert Eagle accepts private chat. Megan's eyes light up. Megan, is that you? It's Khalid, the Dubai tycoon. Khalid, how have you been? I'm so scared, she says with a hint of a sob. Don't cry. Where are you? On the island. No food. It's been 3 days. I've got food. I was transported to a slum, fought my way out. I even rode a camel here, but after fighting, there's just 2 pounds of meat left. Megan's eyes sparkle. Really? But, during the apocalypse, you could share something with me, couldn't you? Megan freezes. The conditions have suddenly flipped. I have a pair of earrings. Would you take them? I was hoping for your jacket, but earrings would do. The earrings disappear. A roasted camel meat chunk appears, blackened and slightly hairy. Other women start contacting their suitors. Watanabe Hannah sends messages to her many fans recalling their nicknames. Player Sunflower of Hannah-chan requests private chat. Hannah-chan, is that you? The person is elated. I followed you for 3 years, liked every single post of yours. Thank you. Hello. I'm on the island. I'm very hungry. Before the words finish, 2 boxes of sushi and grilled Pacific sori appear. I managed to find food for you. Are you injured? Bitten by zombies. I'm dying soon. Just talking to you is enough. Ding. The chat ends. Watanabe Hannah's tears stream down her face. The British princess trades her shoes for crackers and canned luncheon meat. The Siamese actress Mawika swaps her stockings for bread and water. Internally, they curse their suitors for their odd tastes. Audrey hoards the most food. While Megan has camel meat, Watanabe Hannah has sushi, the princess has crackers, and Mawika has bread. The other women have no food, but cling to hope. Just hold on for 2 more days. Maybe something will come. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue rises to her feet. With a cold gaze, she looks up at the sky, then walks into the rain. Her silhouette disappears. Where's she going? Zhang Meng asks, puzzled. Where else? To Jiangyu. Megan says dismissively, gathering her camel meat. I just don't get it. Why, after days of having nothing to eat or drink, would she suddenly decide to go to him now? She bites into the camel meat, almost gagging. Forcing it down, Zhang Meng stares at her. Megan pretends not to notice. She really went to Jiangyu? The room falls silent. They all know. Food from suitors comes with strings attached. What happens after it's gone? Continue the search for new fools? Can the men really keep providing forever? The women all glance toward my shelter, saying nothing. Zhao Mingqi grits her teeth. That be asterisk tch, so she's finally given up the high and mighty act. Yi Qingxue went to Jiangyu. It's clear what she's offering. Zhao Mingqi can't imagine any other reason. Suddenly, a tightness grips her chest. She'd sacrificed so much last night, worried now that someone else might take her place. No way. She bites her lip and decides she'll visit me tonight as well. Su Lishuan watches Yi Qingxue leave, her expression complex. Yi Qingxue speaks to them with determination. I've made up my mind. This is the apocalypse. Depending on him is the only way to survive. There's no other choice. Su Lishuan opens her mouth as if to dissuade her, but falls silent. Even if she spoke up, then what? She says nothing. Chen Sisi and Zhou Jiai exchange glances, also voiceless. Deep down, they all share the same thought. But Yi Qingxue has taken the lead. I'm busy inside, and it's pouring out. The water purifier directly converts rainwater into clean drinking water, saving me a lot of hassle. Just traded 1 egg for 3 300-liter water tanks. 2 are set outside to catch rainwater, with 1 in the shelter. The purifier is efficient. 1 or 2 hours can fill a tank. This water's for bathing. I already have 600 liters of drinking water stored, which can last me several months. Clapping my hands, I glance outside. The 2 water tanks are now full. Satisfied, I'm about to relax a bit when… Knock, knock, knock. Someone's at the door. I raise an eyebrow. The rain's heavy, and the women should all be inside avoiding it. Now that there's water to drink, none should be looking for me. Heading to the door, I open it and freeze. Standing there, dripping wet, is Yi Qingxue. Her hair's soaking, loose strands clinging to her forehead and cheeks, water dripping down her neck. A burgundy silk slip dress clings to her body, outlining every curve. Barefoot in the muddy water, her pale toes are speckled with dirt. Her face no longer exudes that cold, aloof beauty. Her lips are pale, lashes dotted with water, making her look fragile. I let my gaze roam from head to toe, openly appraising her. She seems uneasy under my scrutiny, but doesn't avoid it. Instead, she smiles, the coldness replaced by playfulness. Can't you let me in first? The corner of my mouth quirks up. This woman, trying to take control? I grab her wrist, pull her in, and lift her into my arms. Ah, she gasps, instinctively wrapping her arms around my neck, her heartbeat quickening. Never before has a man held her like this. She wants to resist, but hesitates, remembering her goal, to become my woman. Taking a deep breath, she closes her eyes and submits. As I carry her, I glance down. Her wet dress clings, offering no barrier. I feel the warmth and softness of her chest. Can't judge a book by its cover. This cold, elegant CEO had quite a hidden figure. She, too, feels my solid chest muscles through the damp fabric, sensing their heat. Her cheeks flush, heart pounding, as those few steps feel like an eternity. I set her down on a chair and stand in front of her, looking down. My gaze travels over her face, neck, collarbone. I make no effort to hide my intentions. Her heart races. Flustered yet composed, she meets my stare. Seen enough. She tilts her head up at me. I smirk. What do you think? My eyes burn fiercely. She blushes but doesn't look away. Gathering her damp hair, she rises. The wet dress outlines enticing curves. Jiangyu, I've made up my mind. I'll be your woman. Her gaze is firm. My smile deepens. She's ruthless. I open the loyalty panel. Yi Qingshue's score, 39. Just shy of qualifying. Unexpectedly, she harbors no animosity like Zhao Mingqi does. You're worth billions. And yet, you're willing to come begging to me. The corners of her mouth tug downward in self-mockery. What does status matter anymore? The British princess has lowered her pride, begging suitors for food, only to get crackers and canned meat. Siam's Mawika offered stockings for 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water. My status holds no value among women. I arch a brow. There are still simps out there. She nods, explaining briefly about the bunker. Audrey's suitor provided burgers and cola, but was killed by his teammates. Megan traded earrings for camel meat. Hannah's fan risked death to deliver sushi and Pacific Sori. I laugh to myself. Simping really knows no bounds. So you've come to me. Her eyes grow desolate. I refuse to beg simps for scraps of food. I'd rather come to you. She pauses. My expertise lies in investments, and you're the best, most profitable one I've found. Leaning down, she looks at her soaked dress, then back up at me. My only bargaining chip. She hesitates for a beat. Is this body? I stayed silent. Though she was drenched and disheveled, her inherent icy elegance overshadowed any outfit. I had to admit, she was different. Zhao Mingqi was desperate, scheming. Yi Qingshuan, on the other hand, weighed the pros and cons and chose me willingly. Women like her, once committed, wouldn't act frivolously. I tilted her chin up. To be my woman, you have to listen. It's not in my nature to tolerate being bossed around. She replied crisply. All right, I'll follow your lead. I opened the wardrobe and pulled out a red silk cheongsam. Take a shower. Then, put this on. She took it without a word, heading to the bathroom. 5 minutes later, she emerged. The cheongsam hugged her figure perfectly, highlighting her slender waist and long legs. Her damp hair draped over her shoulders, exuding both allure and cold elegance. Come here. I motioned with my finger. She walked toward me barefoot, and I pulled her into my arms. After a long pause, she murmured, the cheongsam tore. Leaning against me, looking both spent and beautiful. I handed her a moon-white lace cheongsam next. She bit her lip, took it, and changed into it on the spot. The translucent lace revealed just enough to tempt, but not satisfy, perfection. An hour later. You haven't tried the emerald green one yet, I teased. Frustrated and drained, she gritted her teeth and headed to the bathroom. A long while passed. She collapsed into my embrace, her body too exhausted to move. Still insatiable, I asked, ready to try another? No, she sighed weakly. I'm done and starving. She hadn't eaten properly for 3 days. What do you want to eat? Instant noodles will do. I boiled water for the noodles and grabbed a steak to sear. The sizzling pan sent the rich aroma wafting through the room. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A 3rd day, yet there was still steak? You said I'm your greatest investment. Steak shouldn't surprise you, I said nonchalantly. I served the food. She couldn't wait, devouring the meal, piping hot noodles paired with a juicy steak. Her first decent meal in 3 days. Her eyes reddened with emotion, though she held back tears. Halfway through, she looked up at me. You're starting to get a return on your investment. I secretly glanced at her loyalty score. It had climbed to 55. She'd finally come around. Afterward, her legs nearly gave out as she stood. She cast me a resentful look and swapped to a wine-red slip dress. I should go back. She didn't mention staying. I didn't stop her. Freedom suited her. Wait. I called out. Bring Zhou Jiai here. Yi Qingshuan narrowed her eyes, sensing something. She didn't question me, simply nodded. I gave her a few brief instructions. Got it. She replied before opening the door and stepping out. Sunlight hit her damp hair, gleaming faintly. I watched her retreating figure, knowing this woman was clever, far superior to Zhao Mingqi in every sense. By the boulder, the women whispered among themselves. Yi Qingshuan's been gone 2 hours, hasn't she? Still not back? You think Jianyu kept her? Their tone was suggestive, their expressions conflicted. Su Lishuan and her 2 companions sat quietly, slightly worried. Zhao Mengqi, huddling in a corner, bit her lip with hatred. Her legs still trembled. That damned woman. Spending so long over there. Surely she was serving him. Slut. I hope he wrings her dry, she muttered venomously. Megan gnawed on some camel meat, tough and gamey. She glanced at the small cabin and sneered. Pathetic. Trading her body for food. All that for a packet of instant noodles. Audrey and Zhang Meng chimed in. Couldn't she hold out a couple more days? I'd never beg that man. She's coming back, Zhang Meng suddenly exclaimed. Yi Qingshuan approached slowly. The wine-red slip dress clung to her damp body, revealing everything beneath. Her hair was a mess. Her gait, unnatural, her steps short and deliberate. The women instantly understood. Zhao Mingqi stared at her, stunned, before calming down. At least Jianyu hadn't kept her. Much like me, he liked his freedom. Su Lishuan and her 2 companions stood. Yijia, are you all right? They asked, supporting her. I'm fine. Just tired. Her body was weak, her legs unsteady, but her mood was surprisingly light. She glanced back at the cabin. That man wouldn't see her as just another woman after today. They helped her sit down. The other women stared at Yi Qingshuan and then turned their eyes toward the cabin, hunger flickering in their gaze. Seeing Yi Qingshuan in decent spirits, they wavered. They wanted to approach that man themselves. A proper meal was just within reach. Yi Qingshuan turned to Zhou Jiai. He wants to see you. She lowered her voice. There's food and some news about Zhao Wei. Zhou Jiai's chest tightened. What happened to Zhao Wei? He didn't say much. If you want answers, go ask him yourself. Zhou Jiai hesitated, her mind a whirl of emotion. 2 days now, no response from Zhao Wei. Go or don't go. Her stomach growled. Su Lishuan hesitated. Chen Sisi kept her head down, saying nothing. Zhou Jiai stood abruptly. I'll go. A part of her was desperate to know about Zhao Wei. Another part just craved food. Jiai, it's fine. I'll come right back after I ask. She made her way toward the cabin. Traitor. Zhao Mingqi spat bitterly. Aren't you tired? I had just finished a workout, my body drenched in sweat. After a quick shower, there was a knock at the door. I opened it to find Zhou Jiai standing there. Her champagne-colored sleepwear was torn, dirted with stains. She looked pale, her lips cracked, dark circles under tired eyes. I smirked. She was starving. You're here? Come in. She hesitated. I'm not here for the food. I want to know about Zhao Wei. I gestured invitingly. No need to be so defensive. Zhao Wei was my brother. She didn't believe me. She'd heard my intentions on day 1. Her thoughts drifted to Zhao Wei and her gnawing hunger. Biting her lip, she stepped inside. I shut the door, an amused, almost predatory smile curling my lips. Her eyes landed on the food laid out, steaming instant noodles, a perfectly cooked steak, cutlery arranged neatly, and a glass of clear water. Her gaze was fixed. She gulped. Her mouth was dry, her stomach growled louder than ever. She stopped herself from rushing to the table. Eating would mean she owed me. Do you want it? I asked, tone tempting. She nodded, then shook her head. No, I just want to know about Zhao Wei. Don't be hasty, I said with a small laugh. Eat first, then I'll tell you. I promised Zhao Wei I'd look after you. Letting you starve doesn't honor my brother's memory. Eat. Zhou Jiai bit her lip harder, the hunger overwhelming her. 3 days of barely picking through scraps of seafood. The smell overwhelmed her senses, breaking down her will. Eat, then we'll talk, I repeated gently. After a brief hesitation, she sat down, lifting a strand of noodles to her lips. The warmth, the taste, it was divine. She carved into the steak. The flavor burst through, urging her to eat faster. I watched her carefully. Her profile was exquisite, a delicate nose, long lashes, and a slender neck. Her sleepwear neckline gaped slightly, offering fleeting glimpses. My thoughts drifted to Zhao Wei. For once, the guy seemed to have had some luck. 3 years ago, during a trip to southern Yunnan, he encountered a fainting heiress. Being a doctor, he'd saved her. That heiress was Zhou Jiai. Zhao Wei knew how to talk a good game, and the savior card only sweetened the deal. He'd chased her, won her heart. Last year, they got engaged. I still remembered his smug declaration to me. Bro, tell me I'm not a legend. Zhou Jiai's all mine now. Thinking about it now, it's really ironic. Zhao Wei once complained. Engaged, but no intimacy. I looked at her. Her figure was impeccable. Zhou Jiai grew increasingly uneasy. She sped up her eating, swallowed the last bite of steak. She put down her knife and fork, her voice pleading. I'm done eating. What's wrong with Zhao Wei? I pulled out my phone. Listen for yourself. I played the recording. Her face instantly turned pale. The recording was of a conversation between Zhao Wei and me. What about those women you're keeping outside? I asked. How could I forget about them? Zhao Wei chuckled slyly. I've already reconnected with Lulu and Ranyan. No news from the others yet. Zhou Jiai trembled all over. Enough. Stop playing it. Tears welled up in her eyes. He has other women? More than one. I stopped the recording. Leaning back on my chair, I watched her. She began recalling the moments from the past 3 years. Zhao Wei always claimed to be working overtime. She thought he was hardworking. Turns out, it was all a cover. Her body swayed and collapsed towards the floor. I rushed forward to catch her. Her nightgown was thin. It had a few small tears as well. My arm encircled her waist. The softness of her body was evident. The neckline shifted with her movements, revealing a hint of fair skin. She woke up and forcefully pushed me away. Don't touch me. She leaned against the wall, gasping. Did you deliberately provoke Zhao Wei during this recording? Correct, I admitted. I wanted you to see his true colors. I stepped closer. I want you to dump Zhao Wei and be my woman. She stared at me in disbelief. Zhao Wei isn't your brother? Suddenly, she recalled Zhao Wei's evasiveness whenever he mentioned me. How he always treated me with excessive deference. Brother? I sneered. He orchestrated my breakup with Lu Yuru behind my back. Spread rumors at work, which almost cost me my job. She was speechless. Her eyes closed as tears silently fell. It wasn't Zhao Wei she felt heartbroken for. It was herself. 3 years of loving a scumbag. Thank you for telling me. She wiped her tears. I'm going to leave now. Did I say you could leave? I hooked her chin. She didn't resist. Zhao Wei betrayed you and me alike, I said with a playful smile. Don't you want to get back at him? She pulled away from my grip. No, I don't. I grabbed her wrist and pulled her into my arms. Let go of me. She struggled. I leaned close to her ear. After eating my food, do you plan to just walk away? It was you who told me to eat. I chuckled. True. I promised Zhao Wei I'd look after his fiancée and fed you out of courtesy. But if he stabs me in the back, why should I keep taking care of his fiancée? I gripped her chin. If you've eaten my food, you're going to pay me back somehow. Shameless. How are you any different from Zhao Wei? She sensed the situation spiraling out of her control. Yet, strangely enough, it didn't disgust her as much as she thought it would. Difference. I narrowed my eyes. Zhao Wei hit the jackpot in life, and I used to be a nice guy. And what did I get for that? I lost my woman and got betrayed by a so-called brother. So tell me, why should I still try to be good? So, have you made your decision? Be my woman. Let's get back at Zhao Wei. My tone was laced with temptation. You've eaten my food, so think of it as paying your dues. Doesn't that make it easier to accept? Her face went pale, looking at me like she was staring into the eyes of a devil. She shook her head furiously. No, this isn't right. I didn't waste any more words. I picked her up in my arms, sat down in the chair with her in my lap. She gasped aloud, pressing her hands against my chest to try and leap away. Let me go. Suddenly my voice turned cold. Don't move. She froze, staring into my cold, piercing gaze. All movement ceased. My expression was icy as I said, if you move again, I'll spank you. Don't test my patience. Her complexion turned ghostly pale. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. Faced with my cold stare, her words died on her lips. And she truly didn't dare to move an inch. I nodded approvingly. Now, that's a good girl. A playful smirk crept back onto my face. Still holding on to fantasies about him. Let me show you what your fiancé has been up to lately. Her pupils contracted. I don't. Quiet, I commanded. Whatever you hear next, don't utter a single word, or you can't hold me accountable for what happens. She bit her lip, silently complying. I opened a private chat box, initiated a call with Zhao Wei. A few seconds later, he picked up. Zhao Wei's voice was hurried. Hey, man, I've been waiting forever. Got some food for me? I turned on the speaker. She could hear every word clearly from where she sat. Disgust welled in her heart. I kept my tone casual. What's the rush? How can I not be? I'm starving. His voice was hoarse. Yesterday, we found an oasis, but several groups were fighting over the water supply. I got a little to drink, just a few bites of meat. I'm nearly starving to death now. Man, you can't let me die here. I triggered a mental command, making the image of a small fish appear in a bucket nearby disappear. Here's a small fish for you, I said. He gasped on the other side of the phone. Holy crap, it's a fish. You're the best, man. Thank you. I glanced down at Zhou Jiai, her lips trembling and her face flushed crimson, avoiding eye contact as she stayed silent. Zhao Wei, oblivious, eagerly continued. Man, got any more? One fish isn't enough. I've got several teammates here. I raised an eyebrow. The resources on this island are limited. I'm already sharing with the women here. I replied. Yi Qingshan and Zhao Mingqi are both mine now. I have to sustain them. Wait, what? You've got Yi Qingshan and Zhao Mingqi? Zhao Wei exclaimed with envy. Congrats, bro. The bossy CEO type and Liao Hai's girl? Unreal. Just hang in there a little longer. I owe you big time for taking care of Jai. Man, I'd do anything for you in return. Zhou Jai felt a deep sting of mockery from his words. I shot her a glance. You know, you're being too polite. She's been trying to reach you. Why haven't you checked in at all? Zhao Wei chuckled. Things have been busy with so many women to handle. Traveling, fighting, they're always on me. Zhou Jai sharply raised her head. Her lips quivered, her body trembling uncontrollably. I asked offhandedly, and those women you have outside? Want me to look after them for you? Man, you're the best. Zhao Wei laughed brightly. Lulu and Ranyan have had it rough. If you feed them, I'd owe you my life. Her fingernails dug deeply into her palm, fire blazing in her eyes, her frame shaking with rage. I gently patted her back, soothing her emotions, and added fuel to the fire. Still so charitable and loving. Even in the apocalypse? Not worried Zhou Jia might find out. Zhao Wei snorted coldly. Why would she blame me? We've been engaged for a year, and she wouldn't even let me touch her. Whenever I wanted to get close, she'd say, wait until we're married. I'm a man, I've got needs. She wouldn't let me touch her, so what? I went to someone else. That's on her. Zhou Jia's face turned pale as a sheet. But Zhao Wei continued, man, you're lucky. Got so many beauties around you. Hope you can bag a few more. Too bad I didn't come with you. If I were on that island, I'd make sure to get a few for myself. Enough. Zhou Jia couldn't hold back and yelled, Zhao Wei, you bastard. I'll never forgive you. Zhao Wei froze for several seconds, stunned. Jia, what are you doing at Jianyu's place? His voice trembled, panicked. Zhao Wei, I had no idea what kind of person you really are. You liar. Her voice cracked, anger and sorrow spilling out. She was trying to hold it together. She didn't want to cry for a scumbag. Jia, it's not like that. Listen to me. Zhao Wei pleaded, his voice shaking, desperately backpedaling. But Zhou Jia ignored him. Jia, are you listening? Jianyu, get her to talk, commanded Zhao Wei. She left, I replied. Then go after her and bring her back. His tone turned accusatory. You did this on purpose, didn't you? I feigned innocence. You're accusing me? How would I know she'd come? And hear all that? That was out of my control. Zhao Wei felt something wasn't quite right, but dismissed it after some thought. He'd spent so much time spreading rumors behind my back, pulling strings, and causing trouble that he believed I couldn't possibly be on to him. In his mind, I was just the honest fool he could easily manipulate. Slightly comforted by this thought, he lashed out. How could you be so careless, blaming me as usual? How was I to know she was coming? It's pouring rain outside. I shut the door, yet she still overheard. Zhao Wei took a deep breath and softened his tone. Help me out here. Tell her I was just bragging. Make sure she takes me back. Got it. I'll try my best, I agreed outright. But, she caught almost everything you said. Thanks, bro. And sorry, I got a bit heated earlier. Don't take it personally. Even though he was fuming inside, Zhao Wei knew he needed me for now. So he swallowed his anger and sweetened his words. After we ended the private chat, out in the desert, Zhao Wei slapped the sand in frustration, his face contorted with rage. Jianyu, you useless piece of shit. Always screwing things up. Worried, he quickly tried opening a private chat again, this time to contact Zhou Jia. It rang out. She didn't answer. He tried messaging instead. Jia, please listen to me. What you heard, it was all nonsense. I love you, you know that. The messages were met with dead silence. Stupid bitch, he spat in frustration, then slammed the interface shut. Whatever, he didn't actually care if she forgave him or not. It was the apocalypse, and he figured they might never cross paths again. What worried him was the idea of her siding with me. Now that, he'd never stand for. The mere thought had his rage boiling over. A year of engagement, barely holding her hand. Who's she to throw herself at me? From his perspective, I was nothing but a loser, a guy who couldn't measure up in either career or love. To him, I just got lucky. The idea of me having Zhou Jia? Never. Absolutely not, he swore through gritted teeth. Jiangyu, if you dare make a move on Zhou Jia, I'll kill you. Zhao Wei, get over here, a man called from the distance. Zhao Wei immediately dropped the rage from his face, replaced it with a fawning smile, and hurried over. Coming, brother Dao? Anything you need. Back in my shelter, Zhou Jia hadn't left. She was sitting on my lap, her face expressing desolation. Her usually lively eyes looked hollow. I looked down at her, saying nothing. No pity in my gaze. She chose this path herself. Zhao Wei's true nature? She had 3 years to figure that out. Love is blind, though, makes fools of us all. Thought it through yet? Do you want to get back at Zhao Wei? Her body trembled slightly. She looked up at me, a spark of determination lighting her gaze. A tear slipped down her cheek, leaving a faint trace in the dry post-apocalyptic air. And suddenly she smiled. A bitter, self-mocking, yet resolute smile. You just wanted me, didn't you? What are you waiting for, she said. Zhao Wei said it's because I didn't satisfy him, so he turned to other women. Fine. If he betrayed me, I want to make him regret it. The corner of my lips curled into a smirk. Why would I refuse? I wouldn't. Scooping her up, I carried her toward the bathroom. But you already showered, she said, her voice unsteady, clearly nervous. Not really. Almost fell off the table earlier. I nudged the bathroom door open. Wouldn't want you slipping, I added with a meaningful smile, staring at her flushed face. Promise Zhao Wei I'd take good care of you. Her face turned redder, catching my implication. She didn't resist, letting me carry her into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the space. Time passed. The apocalypse moved on outside, but the water eventually stopped. Out in the desert, Zhao Wei was still struggling, trying to explain things to Zhou Jia. His calls and messages went unanswered. In the meantime, I was preparing to give him an unforgettable surprise. After a while, the bathroom door creaked open. I carried Zhou Jia out and laid her on my bed. She was drained, unable even to lift her arms, lying there and staring at me with a mix of exhaustion and indignation. This guy isn't human, was the look in her eyes. Moments ago, I'd just been with Yi Qingxue. Now it was her, yet my energy hadn't waned at all. Meanwhile, she felt utterly defeated, like I'd taken her apart and put her back the wrong way. Is this guy a monster? She seemed to wonder. I chuckled to myself. Guess I had the system strengthening my body to thank for this. My stamina. Next level. I jokingly thought I could outplow an ox. After some rest, her frustration dimmed, and a smirk replaced it, a vindictive grin. She was picturing Zhao Wei's face, twisted with regret when he realized what had happened. Her bitterness toward him fueled her satisfaction now. Sitting up, she said, I should head back. Got some clothes for me. The slip she'd been wearing wasn't presentable anymore. I opened the trading market and exchanged a small fish for 10 sets of clothes and shoes. There was a light blue floral dress, an ivory cotton linen maxi dress, and casual shorts and t-shirts. The footwear included sneakers, canvas shoes, and sandals. Pick one for yourself. This one's for Yi Qingxue, I stated, holding up a pale yellow chiffon dress paired with white flats. Zhou Jia glanced at the options and grabbed the floral dress, heading to the bathroom to change. Minutes later, she stepped out, and I was momentarily stunned. The light blue floral dress fit her perfectly, like it was made for her. It ended just above her knees, showing off her fair legs. The belt accentuated her slim waist, and the sneakers gave her a youthful, sporty vibe. Half-dried hair tumbled down her shoulders, and her face was still slightly flushed. Her skin, thanks to the system's enhancements, looked healthier and more radiant than ever. She seemed like a whole new person. How do I look? She asked shyly. Not bad, I replied flatly. She seemed a little disappointed, perhaps expecting me to keep her here. But I didn't. If you and the others get hungry, come by for food, I said coolly. But when I need you, make sure you obey. She didn't argue. It wasn't like she had a choice. After everything that had happened, surviving was her priority. Got it, she murmured. Picking up the dress meant for Yi Qingxue, she turned to leave. Outside, the women gathered under the boulder stared in shock as Zhou Jia walked gracefully toward them, carrying the bag. The light blue floral dress swayed slightly with her steps, her once messy hair now soft and clean, her complexion glowing as if the apocalypse itself had given her a makeover. That's Zhou Jia? Zhang Ming rubbed her eyes. 2 hours ago, she was pale, dragging herself in a tattered nightgown. Now, like a completely different person. They were covered in dirt, clothes full of mud and sand, hair a messy bird's nest. Zhou Jia looked like she was on vacation. They looked like refugees. She's one of Jiang Yu's women now. Mei Jin wanted to throw shade, but swallowed her words. The few women who had access to food couldn't stay calm. She had food, clean clothes, and could even bathe. Zhao Mingqi's gaze fixed on Zhou Jia's new dress as her teeth clenched. Son of a bitch, why didn't he give me clothes? She cursed silently, especially watching Zhou Jia handing fresh clothes to Yi Qingxue, her jealousy maxed out. Su Lishuan and Chen Sisi stared thoughtfully. Maybe if we go to Jiangyu, we could bathe, change our clothes, and eat to our fill? The thought began to sprout and take hold, hard to suppress now. The same idea flickered in others' minds, but none had decided yet. Let's go hunt for food. The women stood, heading toward the shore. Audrey and Megan, already with food, stayed behind. Except for Watanabe Huanai sharing a bit of sushi, others stayed distant, not out of coldness, but necessity. The food was too scarce to share freely. They held back from fighting over it, for now. The island, scoured end to end, was practically stripped bare. Clams, seaweed, tiny crabs, nearly gone. At this rate, tomorrow, there'd be nothing left. There's a fish here, Zhang Ming suddenly shrieked. The women sprinted over. In a shallow tide pool among the rocks lay a 10-pound fish. Its side was bitten into like a larger fish had attacked it before it got stuck here. Quick, get it out before it escapes. Su Lishuan, Chen Sisi, and a few others rushed into the pool, struggling to haul the fish onto dry land. Their eyes gleamed. This can last us a whole day. They cheered in delight. The giant fish offered a brief reprieve from despair. They eyed the tide pool. After the rain, there was a small puddle of water left, barely enough for a day or two if strictly rationed. It was cloudy and dirty, but after what they'd been through, no one dared waste water. I basked in the sun for a few hours. Checking the sky, I decided it was time to head out and fish. Sunglasses on, sun hat secured, sunscreen applied, I set off. Zhao Mingqi and the women hovered around the fish, eyes shining. Having had nothing but instant noodles, their enthusiasm over the fish left me unimpressed. What's so special about a lousy fish? As I stepped out, their gazes lit up, and they trailed after me. Jiangyu going out to fish? Let me help. She smiled brightly, her voice soft as honey. I shot her a cold glance and kept moving. She quickly pivoted, coyly correcting herself. Master, let me come with you? The corner of my mouth lifted in acknowledgement. I didn't shoo her off. Watching from behind, Yi Qingxue and Zhou Jiai exchanged looks, got up, and followed too. Zhao Mingqi noticed and wasn't pleased. What are those two bitches tagging along for? She seethed internally, but she kept her thoughts to herself, not daring to voice complaints. I turned back. You can follow but don't cause trouble. The three docilely nodded, trailing behind like loyal puppies. I led them to the massive rocks on the island's western edge. Here, the tide ran deeper beneath enormous boulders. Tide hasn't receded. Start with spearfishing. Gripping the fishing spear, I waded into the water, immobile as a statue. A flick of my wrist sent the spear plunging into the water. When I straightened, I held a 3-pound black sea bream skewered on its tip. Zhao Mengqi's reaction was fast. She rushed up with a bucket. Master, you're amazing. This fish is huge. Yi Qingxue and Zhou Jiai frowned, remaining silent. They couldn't match Zhao Mengqi's shameless enthusiasm. Within the hour, I'd snagged a 2-pound eel, a 3-pound pomfret, and 2 small yellow croakers. I also found a handful of blue crabs. All 3 women eventually joined me in the water to help. Yi Qingxue thought to herself, following him was the right move. Zhou Jiai silently agreed. While he was domineering, he was also capable, at least ready to ensure survival over starvation. Let's change things up. I set up a fishing rod, attaching bait to the hook. Casting the line, I turned to relax. Zhao Mengqi sidled up, her hands massaging my shoulders. Master, tired? Let me help ease that tension. Her technique was impeccable, the pressure just right. I closed my eyes, allowing myself to enjoy it. You're good at this? I learned specifically. Many skills are worth knowing, she replied with pride. I didn't press further. Clearly, her hold on Liao Hai wasn't rooted in just her face alone. Yi Qingxue fumbled with bait preparation, using too much water, her hands sticky and awkward. Zhou Jiai, armed with a net for scooping fish, mishandled a hooked catch and nearly let it escape. I was quick to react, spearing it back effortlessly. Useless. Such clumsiness. Both women looked dejected. Don't get cocky. Learn by doing. No sense in sulking. Zhao Mengqi, thrilled at their missteps, doubled her efforts to curry favor. After another hour, 2 more big catches filled our haul. With the tide retreating, I cast out the net, pulling back 3 additional fish, the largest nearly 10 pounds. The day's bounty was plentiful. Time to head back. The 3 were exhausted but content. On the other side of the island, the other women worried over their singular fish. No knives, no pots, no seasoning. Use shells to slice it up and roast. Su Lishuan offered an idea. To remove the fishy smell, soak in seawater. Chen Sisi added. They spent the better half of their day improvising a way to prepare it. Eventually, they lit a fire and roasted slices of fish. They wouldn't starve today, but they remained oblivious to the looming danger. 200 nautical miles away, a white yacht sliced through the waves, its hull scarred, the deck stained with dried blood. Its bow carried 7 or 8 men, unkempt and bedraggled. Leading was Lei Hu, a man in his 40s. A tiger tattoo roared across his chest. An escaped convict. Guilty of murder. Boss, we're at our limit, a younger man croaked. 2 days on 2 raw fish. We'll starve if this keeps up. Lei Hu turned toward the cabin. Inside, 4 women huddled in a corner. Their clothes were torn, faces blank with hopelessness. The yacht had carried over 20 people originally. Stranded on islands, Lei Hu had faked death to lure help. These saviors were killed, nearly 20 in total. Only the pleasing few women were spared. Now, the food was gone, leaving just 8 men. Lei Hu sneered. Who said we have no food? He gestured toward the interior. Use them. They can tide us over until we reach land. His followers' eyes gleamed with hunger. Days on the island had boiled them down to base instincts. You're the best, boss. Youthful underling Ah Kuin flattered eagerly. Inside the cabin, the women curled into themselves, silent, bruised and broken. Their bodies bore the marks of relentless torment. Tears had long since dried up. Hearing the men's conversation, they despaired. Still, there was no begging. Pleading with beasts solved nothing. Death would be their release. The yacht carved through the waves, pressing forward aimlessly, unbeknownst to them, toward my island. On the island, in a simple house, 3 women sat around a table. A large bowl of fish soup, golden and fragrant, dominated the center. Soft white fish fillets floated among the steaming broth. Beside it, rice still steaming. Legs crossed, I leaned back in my chair, watching them eat. Yi Qingxue perked up with her first bite, savoring the tender fish. It was the most delicious meal they'd had in 3 days. Zhou Jiai ate with quiet elegance, her chopsticks never pausing. Zhao Mingqi. She wasn't subtle at all, eating with abandon like she hadn't seen food in her life. They devoured everything, rice grains included, until the dishes were empty. Finished, each sighed in satisfaction, full for the first time in what felt like forever. Their eyes drifted toward me, aware of the cost of that meal. Clean up when you're done and head back. I directed my words toward Zhao Mingqi and Zhou Jiai, adding, do some exercise. Yi Qingxue will stay and chat with me. The 3 tidied up, dishes washed clean. Zhao Mingqi reluctantly prepared to leave. At the door, I stopped her. Wait. I handed her a pair of blue denim shorts, a white t-shirt, and Converse sneakers. Take these. Her eyes sparkled. Accepting the clothes, a broad smile spread across her face. Thank you, master. Her voice dripped with gratitude, glowing with joy as she repeatedly expressed her thanks. I nodded slightly. I just checked loyalty. Zhao Mingqi's score rose from 15 to 35. This woman knows her place. I gave her some clothes. Zhao Mingqi hugged the clothes joyfully and left with a broad smile. Yi Qingxue stepped closer to me and asked, what do you plan to wear today? I smirked. Beneath the massive boulder, the women gathered around to eat grilled fish slices. The fish tasted bland and slightly gamey, but no one complained. To them, it was delicious. Su Lishuan stopped after eating 3 or 4 slices, cautious that there might not be any food tomorrow. The others also ate 2 or 3 slices each, saving the rest. At night, they crowded together beneath the boulder, exhausted and dozing off. The past few days had been brutal, starving and exhausted. Having some food in their bellies allowed them to fall into a deeper sleep. In the middle of the night, the system's voice jolted everyone awake. The 3rd day of the apocalypse has ended. Global survivor statistics are being calculated. Initial players, 10 billion. Current survivors, 4.7 billion. 15 billion deaths today. Primary causes of death: zombie attacks, mutant beasts, player conflicts, team betrayals, hunger. The chilling announcement drilled into their hearts. 60 billion dead in under 4 days. How fortunate they were just to survive. Although they were still famished, at least there were no zombies or mutant beasts threatening them for now. Go back to sleep. Tomorrow's another fight for food, someone whispered. The women closed their eyes, resuming their sleep. At dawn, around 6 a.m., the sun began to rise. Zhang Ming woke up and stretched, glancing toward the sea. Her gaze froze. What is that? Everyone followed her line of sight. In the distance, a boat was approaching. A boat. Someone's coming. They might be here to rescue us. Excited voices rang out among the women. Yi Qingxue squinted into the distance, her brows knitting tightly together. A feeling of unease washed over her. Don't shout. These people might not have good intentions. Hide. I'll go find Jiangyu. She rushed off in a hurry. I was still sleeping soundly when I was woken up by frantic knocks on the door. Frowning, I got out of bed and opened the door. Yi Qingxue stood there, panting, her face pale. What is it? I asked. A boat is heading toward the island, she said urgently, her voice shaking slightly. Anyone coming here at this moment might not have good intentions. What do we do? Her usual composure had cracked. In this terrifying instance, I was the only one she could rely on. I frowned deeply and hurried to the window. The white boat was less than 2 nautical miles from the shore. With enhanced vision, I could clearly make out a few figures at the bow of the ship. My eyes grew cold. No matter what their intentions are, we need to prepare for the worst. On the yacht, the men were ecstatic. Brother Tiger, we finally found an island. After dealing with those women last night, we hit the jackpot. Akun shouted in excitement. Below deck, the bodies of 4 women lay broken and lifeless. The men had snapped during a chaotic fight the night before, leading to their gruesome deaths. Starving, their numbers dwindled to 8. Leihu's, Tiger's, cruel smile widened across his face. When the heavens don't completely abandon you, there's always opportunity. We've got what it takes to thrive in this apocalypse. Following Brother Tiger means a good life, Akun fawned. Ahead in my scope, there are women on the island. Lei Hu's dark eyes gleamed. If there were people on the island, they might encounter other teams, or prey. His menacing grin widened. Zoom in with the phone camera. Dozens of women were scattered across the area. Their appearances weren't bad at all. Brother Tiger hit the jackpot. Akun cheered joyfully. Numbers are close. We can take them on. Lei Hu's smile turned twisted, laced with lust. Gear up. Once we're ashore, kill the men. Leave the women for some fun. The hunger in their eyes was now both literal and figurative. Back on the island, the women were catching their breath, panic gripping them. After enduring the apocalypse, they'd learned to recognize danger, and the yacht approaching screamed trouble. Despair and disorder began to brew among them. This is it. We're doomed. Jin Tianying's face was ashen. I've heard the stories about what happens to women who get captured. Another trembled. The thought of those horrors broadcast on the system interface left their bodies shaking. Quick, hide before they spot us. Su Lishuan urged. This island isn't big. Where can we hide? Hilton muttered hopelessly. Qingshu has gone to find Jiang Yu. Zhou Jia reminded. He might have a plan. Megan sneered. What can he even do? One man against all of them. Their hopeless whispers gained momentum. Zhao Mingqi spoke up. We have no choice but to trust him. Megan's tone turned biting. Someone who's so selfish. How do we know he'll even care? For all we know, he's holed up, ignoring us entirely. Uneasy expressions spread across their faces. Thinking of Jiang Yu's usual behavior, they found her suggestion plausible. Zhou Jia countered. They won't spare him either. Hiding won't help him. While they argued, none of them had moved to hide. The yacht closed in. I stood by my window, watching the vessel approach with narrowed eyes. The grim look on my face persisted. I opened the system shop, searching for firearms. The choices were abundant, but the prices were staggering. One rifle cost several hundred kilograms of rice. I couldn't afford it. Gritting my teeth, I turned to the trade market. The system chimed. Player requested firearms. Access restricted due to presence of goddess-tier teammates. No hot weapons permitted for balance reasons. Damn it. System screwing me over. I almost cursed it out loud. No response came. Taking a deep breath, I used instant noodles to trade for a taser, pepper spray, and a machete. The system limited the quantity. You've got to be kidding me. I swapped for a change of clothes, swimming gear, and a walkie-talkie. Once equipped, I glanced toward Yi Qingxue. She looked at me and said, I know you don't care much about them, but keeping them alive could prove useful to you. There's no way the system brought this many women to the island without a reason. All right, I acknowledged. Make sure they keep their mouths shut. If anyone screws this up, they'll pay later. I handed her the taser, pepper spray, and walkie-talkie. Yi Qingxue took the items and ran off. Grabbing a fishing spear and machete, I crouched low as I made my way to the southern beach. The yacht was approaching from the northwest. I needed to circle around to the western side for an ambush near the reefs. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue returned to the large boulder area. What did Jiang Yu say? Su Lishuan inquired. He said he can handle it. Yi Qingxue whispered. He also said there are 3 men on the island. He, Jiang Chun, and Lu Jian. The women nodded silently. Just answer their questions honestly, but don't expose our weaknesses. Think about what happens if you're caught. Their bodies trembled. If anyone messes this up, Jiang Yu will deal with them. Yi Qingxue's tone was harsh. Some, like Megan and Hilton, began climbing the hill. If that man won't protect us, we'll look after ourselves. Megan snapped, continuing upward. Yi Qingxue let them go. Fewer people made it easier for the plan to work. I crouched among the rocks on the western shore, tightly clutching my weapons and focusing on the sea. The yacht drew closer and closer. Lei Hu stood at the bow, gripping a fire axe. 8. I counted mentally. My heart sank. I'll handle as much as I can. On the yacht, the group laughed upon seeing the women running in panic. This island isn't big. They've got nowhere to run. Akun sneered. Playing cat and mouse sounds fun, another said. Lei Hu's sharp eyes scanned the landscape. There's a house. Be on guard for traps. The yacht hit the shore, and Lei Hu leapt off first. Finally on solid ground, he took a moment to survey the surroundings. Stay alert. First, we take out the men. Then the fun begins with the women. Don't worry, boss. With almost 20 women here, we'll all get our share. Before the fat man could finish his sentence, a sudden scream cut through the air. The fat man hadn't finished his sentence when he screamed in pain. Everyone turned their heads sharply. A man clutched his chest as blood gushed out, falling onto his back. I stood at the bow of the boat, a mocking grin on my face. Welcome to the island. My brothers and I will make sure you have fun. Kill him. Lei Hu roared. His lackeys lunged forward. With a taunting look, I dove into the water and disappeared. You bastard. Pray I don't catch you. Akuin yelled, cursing at the water. But none of them dared jump in after me. Humiliated the moment he landed, Lei Hu's face was ashen with fury. Chen Gang, Yin Liang, watch the boat like hawks. Don't worry, boss. If anyone dares get close, They won't leave alive. Both responded in unison. Lei Hu led 4 others as they headed toward the house, spreading out. Meanwhile, I crouched behind a rocky outcrop 100 meters away, clutching my walkie-talkie to warn Yi Qingxue to stay alert. My first move was to take out the 2 guarding the yacht. Lei Hu wouldn't want to harm women. At worst, he'd regret losing some resources. When it was safe, I swapped into swim trunks and goggles, leaving my gear hidden behind the rocks. Taking a deep breath, I dove into the sea and swam along the base of the rocks toward the yacht. On the boat, Chun Gang and Yin Liang stood guard. Do you think the boss will find any food on the island? Chun Gang rubbed his stomach. There's definitely something, especially with women around, Yin Liang replied. Once the boss deals with the guys here, we'll really enjoy ourselves. This apocalypse is great, killing people, messing with women. I'm loving it. Chun Gang licked his lips. No more nagging wives. Now, it's a fresh bride every night. Yin Liang chuckled lewdly. Unnoticed, my shadow approached from the water beneath them. I swam to the stern, quietly resurfacing to eavesdrop, a crooked smile tugging at my lips. Breaking contact, I made some noise and surfaced closer to shore. Who's there? They yelled, alarmed and on edge, standing barely 5 meters away. Gripping my spear gun, I charged forward. Kill him. Yin Liang swung a steel pipe toward me. I ducked, yanking the pipe right out of his hands, then thrust the spear gun into his chest. Blood splattered everywhere as he collapsed. Boss, save me. Chun Gang screamed, his face pale as he leapt into the sea. Jumping into the water was your death sentence. I muttered, diving in after him with the spear gun. Minutes later, his lifeless body floated to the surface. After clambering back onto the yacht, I turned to see Lei Hu and the others halfway up a nearby hill. From that vantage, Lei Hu had likely just seen Chun Gang jump into the sea, and my pursuit ending back on the yacht. His face was thunderous. Boss, that guy dresses differently. It's not the same one from before. Akuin pointed out. This isn't just one man. It's a trap. We're walking straight into an ambush. Lei Hu's tone was grim. Should we retreat? Pointless now. Grab a few women first. We'll interrogate them. Everyone, stick together and don't get separated. They clearly won't face us head on. We outnumber them. Gripping their weapons tightly, they quickened their pace toward the house. You bastards, I'll let you celebrate for now. Lei Hu spat, seething. I leapt off the yacht and raced toward the house. Over the walkie-talkie, an urgent voice came through. Yi Qingxue and the others had spotted Lei Hu closing in near the house. Anyone who's afraid, leave first. Yi Qingxue urged. Li Jian bit her lip. Leave. If we're caught, someone might make us talk. The others nodded, dispersing as planned. Zhang Ming, Qin Fei, and Zhao Mingqi stayed behind. They exchanged grim looks. We know what happens if we fail, Zhao Mingqi muttered. Into the radio, I said, I'll handle 3 of them. That leaves 5. Stall them, lure them into the house. Do not tell them I'm the only man on the island. Yi Qingxue smashed her radio and tossed the remains into the bushes. Lei Hu and his men approached the house and saw a cluster of frightened women. Boss, so many women. Akuin's eyes gleamed with lust. Lei Hu narrowed his eyes, scanning the group, a smug grin creeping across his face. Today's our lucky day, he muttered, licking his lips and gripping his fire axe as he crept forward. His lackeys, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger, leered openly. All of them are beauties, one murmured. Die happy after this, another chuckled darkly. The women feigned panic. Can we pull this off? Zhang Ming whispered, second-guessing her nerves. Su Lishuan sprinted downhill, screaming, Lu Jian. I'm scared, help. Jiang Chun. Save me. Zhang Ming shouted, the desperation in her voice unsettlingly real. On edge, Lei Hu's group looked around cautiously. Careful, we're not alone, Akuin advised, fingering his weapon nervously. Lei Hu waved his hand dismissively. Grab one first. They advanced quickly, visibly salivating at the sight of the beautiful, disheveled women. You'd better start talking if you value your lives, Lei Hu sneered. Zhang Ming, trembling visibly, said, Please, sir, don't kill us. I'll tell you everything. How many men are on the island? Lei Hu asked sharply. 3. Jiang Yu, Jiang Chun, and Lu Jian, Zhang Ming stammered. Brothers? Lei Hu squinted suspiciously. Where are they now? I don't know. Jiang Chun told me to hide and ran off. Lei Hu shifted his gaze to Zhao Mingqi, towering over her with his fire axe poised menacingly. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. Zhao Mingqi pleaded, dropping to her knees. Lei Hu's eyes scanned her, noting her pristine clothes and graceful figure. Is she telling the truth? He asked, gesturing at Zhang Ming. Through trembling lips, Zhao Mingqi said, Yes. Jiang Yu rationed food, to control me. Boss, please, kill him for me. Her tearful, vengeful performance was eerily convincing. Don't worry. I'll make him pay, Lei Hu assured her, before casting a greedy glance at the house. What's the story with this place? Yi Qingxue stepped forward. It was already here when we arrived. The three men lived here, hoarding supplies. Fish, rice, instant noodles, even steak. She swallowed visibly, the others following suit in poorly feigned hunger. What? All that food? Akuin stared in disbelief. Lei Hu's temptation grew uncontrollably. Anyone inside? They bolted when they saw you approaching, Zhao Mengqi replied. But there's definitely stuff inside. I've seen it myself. Pointing to the discarded noodle cups, fish bones, and hot pot packaging scattered in the grass, she added disdainfully. Those bastards used the food to make us beg. Even Yi Qingxue and Zhou Jiai had to give in. Yi Qingxue and Zhou Jiai clenched their teeth, but went along with the act. Spotting the evidence, Lei Hu's suspicion eased. Seems like they were living pretty well. Break that door down. Two of the lackeys hefted rocks and began hammering at the door. Whack, whack, whack. The door held firm, irritating Lei Hu. Are you even trying? He snapped. The men redoubled their efforts until the door finally gave way. Inside lay a treasure trove. A table heaped with noodles, steaks, rice, and pork. Buckets full of fresh fish. In one corner, a water tank brimming with clean water. Beside it, a fishing net and rod sat ready for use. Treasures galore. Akuin exclaimed gleefully. These fishing tools are ours now. Looking from the food to the women, Akuin couldn't help but smile at the perfection of this apocalyptic utopia. Lei Hu, cautious as always, gestured. Search for stragglers. The lackeys combed the house, but found nobody. Boss, it's all clear. And they've stashed a purifier and fridge. With this, we'll be set for days. One lackey, eyeing the instant noodles on the table, swallowed audibly. Boss, can we eat first? Lei Hu turned to the women. Eat up. Build your strength. We'll deal with those rats after, he said, his lips curling dangerously. The lackeys' faces lit up in wicked glee. One of them advanced toward Zhang Meng. I like women with a mature charm. You're mine. Akuin and another lackey sighed in disappointment, but quickly consoled themselves. With so many women, and so many stunning ones, they had no shortage of options. Lei Hu examined Qin Fei and Watanabe Huan Nai with a chilling smile. Foreigners, huh? You'll make for an interesting experience. The two women paled, dread etched into their faces. Chen Kuan walked toward Zhang Meng, who backed away in fear. Chen Kuan grinned. Don't be scared, beauty. Just wait. I'll outperform your husband in a bit. Yi Qingxue suddenly stepped forward. Don't touch her. I'll take her place. Holding a stun gun, her palms were sweating. Chen Kuan froze, then laughed. Someone's volunteering now. He turned his attention to Yi Qingxue. Kuan's gaze shifted to Zhou Jiai, while the lackey eyed Xianjing. You two, get over here. Lei Hu ordered the two women. Have a meal with me. Behave, and I won't kill anyone. Terrified, the women trembled as they complied. Inside, two others tried to leave. Chen Kuan approached Yi Qingxue, reaching out to grab her waist. A filthy grin smeared across his face. The very next moment. Ah! Screams erupted from the doorway as the two lackeys collapsed, charred black and lifeless. An ambush. Lei Hu's face turned furious as he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Yi Qingxue pressed the stun gun against Chen Kuan's waist. A blue spark flashed, and Chen Kuan fell, writhing in agony. You bitch, you tricked me, he roared. Lei Hu bellowed. Grab her. Make her wish she was dead. The lackeys charged forward. Zhou Jiai closed her eyes and sprayed pepper spray, hitting one square in the face. My eyes, the man screamed, clutching his face. Just as quickly, Yi Qingxue stunned him unconscious. Now, only Lei Hu and Kuan remained. Kuan raised a steel rod, swinging it at Zhou Jiai. You bitch, die. A dark figure soared through the air, a harpoon impaling Kuan's chest. I don't want to die. Kuan gasped, eyes wide open, collapsing slowly to the ground. I emerged from the bushes, stepping toward the women. Their legs gave out as they crumpled to the floor. I stared coldly at Lei Hu. You're the last one now. Lei Hu's heart sank. With all his men down and knowing there were at least 3 men still on the island, he knew he stood no chance. He chose to flee. Running into the house, he slammed the door, tossing the charred bodies of his lackeys outside to block the entrance. Panting, he caught his breath. I didn't follow. Instead, I pulled out the harpoon, delivering a decisive strike to Chen Kuan and the unconscious lackey. Blood spurted from their chests. This time, they were unquestionably dead. The women watched me finish them off so decisively, complex emotions flickering in their gazes. Sweeping them a glance, I said, at least you're somewhat useful. Shame and silent anger flashed through their expressions. Lei Hu, noticing the look in everyone's eyes, felt as though there was sympathy there, but he shook his head, thinking he must be mistaken. You're all good, he sneered, gritting his teeth. I lost this round, but the house here belongs to me. The yacht doesn't have much fuel. Probably enough for a few dozen kilometers at most. With over 20 people here, there's no way the boat can hold everyone. Without the house or resources, how long do you think you'll survive? Beg me, and maybe if I feel generous, I'll make things easier for you. His face was twisted with smug satisfaction. I replied calmly, "Done with your last words?" Lehu's grin faltered. "The house is mine now, so what are you so smug about? Call out your buddies." "There's only one man on this island," I said. "Bullshit. I saw 2 outfits, a black t-shirt and swim trunks. That's 2 people. Same guy? Just a wardrobe change." Lehu's laugh died abruptly. He glanced at the others, his face darkening. From the beginning, he had been played. The Jiang Chun and Lu Jian personas didn't exist. I was tricked, Lehu realized, trembling with rage. I didn't bother responding. "Time to send you off." He retreated further into the house and pulled out a lighter, waving it threateningly. "Step inside, and I'll burn the house down." His eyes were crazed. "When I get my chance, I'll make all of you wish you were dead." Just as he was about to slam the door, a streak of blue electricity struck him. His entire body went numb, the lighter falling to the floor. His eyes widened in disbelief. The current came out of nowhere. He suddenly recalled how his 2 lackeys had died. "You're the legendary Bachelor 240? A faint smirk played on my lips. "Correct. No prize for guessing." Another, more powerful surge of electricity coursed through him. He convulsed violently, his body charred as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The women let out breaths of relief, their gazes toward me etched with gratitude and immense relief. "Clean this place up," I ordered. They put up no resistance. Today, my actions had dominated and convinced them. The band of thugs that had terrorized them, only fit to be discarded. Without me, the consequences could have been unimaginable for them. Despite their lingering fear, the women began moving the bodies. 5 corpses were laid out in a clearing, the air thick with the stench of blood and charred flesh. Zhang Meng, after helping to haul the bodies, ran to a corner to vomit. The others were pale, their hands trembling. Yi Qinxue asked cautiously, "What do we do with the bodies?" "Burn them," I replied. They gathered firewood. The island was covered with dry bushes and grass, piling it all together into a large heap. Yi Qinxue took the lead, and the women placed the bodies onto the pyre. Using Lehu's lighter, she ignited the dry grass. The flames roared, spreading rapidly, smoke curling into the sky. Things they used to find unthinkable, the apocalypse had hardened them. They knew these men were villains, and watching the flames consume their remains seemed to bring them relief. I didn't personally assist, but stood nearby, looking out over the sea. The yacht was still there, people visible on board. Squinting, I enhanced my focus, recognizing the retreating figures of Megan, Hilton, Delice, and Kaneda Ng. They stood on the deck, glancing in my direction. A thought flashed. Were they planning to steal the yacht and escape? I didn't care. Lehu was right. The fuel was low. They'd only make it a few dozen kilometers before being stranded at sea, a fittingly pathetic fate. I coldly observed, curious about their choice. On the yacht, Megan and the others stared at the black smoke rising in the distance, uncertain of what was happening. "Is the house on fire?" Hilton asked, pointing. "No, they're burning something," someone else murmured anxiously. They had run to the southern beach earlier, filled with terror. After waiting a long time and realizing the thugs hadn't pursued them, they finally felt safe enough to regroup. Hilton, taking a bold step, swam back toward the western side, only to glimpse me alone, taking down 2 thugs. She had recoiled in fear and swam back hastily. "Jiang, you killed 2 thugs alone?" Megan seemed doubtful. Hilton nodded, her expression pale. "I saw it myself. He took them down in just a few moves." "What about the other 5? In the house?" Delice asked. Hilton shook her head. "I didn't dare get closer. No idea." The women exchanged uneasy glances. "Should we take the yacht and leave?" Hilton suggested tentatively. Megan's eyes brightened and agreed enthusiastically. The rest hesitated before nodding in agreement. They cautiously approached the yacht. Seeing the bodies of Chinganjian and the others on board, their faces turned ashen. Once aboard, they inspected the yacht. Trying to calm themselves, they threw the dead bodies overboard. Delice and Hilton checked the fuel meticulously. "It's not enough," Delice said after noting the gauge, shaking her head. "We can only make it a few dozen kilometers. Without food or water, we'll be as good as dead." The group fell silent. "Then do we go back?" Hilton whispered. Megan gritted her teeth, staring at the billowing smoke. If Jianyu really did handle the thugs, maybe being his woman wouldn't be the worst thing. Better than being brutalized by those animals. Her voice was low. Others stayed silent, but their expressions reflected reluctant agreement. Previously, their personalities had been wild and uninhibited, looking down on someone like me. But if I triumphed, their opinions would naturally change. Being with me was a matter of survival, painfully pragmatic. If they had other options, they wouldn't choose me. Let's secretly go back and see what's happening first, Megan decided. She led the descent from the boat, the others following close behind. The Eastern Reef. Wang Churen, Li Jiun, Audrey, Mai Waika, Kamaliva, and Deng Yuzhen gathered, fleeing to this spot. Black smoke rose in the distance. Is the house on fire? Audrey pointed out. Everyone's faces turned grim. Who won? Li Jiun whispered. No one answered. Wang Churen leaned against a reef and bit her lip. After a moment of silence, Deng Yuzhen finally said, Wait, if Jiang Yu won, I'll go find him. Everyone contemplated. Audrey lowered her head, remembering the hamburger given to her by Jack, nearly finished now. At first, she had meant to find me but got delayed. If I win, she'd be certain. Mai Waika and Kamaliva said nothing, lost in their thoughts. Li Jiun gritted her teeth. I want to go too. All right, Deng Yuzhen nodded. They reached a consensus, carefully heading toward the house. They moved past the reef and climbed up the slope. Looking into the distance, in the yard before the house, Yi Qingxue and others tended to the extinguished campfire. I stood by, clean and unscathed, not a single injury. Those thugs. Not a single one remained. Deng Yuzhen stopped in her tracks, her heart experiencing a storm within. He actually did it. One person, 8 vicious men slaughtered. She inhaled deeply, leading the other women toward me. We were back. Her voice was light and uncertain. Yi Qingxue glanced at her. She didn't blame them, only replied softly. Wang Churen stole a look at me. My expression was unreadable. They obediently stood on the side, not daring to utter a word. My gaze swept over the group of women who had returned. I said nothing, turning to step inside the house, only to reappear shortly with a bag of bread. Yi Qingxue, I called. She hurriedly came over. I handed her the bread. Distribute this to the women who stayed earlier. They performed well today. It was rare for me to offer praise. Without their efforts in holding back Lei Hu, resolving the situation would have been far tougher. The women's expressions reflected deep emotions. Zhang Meng and others smiled. Thank you. Jiang Yu. Holding the bread, even a small piece felt like a blessing to them. Deng Yuzhen and her group watched enviously, listening to the grumbling of their stomachs, yet none dared to reach out, ashamed. I continued speaking, my tone softening as I looked toward Yi Qingxue, Zhou Jiai, and Zhao Mingqi. You 3 did well. Come over tonight. I've made fish hot pot and stir-fried potatoes with meat as a reward. Yi Qingxue's eyes sparkled, nodding quickly. Zhou Jiai glanced at me, a faint, shy smile forming on her lips. Zhao Mingqi's joy couldn't be concealed, understanding that I had, indeed, accepted her now. Zhang Meng and the others clutched their bread as the taste suddenly seemed bland. All they could do was envy. They had backed the wrong side, simple as that. The women watched, eyes alight with calculation, plotting their chances to enter the house and savor that meal. As night fell, apart from the chosen 3, the others obediently returned to their rocky shelters. I retreated to the house to wash up and change into fresh clothes. The privileged trio, Yi Qingxue, Zhou Jiai, and Zhao Mingqi, were allowed to use some water to bathe, each granted 3 minutes. Ordinarily mundane, it was now a moment of immense satisfaction. Outside, the other women grew green with envy and bitterness. I wish I could bathe too, Zhang Meng whispered mournfully. Who doesn't? Su Lishuan's eyes glimmered with hidden thoughts. Inside, Zhou Jiai was the last to finish. She stepped out in nothing but a towel, damp hair trailing down her softly blushed face. I leaned against the bedhead, eyes closed, contemplating. A private message from Zhao Wei popped up. Hey bro, got a surprise for you. An amused smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. I connected the call with a gesture, beckoning Zhou Jiai over. She hesitated, catching on. It was Zhao Wei. Her emotions swirled between complexity and satisfaction, a good dose of anticipated revenge alongside it. Zhao Wei, you stabbed me in the back. Got what you deserved, she thought bitterly. She hadn't spoken before his voice cut in. Hey man, you good? So how's Jiai? Did you get her to explain everything? His tone was laced with anxiety. Zhou Jiai sneered silently, her disdain evident. Pathetic man. She approached me, unprepared as I pulled her directly into my arms. The suddenness drew a startled sound from her lips. Mindful of Zhao Wei on the other end, I kept my voice level. Zhao Wei, did you hear something? A woman outside handling some issue. Zhao Wei sounded unsure. You sure? That sounded different, like someone close by. But his suspicion quickly gave way to concern. So, man, did she explain it all? Jiai hasn't replied to my messages. I've been losing it over here. I stayed nonchalant. The last few days have been packed. Bandits stormed the island. Vicious killers, every last one. The place nearly went under. Zhao Wei gasped, his panic almost endearing. What? Bandits? Oh God, what about Jiai? Is she safe? She almost got caught. Good thing we had numbers. We dealt with it. I replied casually. Zhao Wei sighed audibly. Though it wasn't for her safety, it was relief I made it. Food was still his top priority. You're okay? What about Jai? Tell me she wasn't hurt. I smirked, knowing him too well. Behavior masked with niceties, but deep down, he likely wished me dead for full control over resources. She's safe enough. A few scratches. I'm giving her some treatment right now, I said, emphasizing the final word, my hand deliberately sliding along Zhou Jiai's waist. She glared at me, face flushed, while trying to stop me from continuing. Zhao Wei's breathing quickened. Treatment? Alone together? Damn it, nothing more, right? I didn't answer directly, letting speculative silence do the work. Yeah, speaking of, thanks, bro Jiai's finally come around. What? Really? He perked up instantly. Yes, she's gotten over it. Finally let go of all that resentment. Took a lot of effort on my end. Zhou Jiai's face grew hotter at my words, each one seeming to strip away her composure. What effort? Did she forgive me? Zhao Wei couldn't help but ask. I chuckled knowingly, glancing at the woman nestled against me. Why not ask her yourself? All right. Meeting her gaze. Baby, want to say hi to someone? She rolled her eyes before breaking into a peculiar smile. Drawing a deep breath, her voice held steady as she spoke into the call. Zhao Wei, I have something to tell you. I am, now Jiang Yu's woman. There was dead silence on the other end. After 5 seconds of silence, she replied, Jai, what are you saying? Are you mad at me and deliberately messing with me? He gave a forced laugh, trying to reassure himself. Jai, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have had another woman outside. I shouldn't have sworn. Forgive me. Zhou Jai remained silent. Zhao Wei was hypocritical and disgusting. Turning to me, he said hopefully, You're all working together to mess with me? Want to punish me? This joke has gone too far. A faint smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. Zhao Wei's heart sank to the bottom. He gritted his teeth and confessed, Jia Yi, I'm sorry. I remember how good you've been to me these past 3 years. I was an asshole. I didn't know how to cherish you. Zhou Jiai's voice was icy. Are you done? Zhao Wei froze. My hand moved over the soft curves, and Zhou Jiai's body trembled. She let out a soft cry. Don't. Her voice was sweet and coy, laced with embarrassment and irritation. Zhao Wei heard the intimacy in it. His face flushed red, his eyes nearly splitting open, and his teeth chattered. His fiancée was in my arms, and I was the very person he looked down on. His breathing grew heavy, like a volcano on the verge of erupting. I poured fuel on the fire. Zhao Wei, this is real. Jia Yi is my woman now. I chuckled softly. Thanks to your stab in the back, I saw Lu Yuru's true colors, and I also met Jia Yi. I lowered my head and said gently to Zhou Jiai, She's beautiful and very gentle. She's the kind of woman I want. Zhou Jiai blushed. She shot me a glare, but didn't refute it. Zhao Wei's breathing worsened, and he swallowed back the curse rising to his throat. Beside him, Dao Ge glared at him viciously and signaled with his eyes. Get the food. Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Wei's heart tightened. He was living under someone else's roof. If he offended me and the food supply was cut off, Dao Ge would not let him off. He took a deep breath, suppressed his ferocious expression, and said calmly, I see. Brother, with you taking care of Jia Yi, I'm relieved. I'm not worthy of being forgiven by her. In the apocalypse, who knows if we'll ever meet again. Since you two are fated, I wish you well. Zhou Jiai widened her eyes, unable to believe his tone. A playful smile curled at my lips. Zhao Wei continued his confession. I was wrong before. What happened with Lu Yuru? I had my own selfish reasons, but it was for your own good. She was vain and materialistic, and when she met young Master Zhang, she changed her heart. I wanted to spare you long-term pain by making it short-term. As for the job issue, it was young Master Zhang stirring things up. He cleaned himself up completely. Now that Jia Yi belongs to you, let's count it as compensation. We're even, okay? Zhou Jiai couldn't hold back. Zhao Wei, you're disgusting. I'm not a commodity. What right do you have to decide where I belong? Zhao Wei hurriedly said, Jia Yi, curse me or hate me all you want. I mean every word. Jiang Yu is better than me. I wish you both happiness. His voice was sincere, and Zhou Jiai trembled with anger. I patted her back to calm her down. I knew Zhao Wei was acting, afraid of provoking me into turning on him. He could even endure having his fiancée stolen, all just to survive. The lower the bottom line, the more invincible one becomes. Zhao Wei secretly swore, Jiang Yu, Zhou Jiai, one day you'll pay the price. But out loud he flatteringly asked, Brother, is there any food left? Got it, I replied flatly. Zhou Jiai leaned in my arms and said softly, Go to sleep early. Ignore him. Zhao Wei's face flushed red, and a green light seemed to glow over his head. I patted her perky curves, and she let out a jiaohu. Zhao Wei put on a fawning smile. Brother, you're really broad-minded. Let's let our matter be settled. I'll help take care of Jie, and I'll try to get more food. Brother, my life depends on you. Don't lie to me. Then he had a flash of inspiration. Can you help me contact Lu Yuru? If I can get my hands on her, I can get revenge. If you help me, I can give you more food, okay? My eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Yuru was the one Zhao Wei had instigated into ruining my ex-girlfriend. Since he could contact her, why not have some fun with her properly? I smiled. Fine. If you find her, I'll give you more stuff. Zhao Wei was overjoyed and hurriedly hung up, afraid I'd changed my mind. The room fell silent. I looked at Zhou Jie. Her face was red, her eyes carrying a mix of complicated emotions and anger. I hooked a finger under her chin. What I said just now was all true. What did you say? She blinked. You're beautiful and very gentle. Her face turned even redder. I smiled. It's time to rest. I lowered my head and kissed her. In the desolate Gobi settlement, several corpses lay nearby, their blood not yet dry, and the stench of blood was thick in the air. Zhao Wei and more than a dozen others sat in a miserable heap, their clothes torn and covered in sand. They had just come out of the desert. After hanging up, the smile on Zhao Wei's face vanished, replaced by a ferocious, venomous expression. Thinking of her soft cry, thinking of Zhou Jiai's words, thinking of my smug expression, his eyes almost spat fire. Bastard. He slammed a fist into the earthen wall and clenched his teeth. Jiang Yu, Zhou Jiai, you dog man and woman won't die well. He secretly made up his mind that he would definitely make us pay. The people beside him were secretly delighted at his misfortune. Dao Gu had an arm around a woman, groping her all over, while giving Zhao Wei a sidelong look. All right, stop howling. After this mess is over, if I get the chance, we brothers will help you settle the score. His tone was impatient. Right now, do as Jiang Yu says and help him find his old lover. If something goes wrong, you know the consequences. Zhao Wei's expression twisted with fear. Thinking of how someone had once shielded Brother Dao and been beaten to death as food, he shuddered. Brother Dao knows. I'll contact them right away. He opened the private chat interface to find the person. Brother Dao was smoking and holding a woman as he went into the room. Soon, pleas for mercy began to sound. Zhao Wei contacted Lu Yuro, and his hatred deepened. It's late at night on the island. The women were sitting in twos and threes beneath the rocks, looking at my little lit-up hut, each with her own thoughts. Zhou Jia had gone to find me, and still hadn't returned after a long time. Chen Sisi said softly, looks like she won't be back tonight. Her tone carried a hint of envy. Su Lishuan glanced at her, clearly preoccupied. Zhao Mengqi leaned against a rock, the corners of her mouth turned up. She was thinking that she needed to perform better tomorrow. She had accepted her fate and didn't care how many women were around me. Yi Qingxue was full and had closed her eyes to rest. The women who had performed poorly started scheming. Megan, Silton, Dilasai, and Jean Tian gathered to discuss. Megan frowned. We ran away in the middle of battle. Even though we later collected the bodies, Jiang Yu definitely won't have a good impression of us. Silton gritted her teeth. Then how about we wait until Zhou Jia comes out and all go apologize to him? They looked at one another, already knowing the likely answer. But if they wanted to survive, they had no choice but to accept it. Megan nodded. Fine, let's go when Jia comes. On the other side, Deng Yuzhen, Wang Churen, Audrey, Li Jun, Mai Weike, and Kamiva were discussing things. After hiding among the reefs on the east side for most of the day, they had missed the chance to deal with the corpses and had only eaten some stored fish chunks, leaving them hungry. Deng Yuzhen said calmly. This morning I said Jiang Yu can deal with the bandits. I'm going to find him. What about you all? Wang Churen nodded. If we want to live, we have to rely on Jiang Yu. There's no hope of getting off this stranded island. Audrey said, Jack burgers are almost gone. I don't have any other choice. Li Jiyun hesitated, then finally made up her mind. Mai Weike said, should we wait another day through the trial period? Maybe a little longer. Wang Churen shook her head. No. So many people died. The zombies and mutated beasts have become even stronger. Deng Yuzhen said, this island isn't safe. The system won't let people live easily. Once the trial period ends, zombies evolve, and even the sea creatures mutate. Their faces turned pale as they looked toward my hut. That was their only hope of survival. Deng Yuzhen said, I'll go check the situation first and ask Jiang Yu what he thinks. Everyone nodded. Su Lishuan, Chen Sisi, Qin Fei, and Watanabe Huan now were discussing things while holding bread. They had seen how powerful I was and how decisive and ruthless I could be in killing. On the public chat, there were too many villains. I only used food to threaten people, which already made me count as a righteous man. Su Lishuan frowned. Where's Zhongming? Chen Sisi said. She went to the bathroom. She's been out for a long time. Su Lishuan looked toward my hut, her expression meaningful. Yi Qingxue leaned against the rock, the corners of her mouth carrying a smile. She guessed something, but didn't say it. Inside the room, Zhou Jia finally came out. Her way of walking was a little unnatural, and her eyes were full of resentment. I was too tired to know whether she was tired. She took a deep breath and walked toward the rocks. Just as she took a few steps, there was a knock at the door. I opened it, and it was Zhang Ming. She wore a burgundy camisole dress, her figure full and alluring. The corners of my mouth lifted, and I stepped aside. She let out a soft laugh and came in. The door closed. I looked at her. She was nearly 30, a mature beauty, like a ripe peach in season. Though she looked disheveled and somewhat battered, it couldn't hide her sensual, alluring charm. The entertainment industry had labeled her a sexy goddess. She stared at me, the corners of her lips curved. Seeing me look at her, she straightened her chest and giggled. Look enough. Her teasing voice was languid. I withdrew my gaze. Why did you come? She rolled her eyes coquettishly. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. I want to eat something. I'm starving to death. She lifted her chest slightly. You agreed to the terms. I just don't know whether you'd take a liking to a woman older than you. Her tone was self-mocking, and she didn't avoid my eyes. I asked in return, do you think I'm worse than an animal? She froze, then laughed so hard her whole body trembled. You're really interesting. No wonder even someone as scheming as Zhao Mengqi is willing to follow you willingly. And even Yi Qingxue, who's so proud, took the initiative to come. Today, when you helped deal with the bandits, I really admire you. I looked at Zhang Ming. You did pretty well today too. From Yi Qingxue, I learned what she had gone through dealing with the bandits. She was indeed thoughtful, and she made me see her in a new light. I asked her, you know my conditions, so what about your husband? The news said you two were very much in love. Zhang Ming curled her lip in disdain. That deep love was just an act. We did love each other at first, but later it was all tied up with fate. He keeps several women outside, and I can't be bothered to care. I want peace and quiet. He wants reputation. We each get what we need. I asked again, then you never went out and had some fun yourself? She suddenly laughed. The entertainment industry is a huge dive vat, but there are still good girls, like Wang Churen. She has a lot of haters, but she's a good person. My gaze was burning. I'm asking about you. She blinked and smiled seductively. Me? You can think of me as a bad woman. She came closer, almost pressing herself against me. I frowned and pointed toward the bathroom. Go take a shower first. Zhang Ming froze. You think I'm dirty? I nodded. She shot me a glare, then obediently went to wash up. I traded 3 sets of clothes with the little crab and picked out a black sequined fishtail gown to hand to her. A few minutes later, Zhang Ming came out in the dress, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, her curves fully on display. She spun around and asked, do I look good? I nodded. Not bad. She pouted. Just not bad. Then she leaned in to press against me, and I pulled her into my arms. Arms around my neck, she giggled. Looks like you do like me. I smiled. Didn't you say you were a bad woman? She blinked. Scared. I smiled. Scared? I want to know just how bad you are. She leaned close and whispered something in my ear, a blazing heat flashing in her eyes. I picked her up and walked toward the bed. Outside, the night was deep. Beside the stone, the women guessed that I and Zhang Ming had gone inside. Their expressions complicated. Megan frowned in frustration. She beat me to it. Sealton said, she won't stay the whole night. Deng Yuzhen looked at the little cottage with its lit window and sighed. Is it really this hard to find Jiangyu now? The island was unusually quiet, with only the sound of waves and insects. The women couldn't sleep. First, they were hungry. Their stomachs felt like they were on fire. Second, they worried about the future. The road ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. At midnight, the system prompt appeared. The 4th day of the apocalypse has ended. 1.1 billion dead, 3.6 billion survivors. Friendly reminder, tomorrow is the final day of the trial period. Hold on, and there will be surprises, and shocks too. Zombies and mutant beasts will become much stronger. The women's hearts turned cold, and the public chat erupted into wails. A female player screamed about a mutant pig, then her voice cut off. Another woman roared. It's the apocalypse now, so we can only grit our teeth and hold on. Damn system. I, Wu Rian, am not afraid of you. Then came the sound of a dog whining for mercy, followed by fading screams. The public chat went quiet for a moment, then suddenly changed tone. Keep holding on. The system surprise won't disappoint us. System Daddy, this is so fun, woo-woo. I'm very obedient, so don't come for me. The players were afraid of dying and didn't dare complain. I lay in bed listening to the public chat, secretly wiping sweat from my forehead. Before, many people had complained about the system, especially when they couldn't get guns. Thank heavens the system hadn't held a grudge. Zhang Ming, drenched in fragrant sweat, leaned against my chest, her fingers lightly tapping my chest. Seeing my look of lingering fear, she asked curiously, do you think I'm a tiger, or are you thinking of something else? I lowered my head to look at her. The blush on her face had not faded, making her even more alluring. You still dare call yourself a tiger? I was reading the public chat and remembered something. What thing? Nothing. I didn't want to say I was afraid of the system. She giggled, her fingers sliding downward. Tired. I took the opportunity to pin her down. She cried out, and I covered her mouth. A little after 3 in the morning, Zhang Meng came out, leaning against the doorframe. The sea breeze made her legs weak, and she could barely stand. Her face carried a look of lingering fear and regret. If I'd known, I shouldn't have provoked that guy. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women. How can he be so strong? She was surprised. Others were starving and losing weight, but he not only hadn't slimmed down, he'd actually gained muscle. He was far stronger than an ordinary man. Thinking of her own husband, who only cared about wine and women and still thought of himself as impressive, she let out a bitter laugh. Compared with Jiang Yu, he was a joke. She took a deep breath, steadied her soft legs, and headed toward the rocks. The women beneath the boulder hadn't slept. Hunger had already begun to hit. When they saw Zhang Meng return, their eyes fixed on her. She had changed into a shiny silver nightdress, and the strappy gown had clearly lost the battle. Her hair was down, and her face was glowing. She looked completely different from just a few hours ago. Bag-like object. Many women's eyes flickered with eagerness, ready to make a move. Silton and Megan exchanged a glance and stood up, staring toward my hut. Deng Yuzhen and Wang Charan looked anxious. Zhang Meng curled her lips into a smile. She's clever. She went to find Jiang Yu early. She walked toward the stone. He said he's resting and doesn't want to be disturbed. Silton hesitated. Really? You're not lying to us, are you? Go knock on the door and try for yourself, Zhang Meng said with a faint smile. Silton gritted his teeth and didn't move. Megan shook her head. Forget it. Don't piss him off. Silton had no choice but to sit back down. Deng Yuzhen and the others felt the same, clutching their stomachs as hunger became unbearable. Zhang Meng walked toward Yi Qingxue and the other women. Zhao Mingqi was there too. She considered herself my woman and wanted to stay with the sisters. Seeing her and the bag, Yi Qingxue smiled. Did Jiang Yu ask you to bring something? Zhang Meng froze. You guessed right. He really did ask me to bring this. She took out the bag, which was full of small bread rolls, golden and tempting. Yi Qingxue recognized them immediately. They had been traded for 2 whole boxes of pickled fish. Someone had hidden bread and gnawed on it for 4 days. Only when they were too greedy to hold out any longer did they trade it away. A rare smile appeared on Yi Qingxue's face. That guy finally listened to me. She had said the women outside were starving and had only brought back 1 fish to ease the hunger a little. If this went on, something bad would happen. Though she didn't feel sorry for them, the system might reward her. Many people wanted to find me, but he was too busy. I only said and told her to consider it, then let them keep starving a little longer. Yi Qingxue thought to herself that I'd endured long enough. Having Zhang Meng bring back bread after 3 in the morning was perfectly timed. It was exactly when Megan and the others were planning to come find me. Looking at Zhang Meng, Yi Qingxue suddenly had a thought. I may have instructed that if the women didn't perform well, they wouldn't get bread. Only when they performed well would it be handed out. Truly heartless. Yi Qingxue looked toward my hut and felt relieved she had gone to find me. Su Lishuan and Qin Sisi lit up at the sight of the bread. Where did this come from? Did Jiang Yu give it to you? Su asked urgently. Zhang Meng smiled. Of course. Jiang Yu asked me to bring it. That guy can't bear to let you all go hungry. The words can't bear to carried special weight. Su Lishuan curled her lip. Would a ruthless man have such tenderness? The sun was about to rise, and they stared at the bread, unable to look away. They wanted to rush over and grab it all, but they didn't dare. That belonged to me. Is Jiang Yu really giving this to us? Megan asked, still finding it hard to believe. Zhang Meng glanced at her. It's the middle of the night, and I brought bread back. Of course it's for you. Megan fell silent. Seeing the women's eyes fixed on the bread, Zhang Meng smiled. Jiang Yu asked me to give each of you 2 pieces, enough to last until tomorrow. The others still couldn't believe it. The ruthless man was actually showing kindness? But food was life, and they were all grateful to me. After all, they really were starving. Bread could restore energy, and they could continue looking for food tomorrow. Quick, hand it out. Yi Qingxue passed 2 to Su Lishuan. Zhou Jiai and Zhao Mengqi helped, and soon everything was distributed. Each person got 2 pieces of bread. Yi Qingxue and the others didn't take any. Jin Tianying, starving, tore open the wrapper and took small bites. Qin Fei and Qin Sisi ate as well. Many people saved theirs and hid them away to keep for tomorrow. They looked toward my hut, where the lights had gone out, and felt complicated emotions. Deng Yuzhen and the others silently resolved that tomorrow they would definitely come find me. The women returned to their various places. Just moments ago, they had been unable to sleep from hunger. Now they were unable to sleep because they were preoccupied. Zhang Meng rubbed her waist and yawned. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep. Soon, she was fast asleep. Yi Qingxue glanced at her, knowing she was completely worn out. Zhou Jiai and Zhao Mingqi fell asleep too. The area beneath the stone became silent. The next morning, I woke up just as dawn was breaking. After last night's exercise and shower, I had slept quite well. Having just played the role of an old ox, I hoped I wouldn't be plowing fields again in my dreams. I stretched and was about to get up. Ding! Player the luckiest man in the world requests a private chat. A smile curled at the corner of my mouth. This guy was efficient. Not even in the morning, and he was already looking for me. He must have found Lu Yuru. I accepted the private chat. Brother, I found Lu Yuru. Zhao Wei's excited voice came through. I raised an eyebrow. Pretty efficient, huh? Your business is my business. Zhao Wei paused. But she's with Zhang Jie, and things are miserable for her. I just laughed. That's good news. Why the gloomy face? Zhao Wei froze, not expecting me to change so drastically and stop clinging to Lu Yuru. Seeing the beauties around me, jealousy surged in his heart. He went along with it verbally. Yeah, she deserves it. I'll have her contact you. Then he added, when she heard you were single forever 250, she was shocked and furious, said you just got lucky. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Have her contact me then. I ended the private chat. Less than a minute later, ding. Player crying her heart out in the BMW requests private chat. I almost laughed out loud. Back then, she said, I want love in a BMW, not an ordinary life on a bicycle. Now she was crying, truly living up to her wish. Amused, I accepted the call. Jiang Yu, is that you? A hoarse, sobbing voice. I frowned. Lu Yuru, it's me. I finally found you. She was crying so hard she could barely breathe. I was annoyed. If you keep crying, I'm hanging up. The crying stopped abruptly. She was stunned. In the past, I would have been jealous and begged her not to leave, working hard to make money for her. She, however, got into Zhang Xiao's BMW without looking back and mocked me as a loser. After being hungover for 3 days, she looked down on me for being useless. Now I was cold, like a stranger. Disappointed and angry, she said, Jiang Yu, I miss you. Only in the apocalypse did I realize how good you were. I regret it. Her crying grew even louder. There was a knock at the door, and Yi Qingxue came in. Her hair was tied up, neat and refreshing. Seeing that I was in a private chat, she seemed about to leave. I beckoned to her and pulled her into my arms. She looked at me curiously. I mocked Lu Yuru. Don't you have Zhang Xiao? You said he was true love, precious and priceless, while I was worthless. Her voice became even sadder. Wah, I was wrong. I was vain and let you down. I followed the wrong person, she sobbed. I'm living in hell. Zhang Jie had his subordinates make me serve them. It's worse than death. I wanted to kill myself, but then I thought of you and couldn't die. I had to say I'm sorry. She was crying so hard, she sounded heartbroken. Yi Qingxue leaned against my chest, and when our eyes met, a hidden smile appeared in hers. This woman really knows how to act. I sneered coldly. No need to apologize. She mistook my tone for softness. Jiang Yu, you forgive me? I knew you still loved me. I cut her off. No, you're thinking too much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be living such a good life. Thanks to you, I saw people's true colors and met someone better. I lowered my head and looked at Yi Qingxue. Lu Yuru froze. What did you say? My voice turned icy. I don't hate you anymore. Go die in peace. Silence, like death. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Yi Qingxue smiled and obediently nestled in my arms. Lu Yuru's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss, and she cried even harder. Jiang Yu, I was wrong. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just want you to know you were the one I loved most. Let me say everything before I die, and I'll be satisfied. You want me dead, so I'll grant your wish. Her tone was resolute. I let out a cold laugh. You really know how to act, using retreat as advance and thinking I'd soften. Wait. She was overjoyed. Don't stop me. Let me die. Who said I was stopping you? I said teasingly. You want to open video chat and let me watch you die? Don't worry. Otherwise, if you don't die, you'll just come back to bother me. She flew into a rage. Jiang Yu, you bastard. I'm your ex-girlfriend. How can you be this heartless? You still want to watch me die? Are you even human? I said calmly. So what if I admit I loved you before? I sneered. You dumped me, thought I was poor, and got into someone else's car without looking back. And now you want my sympathy? Did water get into your brain? What made you think I'd like you? Every sentence stabbed into her heart like a knife. She trembled, wanting to curse but unable to speak. I was cold, sharp, and merciless. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, she cried again. Jiang Yu, for the sake of how I helped you before? I'm backed into a corner, she pleaded. Impatient, I said. Weren't you the one who wanted to die? And now before dying you want me to help you? Should I also mail you some blade fragments? She gritted her teeth in hatred, but still tried to flatter me. As long as you can calm down, you can scold me however you want. Please forgive me. I suddenly interrupted her. Is Zhang Jie beside you? My tone turned cold. Tell him to get out here. She panicked. No, he isn't here. Pa. A slap rang out. Zhang Jie said darkly. Bitch. You can't even handle this little thing. What use do I have for you? I narrowed my eyes. Zhang Jie had shown up. He snorted coldly. Jiang Yu. Useless trash and you've got some nerve? Your ex-girlfriend is suffering and you don't feel any sympathy? What kind of man are you? I sneered. She chose it herself. Young Master Zhang is generous. He even handed over women just to survive. That's green enough for you. Zhang Jie panted heavily. You piece of shit, looking for death. He and Lu Yuro had been teleported to a ruined village, where they could only chew on insects, ants, and tree bark. His teammates were fitness coaches and thugs, all strong and burly. He made Lu Yuro serve as underlings before he'd let her be his woman. This was a thorn in his side. My words made his face burn hot. I said disdainfully, You're almost starving to death and still acting arrogant? Do you think you're still a rich second-generation brat? Wake up, this is the apocalypse now. My hand slid around the waist of Yi Qingxue beside me. She let out a soft hum and grabbed my hand. Lu Yuro heard it. Jiang Yu, which bitch are you with? Yi Qingxue's voice was icy. Lu Yuro, watch your mouth. She froze. President Yi? Lu Yuro's voice trembled. Why are you with Jiang Yu? I pulled Yi Qingxue closer. I have more than 20 goddess teammates. Qingxue is my woman. And then there's Zhao Mengqi, Zhou Jiai, Zhang Ming. With them around, what is your cheap, worn-out shoe worth? Lu Yuro's face flushed red, and she was speechless. Zhang Jie exploded in anger. Yi Qingxue, the ice beauty, actually going with a loser. Yi Qingxue said coldly. What do you call a man who hands women over willingly? Zhang Jie raged. He's the loser. You. Bitch, you're so high and mighty, yet you're with a loser. Truly lowly. Lu Yuro chimed in. Even I wouldn't want him, and you still think you can have him? You dumped the simp and still defend him. Aren't you disgusting? Zhao Mengqi, Zhang Ming, and Zhou Jiai came over. Zhao Mengqi said angrily, You're the ex-girlfriend of our master? Have some shame. Calling him a simp? Take a look at the caliber of the man beside you. Zhang Ming sneered. Did he make instant noodles for you? Or cook hot pot fish, pickled cabbage fish, steak? Jiang Yu has all of that. The private chat was filled with swallowing sounds. And it wasn't just Lu Yuro and Zhang Jie. More people were too. Lu Yuro shrieked. Lies. Jiang Yu is useless. He just got lucky. I stood up and went to the kitchen to boil water, then opened a packet of instant noodles. Zhang Ming continued. The fish slices are thin. Once they go into the pot, they curl up, white and tender, and when dipped in sauce, they melt in your mouth. The swallowing sounds grew louder. Zhang Jie cursed angrily. Shut up, bitch. Without a system, you're trash. Zhang Ming mocked him. If you're so capable, why don't you make the system recognize you as its god-grandson? Without the support of a family, you're still trash. Zhang Jie was so furious he was speechless. Lu Yuro forced herself to argue. So what if there's a system? Raising useless mouths will starve you to death sooner or later. I poured the boiling water into the instant noodles. If the two of you dog men and women can't live well, then I'm relieved. I'll live a good life with the women, and it's time for you to hit the road. Zhang Jie sneered. We're separated by such a distance, and you still dare to talk big? If someone's going to die, you die first. The corner of my mouth curled up. You've got no chance. Letting you show your face for 3 episodes was my mistake. I can't waste any more time. Then I suddenly asked, who wants instant noodles? Whoever wants some. Kill Zhang Jie and Lu Yuro within 10 minutes. Zhang Jie's expression changed drastically, and he turned to look at his underlings. Everyone's eyes were full of hungry, wolf-like intent. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Jie's palms. Cut off the private chat now. Lu Yuro hurriedly turned off the call, her face pale. In the abandoned village, brick walls had collapsed, and dried corpses lay scattered on the ground. More than 20 bodies had already fallen, leaving only 13 people with sallow, gaunt faces and greenish eyes. The temptation of instant noodles was immense, and everyone had heard it. Someone couldn't help swallowing. Zhang Jie wiped sweat from his palms as his underlings' gazes slowly changed, lips licking at their own mouths. He said shakily, Don't believe him. It's just a bowl of instant noodles. If you're looking for food, there'll be as much as you want. No one answered. Only wolfish stares remained fixed on him. Panicked, Zhang Jie pointed at Lu Yuro. You want to have her? All of you, go together. After you're done enjoying yourselves, then go look for food. Lu Yuro glared. Are you even human? A slap came down on her face. Shut up, you bitch. Isn't this all because of you that I ended up like this? She covered her face and cried, speechless. The others were still staring at the two of them, their eyes filled only with desire for food. Lu Yuro was disheveled, in torn clothes, covered in injuries, with no trace of charm left. The allure of instant noodles was deadly. Zhang Jie's body trembled. Lu Yiru came to her senses. Don't believe Jiang Yu. He's lying to you. The others exchanged glances, murmuring faintly. There's not enough time. The private chat was cut off, and I didn't pay it any more mind. If Zhang Jie was smart, he'd come eventually. One bowl of instant noodles for 2 lives. Not a loss. Lu Yiru had long since lost all affection. She dumped the poor for Zhang Jie, and even caused me trouble. Now that things had come to this, she deserved it. Zhao Wei sent me a private message, but I didn't reply. I glanced at the 4 women in the house. After eating big fish and meat for the past 2 days, this morning we'll have egg fried rice. Last night, I had intentionally cooked several extra basins of rice. They didn't dare be picky. They knew that if they dared make suggestions, they'd be sent straight out the door, and beyond that was the sea. Jump in and you drown. I took out 4 eggs. Someone asked, who knows how to cook? They looked at each other. Yi Qingxue, the CEO, had never so much as touched spring water with her 10 fingers. Zhang Meng, an actress, whose husband was a film emperor, had nothing to do with the kitchen. Zhao Mingqi's skill points were invested elsewhere. Zhou Jai nodded. I can. All right, you fry it. She nodded, and the 3 of them helped out. The kitchen was cramped, so she drove the 3 of them out and busied herself alone. I sat by the table and tapped a rhythm on it. Thump, 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 like a death knell. 3 minutes later, the system prompt appeared. Player, I'd rather have my brothers stab me twice. Requests a private chat. Accept? A smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. They've come. I opened the private chat. A hoarse, urgent male voice said, Mr. Jiang, is this real or fake? Let me see the instant noodles first. As soon as I sent the picture, a steaming bowl of braised beef instant noodles appeared. Springy noodles, rich broth. The other side fell silent. 2 minutes, I said, not in a hurry at all. Please wait. 2 minutes later, a picture came through. I enlarged it. Zhang Jie was lying on the ground, several knife wounds across the front of his floral shirt, blood staining everything. Beside him lay Lu Yiru, her throat marked by a deep, strangling bruise, her tongue slightly protruding, her face purple-black. Their eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. I felt no ripple in my heart, as if I were looking at 2 ants that had been stepped on to death. Well done. I replied with those 4 words and sent over the instant noodles. A flash of white light later, the noodles disappeared. The egg fried rice is ready. Zhou Jia brought over the pan, the golden aroma wafting strongly. I silently praised her for having the bearing of a good wife and mother. The 3 of them took bowls, served me first, then helped themselves. I took a bite. Not bad. During the meal, I planned out today's tasks. The trial period's final day. After midnight, zombies would undergo a major mutation, and the apocalypse would become even harsher. I needed to stock up on more food. We had a yacht, and Yi Qingxue could drive it, so we could go farther out to fish. By the shore, cast nets only worked in shallow water. To fish in deeper waters, we'd need a trawl net. I set down my bowl and opened the market. 1 gene of fish could be exchanged for several kinds of nets. Zhao Mingqi asked, Master, what are the nets for? I looked at Yi Qingxue. You'll drive the yacht and take me out farther to fish. The women's eyes lit up. They didn't doubt my fishing ability. Yi Qingxue immediately nodded. The 3 of them asked carefully, Can we go too? I glanced at them. If you can go, then don't cause trouble. The 3 women hurriedly nodded. After packing up, the 5 of them left the room. The sunlight was perfect, and the sea breeze was gentle. Jiang Yu, Deng Yuzhen, and Wang Charan came quickly from beside the boulder. Deng Yuzhen was wearing a milky white camisole dress that was sexy and eye-catching, but her face was exhausted. Wang Charan's silver gown was stained with mud, making her look utterly disheveled. Seeing the dragnet, they asked, You're going out? Yi Qingxue looked at the disappointment in their eyes. They came looking for me. Deng Yuzhen asked softly, Can we borrow the cast net? I raised an eyebrow and remained coldly silent. She hurriedly explained, Last night Zhang Ming handed out bread, 2 pieces for each person. It wasn't enough to eat. We wanted to try our luck and catch some fish and shrimp. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. The 4 of them knew my rules, so they didn't dare say it openly. I gave the 2 women a cold look. Forgot the rules? Yesterday was an exception. Deng Yuzhen met my gaze. I agree to your terms, but can we owe you for now? We're too hungry. Wang Charan chimed in. We won't go back on our word. Please help us. They were all top-tier actresses, yet at this moment they were speaking humbly and deferentially. I was silent for a moment. Seeing that they were truly hungry, I said, Wait here. I went back inside, took the cast net, and handed it over. If you can't catch anything, don't force it. If there's danger, no one will save you. They took it with both hands, eyes red. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Wang Charan even bowed repeatedly. I waved them off and took the 4 women toward the yacht. The two women looked at our backs with envy and bitter smiles. So cold. Only Yi Qingxue can feel his warmth. Deng Yuzhen lowered her head and looked at the net. Don't overthink it. Let's fish first. They quickly headed toward the rocks. The five of us arrived at the yacht. Yesterday, Megan and the others had tied the boat down in a death knot. After being soaked by seawater, it had tightened even more, and it took a few tugs to loosen it. The cabin had been cleaned simply and was fairly tidy. Yi Qingxue checked the instruments. Though not very skilled, she was able to manage. The engine roared, and the bow cut through the sea, kicking up white spray. The sea breeze blew everyone's hair into disarray. Zhang Ming stood at the bow, opening her chest and spreading her arms. Oh my God, this feels like a vacation, not the end of the world. Zhou Jiai leaned against the rail and looked at the line where sea and sky met, her expression dazed. Zhao Mingqi gripped the handrail, her face pale. She was seasick and said nothing, afraid she'd be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. I stood at the bow, judging the sea surface by eye. Go that way. I pointed toward the deep waters to the southeast. Yi Qingxue steered the boat, and the yacht moved forward slowly. On the island, the women were fishing with cast nets, their expressions complicated as they watched the yacht. Su Lishuan leaned against the rocks. Her floral sleepwear clung to her body in the wind, outlining her curves fully as she bit into half a piece of bread. Chen Sisi stood with her legs together, staring at the yacht's shadow for a long time without moving. They've gone out, Su said quietly, her tone disappointed. Chen Sisi responded with an For 2 days they had been unable to find me, and I had been busy. The women had different expressions, staring at the yacht as if unable to come back to themselves. After the boat had traveled for 20 minutes, I told Yi Qingxue to slow down. I stood at the bow and examined the sea carefully. It was calm, the water depth was suitable for fishing. Seabirds were circling, there was plenty of plankton, and lots of small fish. With small fish around, big fish would come too. A good spot. Right here. Stop the boat. Yi Qingxue stopped the yacht, and I took the small dragnet to inspect it. The net had been modified from a single-panel gill net, about 20 meters long. The mouth was fitted with floats and sinkers working together, opening it into a bag shape. The mesh was large enough to trap small fish. I tied the net rope securely to the stern and gradually lowered it into the water section by section. Once it entered the water, the net formed a funnel shape, with the floats bobbing on the surface and the sinkers pulling downward. Move forward, slowly. Yi operated the yacht at a crawl, and the tail of the net spread wider with the waves. I watched the net gather fish. 15 minutes later, I stopped the boat. Pull the net up. The net was full of fish, weighing 200 or 300 pounds. I gripped the rope tightly with both hands, the veins in my arms bulging as sweat seeped through my skin. The three women were desperately helping to haul it in. Zhao Mingqi shouted, "Fish! I see so many fish." Zhang Ming also cried out excitedly, "Oh my God, there are so many fish." I yanked hard, and the net bag was dragged over the side of the boat. I untied the mouth of the net. With a whoosh, the school of fish poured out. Silver glinting ribbonfish, golden yellow croakers, sea bass and blue crabs waving their claws, and cuttlefish spraying ink. Enough to eat for a long time. I counted. The largest Spanish mackerel weighed 15 or 16 gene, and there were some 12 and 13 gene ones too. There were several sea bass, black sea bream, groupers, and yellow croakers, with the ribbonfish the longest over a meter. Adding in the mixed fish, crabs, and cuttlefish, it came to 70 or 80 gene in total. That's enough. Stop fooling around. Get ready to head back to the island. Zhang Ming looked at the sea base. Let's eat this one tonight, okay? Steamed. I glanced at her, saying nothing. She pouted and said no more. Yi Qingxue smiled and steered the boat back to the island. The three women hurried to sort the fish into buckets. As the yacht docked, the women who had been foraging for food ran over. They used hand-cast nets to catch a few small fish and almost fell into the sea. When they saw the catch on my deck, their eyes went wide. So many, Deng Yuzhen said in shock, her mouth hanging open. Wang Churen covered her mouth, full of envy. They had only managed to bring back a fish weighing a dozen gene or so. How could that compare to my full haul? Su Lishuan and Chen Sisi exchanged a glance, then Toto Malami. I swept my gaze over the women, picked up 2 buckets of fish, and walked toward the little hut, with the 4 women following behind. Yi Qingxue brought up the rear. Megan looked at my back, her lips moving, but she said nothing. The other women sighed and turned away in silence. Yi Qingxue's arm was tugged. "Sister Yi, wait." It was Su Lishuan, with Chen Sisi beside her, eyes full of pleading. The 3 of them walked behind a rock. "Say it, what is it?" Yi Qingxue asked bluntly. Su Lishuan took a deep breath. "Sister Yi, I've thought it through. I want to be with Jiang Yu, but he's busy and I can't find the right chance. Can you help me?" Chen Sisi pleaded. "Me too." Sister Qingxue, you trust him the most. Please help us. Yi Qingxue smiled. Sure, I'll talk to him for you. Then she turned and said, but tomorrow is the last day of the trial period. The system said there'll be a surprise. Won't you regret making this decision today? Su Lishuan asked, Sister Yi, do you regret it? She froze, then laughed. Never. Go back first and wait for news. In the hut, I had just put down the fish and was about to take a shower. Yi Qingxue came over. Jiangyu, someone's looking for you. Su Lishuan and Qin Sisi want to come over, and you're here to pass on the message? I raised an eyebrow. Two beauties throwing themselves at you, and that's your reaction? I thought about what they were like. Su Lishuan was the campus beauty. Back when I was deeply in love with Lu Yuru, I didn't feel much about her. There were plenty of rumors about Qin Sisi, but from what I saw on the island, if she were really that kind of person, she would have come over long ago. Cook more for dinner and call them over. I glanced at Yi Qingxue and the three women, calculating in my heart. I'd lost a bit of supplies, but my waist strength had increased a lot, not a loss. Yi Qingxue blushed, knowing I was making calculations in my head. Okay, I'll go tell them. There was movement at the door, and Megan Silton came in. Her hair was damp, and her appearance had recovered by about 30%. Jiangyu, can I come in if I have something to talk about? The four women exchanged glances and smiled. She'd come to look for me too, I said helplessly. Being too capable can be a problem too. I'm swamped. Come in. They stepped over the threshold, and the system prompt indicated that their loyalty was at the lowest level. The corner of my mouth curved. They're not sincerely seeking refuge. They're just starving and want to mooch a meal. Their mouths said yes, but their hearts were cursing. No need to force it. I said to Yi Qingxue, if there's anything, talk to them. I'm going to take a shower. I grabbed my clothes and went into the bathroom. It was hot in the summer, and I was sweaty anyway. I deliberately kept them waiting, teaching them to rein in their arrogance. Megan Silton's expression stiffened as she gritted her teeth and endured it. Yi Qingxue didn't invite them to sit. The two of them glanced around the room, inhaling the fragrance in the air, and swallowed. What do you want with Jiangyu? Yi Qingxue asked directly. The two women hesitated, then remembered Jiang Yu's instructions before saying, we want to join Jiangyu. We'll agree to all the conditions. Yi Qingxue showed a look that said she wasn't surprised. You're too late. Megan was stunned. Deng Yuzhen and Wang Charan came early to borrow the net, but without paying a price they couldn't borrow it. They had to agree to the conditions, so they count as half as women. Just now Su Lishuan and Qin Sisi also came. It was exactly as you guessed. The two women's expressions changed drastically. Jiangyu is too busy to handle it right now. Wait a bit. Yi Qingxue said lightly. Deng Yuzhen and Wang Charan still owe debts. He doesn't like people owing him. He'll collect it back within a few days. It won't be too late for you to come after that. The two women reluctantly came in, but the first four women were very determined. A new stage was about to begin tomorrow, and it was better to keep things simple with women. Silton wanted to speak, but Megan held her back. She was dissatisfied but didn't dare to show it. Let's go back first. The two women forced a smile, and Yi made no effort to keep them. The two turned and left. Not long after they left, Megan said viciously, what's so great about her? Does she really think she's irresistible? Silton snorted coldly. It's just luck that she was chosen by the system. Without any rewards, where would she get so much food? If she won't keep us, then we'll find admirers to trade for food. Hold on one more day? Tomorrow might be different. With a cold look, she strode away. Back at the boulder, the other women looked at them, but they didn't answer and sat in a corner. After I finished showering and came out, I saw the two women weren't there, so I looked at Yi Qingxue. She smiled. I told them to line up. They weren't willing, so they left. I nodded and said nothing. In the afternoon, after lunch, I took the four women fishing. We didn't go into deep water. We used hand-thrown nets and harpoons. Although the skills were there, luck was unpredictable. After being busy for 2 or 3 hours, we caught 3 large fish weighing 3 or 4 jin each. The rest were small fish and shrimp. We've used up all our luck this morning, Zhang Meng muttered. I said nothing and took the catch back. Together with the fish left over from the morning and the stock we already had, it was enough to eat. I went to fetch seawater, and in 5 days we had stored more than 1,000 liters. There were 3 300-liter bathing barrels, enough to use for several days. System experience. The end was approaching, and the public chat was growing more and more desperate. Some people cried out that they had run out of ammunition and food, and after the last biscuits were gone, they didn't dare go out to search for food. Some reported mutant beast attacks. 5 people had died, and they were left drinking porridge. Some were barely holding on for 2 days. The chat was filled with complaints and exhaustion. With food, water, and medicine in short supply for many days, while zombies and mutant beasts attacked, the difficulty had risen sharply. After the 4 women finished eating, they returned to their room. I lay on the bed and closed my eyes to rest, waiting. A knock came at the door. Come in. Su Lishuan and Chen Cece came in. Su was wearing a floral pajamas set, bare-faced and nervous. Chen Cece had long, straight legs and an awkward expression. Both women's gazes fell on the table. 2 bowls of steaming white rice, with shredded potato and pork and oil beside them. Their eyes lit up. They had not been full at night, and now seeing the rice made their stomachs rumble. A smile flashed at the corner of my mouth. Sit down. Eat first. The 2 sat down with trembling hands, unable to hold their chopsticks steadily. Su took the first bite, her eyes turning red. It was the first hot meal she'd had in 5 days, and she nearly cried. Chen lowered her head and shoveled rice into her mouth, tears falling into the bowl and mixing with the rice as she swallowed. I leaned back in the chair and checked their loyalty. To my surprise, Su Lishuan 52, accepted. Chen Cece 47, accepted. Their loyalty wasn't low. Among Yi Qingxue and the other 4 women, the highest was Zhou Jiayi at 75, and the lowest was Zhang Ming at 62. Before they even had any actual relationship with me, their loyalty had already reached accepted, which showed they were sincere. Just as I was calculating things, a noisy disturbance outside interrupted my thoughts. What's going on outside? Su Lishuan asked, looking up. I opened the door and was shocked to see many women standing outside, their faces full of fear and unease. Yi Qingxue said softly. They saw on the public chat that tonight is the final night. After midnight, the mutants will become stronger, so they got scared and wanted to stand guard outside. She added, they think your room is safe. I glanced at them and nodded. If you want to stay, then stay. They all breathed a sigh of relief and found places to sit around the room. Some people peeked through the open door and saw Su Lishuan and Chen Cece eating inside. The women outside swallowed hard. Wang Churen and Deng Yuzhen were especially envious. They had come earlier in the morning in the name of Jiangyu, and when they saw the 2 women eating inside, they felt both envy and disappointment. Seeing their expressions, I hooked a finger. You 2 come over. The 2 women froze, then immediately came forward. Hungry? The food's gone, but there are still 3 boxes of instant noodles. Make them yourselves. The 2 women thanked me in surprise and hurried to make the noodles. The expressions of the women outside were complicated. Some were envious, others regretful, some were grinding their teeth. Megan and Silton sat nearby, their faces dark. Q? Why did they get to go in? Megan muttered. Silton tugged at her sleeve and whispered, forget it. They were here first. Megan clenched her teeth and said nothing, her face full of unwillingness. I leaned against the headboard, eyes half closed, a cold sneer tugging at my lips. On the public chat, taunts rose one after another, some jealous, some bitter, some excited, some despairing. That single Forever 250 matched with 23 goddesses. He's probably hiding somewhere enjoying life, huh? Tisk, with more than 20 women, how much food would he need? He'd have been worn out long ago. He's the system's favorite son, got tons of rewards, and is probably enjoying himself with the women right now. Zhao Wei crouched in a rundown shack, teeth chattering. Seeing all the mockery, a nameless fury ignited in his heart. He tried to private message me, but the system warned that stranger DMs were disabled. He tried contacting Lu Yuru too, but got no reply, and his companion even gave him the harsh lesson. He wanted nothing more than to flay me alive. A Japanese netizen sneered, single Forever 250 is just a lucky trash loser. Then he added, the Eightfold Path squad is coming. They'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. The whole screen was filled with killing intent. A cold glint flashed in my eyes as I replied indifferently. If you dare come, I'll make sure you never go back. The Chinese players were inflamed with righteous anger, all cheering and egging things on, making the chat incredibly lively. The foreigners kept provoking me, mocking that I wouldn't live long. That otaku from Japan was once again acting arrogant, wanting the Japanese to occupy China. The public chat exploded again. I had no time to care. I had no interest in wasting breath on these clowns. The system prompt was right in front of me. 30 minutes remaining until the trial period ends. Make your final push. Good performance will be rewarded. Noise and despair intertwined. Someone shouted, rewards? What good are they if you can't survive till tomorrow? Some begged for mercy. Some roared in rage. The apocalypse remained brutal as ever. I looked out the window. The night was deep and black. Outside the cabin door, the women were scattered in 2s and 3s, their expressions uneasy as they clung to one another for comfort. Yi Qingxue led several women into the cabin. They had only one thought, to stay by my side, and only then could they feel at ease. The women outside looked on with envy and helplessness. Time slowly passed, and the public chat gradually fell silent. Midnight was approaching, death and reward intertwined. The system announced the end of the trial period and released the survivor data. Today, 1.5 billion died, 2.3 billion survived. Cheers erupted, a mix of past misery and hope. But immediately after, the system released a shocking rule. Any team with fewer than 10 members, and whose deaths were mostly caused by comrades slaughtering one another, will all be erased. In the uproar that followed, fear and struggle spread. I felt secretly pleased, knowing someone would be punished by this. The erasure will begin in 10 minutes. Good luck to those who performed well. Messages flooded the public chat, and the noise turned feverish. Some mocked and joked, while others looked forward to me receiving a reward. I curled my lips into an even colder smile, blocked out the noise, and waited for the result. The system announced, Single Forever 250's team has earned the title of Best Team of the trial period. Laughter filled the public chat. Some were jealous, some stunned. Some questioned the judging criteria, but I knew they were simply envious and had nothing to say back. The system elaborated in detail. The entire 23-person team survived. 100% survival rate. 8 bandits killed. In 5 days, enough food was obtained to last 7 days. Individual contribution, nearly 100%. Outstanding physical condition. Close relationships among the female members. Overall rating, SSS. The air fell silent for a moment, every voice stopping in shock. I smiled faintly, knowing everyone understood now. Only I, alone, had supported the entire team and propped up the last shred of hope in this apocalypse. The single guy supported more than 20 women by himself. Some were jealous, some admired me, and praise poured in. I closed my eyes and rested, fully aware in my heart. This was me, Jiang Yu, the true winner of the apocalypse. All their talk was pure nonsense. Though the women gritted their teeth in unwillingness, they still silently accepted it. After all, the food and water really were all found by me. And with my identity, the system's favorite son, not just anyone could compare. On the public chat, Han City Sea King asked, "That Indian buddy still doing a handstand while eating shit?" Bon Voyage laughed, "Don't welsh on the bet." The Chinese players burst into laughter, and those who had been sour toward me all fell silent. Everyone from Donghua, Tianguan Kingdom, Inghua, didn't dare make a sound. The Asan had already hidden underground. The 8 Fork Squad's Zhu Zhu said coldly, "He only survived by luck from the system. If he runs into me, I'll teach him how to be a man." Hanqing Sea King snapped, "You pig, if you've got the guts, swim over here and try." I curved the corner of my mouth into a smile, praising this Hanqing Sea King for being loyal. The system broadcast again. Huaxia Single Forever 250 team and several outstanding multinational teams have all awakened abilities. The public screen exploded, and all players cheered that abilities had finally arrived. Zhuni Lu Xuanfeng praised, "Sea King, you were really hiding your strength." Hanqing Sea King humbly said, "Thanks to the uncles and aunties lifting me up, I'm just trash." A player who was on the verge of death wailed in despair, "Jiang Yu, you bastard. If I die, I'll settle accounts with you." The system coldly announced, initiating eradication. 700 million players have been eliminated. Screams rang out, and in an instant, everything fell silent. The remaining players were granted 1 day of rest, and the system warned that team challenges would begin in 3 days. The public screen started arguing again, with threats to challenge the Huaxiao winning team endlessly pouring in. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention. I turned off the screen, lay back by the bed, and waited quietly for the rewards to be announced. System prompt. Single Forever 250 Best Team Individual Reward Supply Pack. 100 gene of rice, 30 gene of pork, 30 gene of potatoes, 100 eggs, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of bread, 30 steaks. My eyes lit up. This was enough for more than 20 people to eat for half a month. Reward 2. House upgraded by 60 square meters. With a water purifier that purifies 800 liters of water per day, remote control range increased to 1,000 meters. The walls expanded, the kitchen grew larger, the bedroom and bathroom were integrated, and the living room became spacious. The women exclaimed, "The house got bigger on its own." Zhang Ming touched the wall in stunned disbelief, and Yi Qingshu's cold, beautiful smile deepened. System prompt. Ability awakening begins. Energy surged out of everyone's bodies, palms glowed, skin hardened, and various abilities appeared. A voice rang in my mind. Awakened SSS-level ability, tracing, can copy other people's abilities, currently 3 selectable, strength at 80%, fixed after a 30-minute trial period. Those with loyalty above 90 will have ability evolution permanently not counted toward the limit. I was both excited and disappointed. After all, it was only at 80%. But being able to trace 3S-level abilities still put me far ahead. Looking at the women in the room, 8 of them displayed their abilities one by one. Yi Qingxue, Repair Zhou Jiai, Healing Zhangmeng. Charm Suli Xuan. Revival of all things Chen Cixi. Invisibility Wang Churen. Death God's Scythe Deng Yuzhen. Absolute defense. They were overjoyed, and the women outside the house also awakened one after another. Megan's palm ignited with flames, Seer Dun gained control over metal, and the other women awakened B-rank abilities. They sighed. With abilities, we can support ourselves. They envied the environment inside the little house, and were also glad they hadn't gotten any closer. I asked the four women about their awakening intentions. So Li Xuan and Chen Cixi had no intention of going back on their word, while Wang Churen and Deng Yuzhen insisted on reneging and wouldn't look back. Loyalty refreshed. 61, 57, 51, 55. I sneered. Since you agreed, don't back out. I hate traitors the most. The public screen buzzed with discussion, and crystal cores becoming stronger became the new focus. Some mocked me for having no crystal cores and being unable to improve, but I didn't care after hearing it. Megan led several women to knock on the door, questioning how I, as the team leader, planned to deal with the predicament of having no crystal cores and no zombies. I curled my lips into a cold smile. You think having abilities makes you that great? She shot back. You've got to have the strength to make us Fuqi. You want to challenge me? She raised both hands and flames erupted. Come on, make the first move. The women retreated, and fireballs came crashing in. A golden shield appeared, blocking the flames as sparks scattered everywhere. Megan looked shocked. How is that possible? Deng Yuzhen exclaimed. That's my absolute defense ability. Everyone was stunned by why I possessed her ability. I teased, is that all you've got? Go all out, don't waste my time. Megan's shame and rage doubled, and her fireballs became bigger and hotter. The shield trembled and shattered, and the fireballs burned themselves out. Megan smiled. If I only have to defend, then I win. Cast another fireball. The goddesses had complicated expressions, as if watching me on the verge of defeat. Silton smiled, and Delis and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. I shook my head and said in disappointment, that's all you've got? Then you're going to lose. Megan sneered back. You're still this confident even when you're about to lose. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, the hairs on her body standing on end, as if she had been locked onto by some terrifying entity. She stiffly looked up, and less than a meter above her head hung a huge black scythe, its blade pointing straight at her and radiating an aura of death. Black and crimson energy swirled around the blade, chilling her to the depths of her soul. What is this? She asked, her voice trembling, her legs going weak and unable to move. Wang Churen cried out in shock. That's my death god's scythe. She stared wide-eyed at the scythe. That's my ability. How could he? The other women were also staring in shock as the scythe hovered above my head. Yi Qingshua's lips curled up. I knew this man wasn't simple. Zhou Jiai shook her head with a laugh, while Zhang Meng and Zhao Mengqi had complicated looks in their eyes. They all understood that Jiang Yu could casually use their abilities. He was simply too powerful. I walked up to Megan and looked at her indifferently, the scythe remaining completely still. Are you convinced? I asked. Megan's lips trembled as she looked into my calm, yet terrifying eyes. She knew that if she refused, the scythe would really come down. I'm convinced. Her legs gave out, and she nearly knelt to the ground. I snapped my fingers, and the scythe turned into black mist and dispersed. Megan gasped for breath, her forehead covered in cold sweat. I swept my gaze across the women in the room. Several who had just been entertaining thoughts, including Silton, all lowered their heads and dared not make a sound. I said nothing more and turned to walk toward the cabin. Yi Qingxue followed with a smile, and the other women followed one after another. The women outside looked at my back, their feelings complicated, realizing that this man was far stronger than they had imagined. Megan looked at her trembling hands, her face burning. Silton asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Megan shook her head and looked toward the cabin with a complicated expression, knowing in her heart that this man was not someone she could afford to offend. The system prompt sounded. Tomorrow, a special gameplay mode will open, Crystal Core Hunting Grounds. The public chat instantly exploded, with players discussing it fervently. The women on the island cast puzzled looks. Leaning against the headboard, I frowned slightly, knowing full well the system was deliberately making things difficult for me. The island was surrounded by seawater, with not even a shadow of a zombie in sight. If I didn't participate, I could only watch helplessly as others grew stronger. So I had to go. A cold smile appeared at the corner of my mouth as I thought, who should I take? Wasn't Megan so full of herself? Taking her along would be no loss even if she died. Outside, Megan looked grim. Do you think Jiang Yu will take me out to settle personal scores? Silton and the others all nodded, their eyes full of sympathy. Megan's expression changed, and she forced a bitter smile. How dare I defy him? The cabin door opened, and I stepped outside, my gaze landing on Megan. You're coming with me tomorrow. If you have any objections, say them now. Megan lowered her head and replied, no objections. Get yourself ready. Don't hold us back. I turned and went back inside. The public chat was once again drowned out by provocation. The otaku pig from 2D sneered, single forever 250, dare to come? I originally planned to deal with you a month later, but I don't mind sending you on your way ahead of time. He even brazenly threatened to toy with my women. The Sea King from Hansheng angrily cursed, bastard. Get over here now. The Chinese players were furious, all standing firmly on my side. I typed coldly, the otaku pig from 2D, was it? The public chat instantly fell silent. The otaku pig sneered, scared, begging for mercy. I asked back, you Japanese otaku pigs, do you usually also like spying on your female celebrities? The otaku pig froze. Bibaka, what do you mean? Wookie and Longi hurriedly interjected, single forever 250, stop changing the subject. We'll do the squad challenge in a month, and we will definitely kill you. Kamikawa no-show threatened, wash your neck and wait. I curled the corner of my mouth. Actually, it's nothing. I'm just telling you. Your goddesses, Kaneda Sakura and Watanabe Juana, are in my team right now. The public chat fell into dead silence instantly. I added, don't worry, I'll take good care of the goddesses of you trash. The Sakura country players exploded. Juju shouted, impossible. How could Kaneda Sakura be in your team? Takamoto Ryuichi screamed, Watanabe Juana is absolutely impossible. The Huaxiao players erupted in cheers. Hansheng Haiwang laughed, single bro is awesome. Wish you a smooth journey, yelled. Holy crap, there are goddesses at this level. Masked Romeo went wild with joy. Mr. Single, please say hello to Watanabe Juana for me. My hard drive is full of her photo sets. Juju frantically spammed the screen. Single forever 250. Just wait. I'll kill you. Don't touch them. I looked at their furious barrage of comments, and the corners of my mouth lifted slightly. These two beauties were usually very quiet. Since they cared about it so much, I might as well take extra good care of them. Outside the house, Kaneda Sakura bit her lip and lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling lightly. Watanabe Juana also had a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. England's Texas Donut jumped out and said, Sakura country brothers, don't lose your cool. He alone can't protect so many goddesses. Once challenge mode opens, he'll be dead. Smith's Secret replied, just 2 women. When the time comes, I'll snatch them back and take good care of them. Players from the Europe continent of Germany laughed boisterously. Haha, Smith, can you really take care of them? Split among 20 plus people, several per person. All kinds of filthy language poured out one after another. The Huaxiao players were just about to curse back when the system received another message from me. By the way, one more thing. Dailise, Zilton, and Megan are also in my team. They've been busy cooking and carrying wash water lately. When you have time, I'll have them come out and say hello to everyone. After sending the message, I turned off the public screen. At first there was dead silence, then an explosion of noise. The players from England and Germany were shattered, howling in outrage, while the Huaxiao players laughed so hard they could barely breathe. Hansheng Haiwang. Single bro is truly awesome. Wish you a smooth journey. I'm convinced, idol. I didn't look at the public screen. Dailise had red ears and a proud expression. Zilton bit her lip and avoided my gaze, and Megan gave a bitter smile. This bastard really isn't human. The women weren't offended. After all, they were now part of a team, and unity was necessary. I blocked private messages from strangers and looked toward the 8 women inside the house. I'm hungry. Let's cook. Today we'll have sliced potatoes with pork, fennel fish, and 1 steak per person. Boil some porridge for the people outside too. The women outside each received a bowl of white rice porridge and some pickled mustard greens. They could only endure the fragrance wafting over. That day I didn't leave the house and practiced mimicking abilities. I tried out all 8 women's abilities: repair, healing, charm, revival, invisibility, death scythe, absolute defense. Every one of them could be used, though the strength was about 80% of the original. My physical constitution was more than twice that of an ordinary person, and even with the abilities weakened, their power was still not to be underestimated. Death Scythe in Wang Charen's hands was terrifying beyond measure. Even at 80% strength, it still sent chills through people. I tried combining absolute defense with Death Scythe, offense and defense both covered, almost flawless. In the end, I chose an ability I liked as my third mimicry. I nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The women outside weren't idle either. Qin Fei controlled the water flow to drive fish onto the shallows, catching over 10 Jin in a day. As night fell, I changed the team's name, which would take effect in 3 days. Lying in bed, my thoughts drifted everywhere. The Crystal Core hunting ground would open at 8 tomorrow morning. Though I didn't know where I'd be teleported to or what dangers there would be, I couldn't skip it. Fleeing from battle would not be looked upon kindly by the system. At 7 the next morning, I stretched lazily. Finally here, huh? Before dawn, the women were already busy. Zhou Jiai was boiling noodles and frying eggs, then bringing the steaming meal to the table. I happily slurped my noodles and said, "Bring Megan a bowl too. She's going out on a mission. She can't work without energy." Yi Ching Snow carried a bowl out the door. Megan was chewing on dried grilled fish when she was stunned by the steaming noodles. "Jiang Yu asked me to bring this to you." She took the bowl, her expression complicated. She knew in her heart that he was only treating her like a fighter. She understood that, but still obediently ate it. The others watched with envy, swallowing saliva in silence. Several women made up their minds. They had to hurry and remove Jiang Yu's big family. Otherwise, they'd only be able to gnaw on dried fish. Just after finishing the meal, the system prompt sounded. Crystal Core Hunting Grounds countdown. 5 minutes. The public chat instantly exploded. Players from Sakura Country, Dong Country, and Ing Country jumped out and started talking tough. The otaku pig from the 2D world shouted, "Long live being single 250. If you've got the guts, then get in here." Texas Donut urged, "If he doesn't dare come, that's just embarrassing." Smith's Secret yelled, "Come in and die. I'm waiting for you." Huaxiao players fired back. Soul Seeking. "Single bro is busy saying goodbye to the beauties. How could he care about you guys? Wish you a smooth journey. Talk all you want, but once the fighting starts, who knows who'll be running faster. So lucky to run into this bunch of trash. I'm going to teach them a lesson." The public chat was filled with curses again, and I couldn't be bothered to respond. Ding. Teleport countdown. 10, 9, 8. I gripped the harpoon tightly, ready for battle. Megan held an electric baton in her right hand and a ball of fire in her left. We stood shoulder to shoulder, with the women gathered around us, all looking worried. Yi Qingxua bit her lip and reminded me, "Be careful." 3, 2, 1. Teleport begins. A flash of white light, and we disappeared. The next moment, my feet hit solid ground, and a foul stench hit me in the face. I opened my eyes and found myself on the rooftop of a tall building. The sky was dim, the sun was setting, and the horizon was a deep red. It was evening. Roar! 3 zombies lunged out from the corner. Their bodies were rotting, their skin gray-green, and their eye sockets sunken. Black pus dripped from the corners of their mouths. In an instant, they rushed right up to me. I cursed under my breath and quickly darted behind Megan. "You handle the zombies. I'll cover you." Megan was furious enough to curse. Damn it, this was too much. But there was no time to complain. She immediately hurled the fireball in her hand. Boom! The fireball slammed into a zombie's chest. A burst of explosion followed. The zombie was burned down to a skeleton. Sparks splashed onto the other zombies. They caught fire too, but still kept charging. They were too close. Megan didn't have time to gather a second one. Her face turned pale. A harpoon stabbed out from behind her. Uft! The harpoon pierced a zombie's neck. I twisted my wrist and yanked hard. Black blood splattered, and the head flew off. The zombie collapsed. The last one lunged at Megan. Its rotten hand reached for her throat. Megan screamed. A fireball formed in her palm and smashed into the zombie's face. Boom! The zombie caught fire. The harpoon struck again, and the head fell. All 3 zombies were wiped out. But I didn't let my guard down. More roars came from the stairwell. Roar! 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 I sprinted toward the iron door. 7 or 8 zombies were climbing up the stairwell. The nearest were less than 3 meters away. Fuck! I pressed my body hard against the door. Bang! 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 The zombies slammed into the door, shaking it violently. "Megan, find a steel pipe and jam the door shut." Megan hurriedly found a steel pipe and handed it over. I shoved it into the lock ring and let out a long breath. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This damn system was very real. Megan leaned against the wall, gasping, her face pale. She had almost been grabbed just now, and she was still shaken. I walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked out. My pupils shrank sharply. This was a small town. Streets, squares, open lots. Everywhere was full of zombies. Some wandered aimlessly, some were feeding. They came in hordes. Hundreds, maybe thousands, stretching as far as the eye could see. So many zombies. Megan's voice trembled. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Welcome to the Beginner Crystal Core Hunting Ground. There are 100 teams here. Within 2 hours, each team must obtain 5 crystal cores. Failure to meet the requirement means complete eradication. The regional public chat has been enabled. What kind of rule is this? I want out. Again with the eradication. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come in. Can we back out? The players fell into panic. My face darkened. 5 crystal cores were not easy to get. 3 or 4 zombies only yielded 1. That meant killing around 20. And 2 hours was tight. I tried to contact Yiching Shua. The system prompt said, independent space, unable to contact the outside world. As expected, this was a sealed battlefield. Megan. I turned to her. Go dig out the crystal cores from a few zombies' heads. Megan froze. Me? You want me to dig them out? If not you, then who? I kill them, you dig them out. It's only right. Megan gritted her teeth and didn't dare to argue. She found a steel rod, crouched down, and started searching. She endured the stench. The foul smell rushed into her nose, almost making her vomit. I stood nearby and watched, without helping. A cold laugh sounded in the regional public chat. Shinsegawa no show. Single life, forever 250, you're here? Haha, what a small world. His tone was icy, full of killing intent. I opened the public chat. It showed all the teams. Smith, lucky enough to run into you. You've got some nerve. Once the mission is done, I'll kill you on the side. We'll take good care of the woman you brought. Wonder what beauty he brought. Can't wait. I looked around. Aside from me, there was no second Chinese team. The other teams were just watching the show. Some were gloating, some sneered coldly. Some had already started hunting zombies. Shinsequan continued, behave and wait. I'll make your life worse than death. I shot back coldly, same to you. Wash your necks and wait. After turning off the chat, I mentally sentenced those two teams to death. Anyone else who wants to get ideas can try. Right now, the most important thing is to complete the mission. I surveyed the surroundings. We were on the 8th floor, which was fairly high. Looking down at the street, the zombies were packed densely together. At least several hundred of them. If you want to kill zombies, deal with the ones outside first. After Megan finished searching, she came over. I found 2 crystal cores. She held out her hand, showing 2 gray-white tiny crystals. They were faintly glowing. A smile tugged at my lips. Not bad luck. 3 zombies, 2 cores. Then I looked at Megan. From now on, you're in charge of searching. Megan almost spat blood. As a super celebrity, she was now being made to flip corpses and dig out crystal cores. But she didn't dare show any dissatisfaction. Got it, I asked. Rested enough? Time to work. Megan's face was pale, but she was much better than before. Get to work. I glanced over the rooftop and spotted a rusty water tower with a metal ladder beside it. Climb up there, I said. Attack from above with fireballs. Her attack power was strong, but her defense was weak, so the water tower would be safer. Megan climbed the metal ladder and stood on top of the tower. She condensed fireballs in both hands and nodded at me. I walked to the iron door, took a deep breath, and braced it with my body. Then I pulled out the steel pipe from my hand, yanked the door open hard, and hid behind it. Roar, roar, roar. 7 or 8 zombies rushed in and didn't notice me. Now, Megan swung both hands, hurling fireballs at 2 zombies. Boom, boom. Flames exploded as the zombies were engulfed. I slipped out, and a shield appeared around me. Bang! I shut the door and wedged it with the steel pipe. Ferocious roars came from the stairwell. 2 zombies lunged at me. Careful, Megan shouted. Their claws scraped against the shield. Thud! The zombies were sent flying back. They got up and kept lunging. I gripped the sickle in my right hand. Black and red mist coiled around it. With a whistle, the sickle flew out. The first zombie's head was severed. It swept toward the next few. Puff, puff, puff. Heads flew everywhere. When it struck at the 6th zombie, it went slightly off, grazing past its shoulder and dissipating. Megan stared dumbfounded. He's that strong. As the zombies rushed at me, I inwardly cursed my lack of mastery. My ability was only at 80% strength. With energy consumption at 60%, the shield vanished. A zombie pounced, but I didn't panic. I sidestepped and drove the harpoon downward into its neck. With a forceful lift, puffed. Its head flew off. The last zombie lunged from the side, but a fireball hit it squarely in the chest. Boom! The zombie collapsed. Megan came down from the water tower, her face pale. All 8 dead. Her eyes were full of disbelief. I nodded and wiped the sweat from my face. These zombies had been enhanced by the system, much stronger than during the trial period. Ordinary people could barely handle 1 zombie with 3 against 1. I had enhanced myself twice. My strength, speed, and endurance were 3 to 4 times greater. Taking on 2 was easy. With the shield and sickle, it was even more convenient. Megan, dig out the crystal cores. Her face sour, she crouched down and started searching. Out of 8 zombies, she found only 1 crystal core. Only 1. I frowned. Adding the previous 2, that made 3, still short by 2. My luck's run out. Why don't you do it? Megan hesitated. I stared her down. I'll do it. Looking at the time, there was still a little over an hour left. Kill 1 more wave and make it 5. At that moment, on the rooftop across from us, 2 figures appeared. 2 people from Sakura Country, the Shinsequan's destruction team. They had struck down 5 zombies, working in perfect coordination. The man holding the knife grinned when he saw me. So you're single forever 250? Finally met you. The other one stared at Megan, desire in his eyes. So you brought a foreign, big-breasted beauty. Shinsequan licked his lips. I heard she's Megan. Only a woman like her can handle our affection. Nishimura said. We'll wipe you out for now and come find you after the mission. Megan's face turned icy, killing intent surging. I'm going to kill you all. She hurled a fireball at me. I blocked her. Too far away, you can't hit. Her calm voice was icy cold. Ignore the trash. We'll settle accounts later. Kemisakawa sneered. Don't get killed by the zombies, or I won't be able to enjoy myself. He posted in the public chat. Found single forever 250, with Megan. Nice figure. The public chat exploded. Smith, Megan is ours. Don't you dare touch her. Kemisakawa. If you want to take care of Huan Nai and Kaneda, then we'll take care of Megan too. The two of them grinned sinisterly at us, then turned and went downstairs. I instructed them, keep killing zombies. The two of them worked together even more smoothly. I sent in 10 zombies. Without using a shield, I relied on brute force to deal with 2. 3 zombies lunged in, while fireballs burned the rest. I took care of 2 and felt the strain. Just as the last one's claws came down, a sickle appeared. It cut down even the burning zombie along with it. 10 zombies, 2 crystal cores. Adding the 3 from before, that was already 5. I didn't stop. Keep going. Crystal cores complete the mission, and they can also restore energy. I took 1 crystal core and absorbed it. A warm power flowed into my body, and my energy recovered by more than half. As expected, it works. Megan also absorbed 1. I found that my rate of absorbing crystal cores was twice hers. As expected of an SSS rank ability, the ability had another use. I killed 2 more waves of zombies, and after topping up the crystal cores, I even had 2 extra. I now had 7 in my hand. The 2 of us rested on the rooftop. Ding. The first stage has ended. Crystal core count is being tallied. Teams that do not meet the requirement will be immediately eliminated. The public chat was full of cries of misery. Someone yelled, I'm still 1 short. Someone else begged desperately for mercy. The system paid no attention at all. A few seconds later, all the IDs of those who had failed the task turned gray. Elimination complete. The second stage will begin in 3 hours. Enjoy the moment. Rest up, but do not let down your guard. The next second, everything before our eyes changed, and we were in a luxurious room. The 2 of us froze. Just a moment ago, we had been in a zombie-ridden town, surrounded by collapsed walls, ruins, and the stench of rot. In the blink of an eye, we were here. I took a quick look around the room. It was lavishly decorated, with a soft carpet underfoot and a crystal chandelier overhead. It looked like a 5-star hotel suite. The bedroom had a round bed with deep red sheets. On the living room table was a feast: boiled sliced meat, twice-cooked pork, steak, salad, desserts, and red wine. The bathtub in the bathroom was filled with hot water, with steam misting over the surface. A bathrobe, spare clothes, and toiletries were stacked beside the tub. Megan's eyes widened. I walked to the door and pulled it, but it did not budge. I pushed hard a few times, but it felt welded shut and would not open. The system was up to something. Frowning, I gave up struggling. Since we were here already, we might as well make the best of it. The public chat erupted in surprise. Shinsequan no Kaneshimi. There's sushi after clearing the first stage. Smith's secret. There's actually steak. Eat first and talk later. Anna, run. There's definitely a trap in the system, but we've been hungry for 2 days. If I'm going to die, I'd rather die full. I saw Megan staring intently at the food, her throat bobbing. Eat, I said as I sat down. It's free food. Might as well. Megan immediately sat across from me and picked up the knife and fork to cut into the steak. We gobbled everything down. The steak was crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, and when cut open, pink juices spilled out. The red wine was rich and left a lingering sweetness. In 20 minutes, most of the food was gone. Megan leaned back in her chair and let out a satisfied sigh. It was the best meal she had had in 5 days. She looked toward the bathtub. Hot water was steaming, and rose petals floated on the surface. I want to take a bath, she said softly. I glanced at her. Her clothes were so dirty that their original color was unrecognizable, covered in mud. Her hair was a mess, and there was grime on her face. After only being rinsed once with rainwater over the past few days, she was far from looking like a beauty. Go ahead, I nodded. Megan hurried into the bathroom and closed the door. I walked around the room once, observing it carefully. The door would not open, and the windows were sealed shut too, so nothing outside could be seen. I remembered the system's warning, but there was nothing unusual in the room. Strange. I sat back down on the sofa, closed my eyes to rest, and kept my ears alert for any movement. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened, and Megan walked out. Her long brown hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with droplets of water falling from it. She was wearing a pink silk bathrobe, slightly open at the neckline. The bathrobe was thin and clung to her body, outlining her curves. Her full chest, slender waist, and long white legs were all visible. A blush colored her face. Her skin was fair and translucent, and her features were delicate yet sharply defined. Deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, the charm of a woman from the Dogu country. My gaze lingered for a moment. Megan noticed it and felt pleased with herself. She deliberately put on an arrogant expression and lifted her chin slightly. Had this guy finally realized how good she was after rejecting her before? But he had been staring at her the whole time. Was he thinking of doing something to her? A man and a woman alone in one room, and outside was the apocalypse. If he really wanted to, should she resist? Just as she was thinking that, I looked away. I don't know what the system is up to, I said, standing up. I'm going to take a shower. Keep watch. After saying that, I brushed past Megan and went into the bathroom. The door closed. Megan's expression froze. Grinding her teeth, she cursed inwardly. Bastard. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She sat on the sofa and pounded the pillow hard a couple of times. What's so great about you? You're definitely impotent, she muttered. In another luxurious room, two people from Sakura country sat on the sofa, holding glasses of red wine. After eating, they had taken showers and changed into bathrobes. The soul-devouring pain of Kanheis River was originally named Yamamoto-ki, and the man called Nishimura was Nishimura Masao. Nishimura Masao laughed. Captain, coming with you this time was the right call. It's been so long since I've enjoyed fine food and wine. And soon we'll even get to enjoy a top-class beauty like Megan. Yamamoto-ki smiled, his gaze clear. The Chinese got system rewards and have strength. Don't underestimate them. Nishimura Masao sneered. He's killed few zombies. Killing a few bandits was just dumb luck. Yamamoto-ki gave a sinister smile. Be careful not to capsize the boat. Later we'll absorb the crystal cores to boost our strength, and then there'll be no mistakes. A private message popped up. Smith's secret. You Sakura country bastards, Megan is ours. Don't touch her. Yamamoto-ki snorted and ignored it. In another room, two Ing country men were furious. Smith slammed the table. They're ignoring us. His companion gritted his teeth. Find Megan first. Don't let them get there before us. The two Sakura country men drank red wine while discussing their plan. Nishimura Masao sniffed. Captain, do you smell something? It's very sweet. Yamamoto-ki frowned. There really was a faint sweet scent in the air, mingled with floral and fruity notes. An air freshener, maybe? Yamamoto-ki glanced at the aromatherapy lamp in the corner and didn't pay it much mind. Not long after, Nishimura Masao's body grew hot. Why is it so hot? He pulled open his bathrobe, revealing his muscles. Yamamoto-ki also felt something was wrong. It was as if fire were burning inside him, and heat surged through his lower abdomen. He suddenly realized. The scent is a problem. Nishimura Masao turned and stared at him, his eyes burning. See, Captain, seeing that look, Yamamoto-ki's heart sank. The sweet scent grew stronger and stronger, and their breathing became more and more ragged. Fear surged in his heart. After I finished showering and came out, I smelled a faint sweet fragrance. At first I thought it was air freshener, but my body soon felt strange. Heat surged in my lower abdomen. My heartbeat quickened, and my blood seemed to burn. I looked at Megan on the sofa. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were hazy, and her breathing was rapid. Her fingers gripped the collar of her bathrobe, tugging it slightly. Do you feel a little hot? Megan's voice softened. My expression changed. No way. Is this the scent that stirs desire? What is the system trying to do? I bit the tip of my tongue to stay conscious. The sweet scent was everywhere, and every breath stirred up impulse. Megan stood up and stepped barefoot onto the carpet. She walked step by step toward me. Her bathrobe swayed, revealing her fair calves. Her gaze was no longer arrogant. It was hazy and scorching. When she walked up to me, her body softened. I instinctively put my arm around her. Soft warmth filled my arms. Her body was soft and warm, carrying the scent of body wash mixed with the sweet fragrance. My palm rested at her waist, and through the thin bathrobe, I could feel her delicate skin. Our eyes met at close range. I felt an astonishing softness against my chest, and Megan exhaled a wave of heat. Jiangyu. Megan's voice was slurred as her hands climbed onto my shoulders. I cursed inwardly. I wanted to struggle for reason, but the clarity in my eyes was disappearing, replaced by scorching flames. I bit my tongue, and the pain gave me a moment of clarity. But soon it was swallowed by an even fiercer impulse. Forget it. Too lazy to resist, I lifted Megan in my arms around the waist and turned to walk toward the bedroom. Megan didn't struggle. She wrapped her arms around my neck, her expression alluring like a blooming rose. The bedsheets were deep red, and the lighting was ambiguous. Two figures intertwined. After a long while, I leaned against the headboard with her in my arms. She looked as though she had been fished out of water, covered in sweat. Her wet hair stuck to her cheeks and neck. Her skin was flushed, and her breathing hadn't yet steadied. The look in her eyes toward me was resentful and complicated. She hadn't expected to end up with me in such a muddled, half-dazed way. Before this, I had left her outside starving for several days, and she'd been holding back anger. Later, after awakening her ability, she had wanted to challenge me, only to be crushed. After that, I brought her to the hunting grounds to do hard labor and even made her dig out crystal cores. She'd been bottling up resentment the whole time. Now I hooked a finger under her chin and forced her to look up. Unhappy, my voice was low. You came to me on your own just. Now, if you want to blame someone, blame the system. Megan blushed. I'm not unhappy. She pushed my hand away, wrapped herself in the bathrobe, and limped into the bathroom. As soon as she sank into the bathtub, the scent became even stronger. She let out a muffled groan, and her face turned even redder. I pushed the door open and glanced over at her. The system's taste is really twisted. The others are in for it. A voice came from the regional public channel. Baka. System, let us out. I want to kill zombies. Smith cursed. Fuck. What the hell kind of mission is this? The public chat was filled with wails. Only the mixed-gender team stayed silent. Hearing this, I felt relieved that our team was all women. Megan let out a sigh when she saw me approaching. An hour later, the two of us came out fully geared up. In the Sakura Nation room, Yamamoto Ki sat on the bed with a darkened face. Nishimura Masao knelt on the floor, trembling. Captain, the system must have made a mistake. Yamamoto Ki grabbed a short blade and slashed the bedside table in one strike. He hacked and smashed wildly, making wah-wah noises. Nishimura Masao lay flat on the floor, not daring to move. Yamamoto Ki panted, System, why are you doing this? Absorb crystal cores and increase your strength. The system prompt appeared. Did you rest well? Are you satisfied with my little test? Now entering the second stage. There is no punishment, just survived. The players showed joy. A flash of white light, and the scene changed into a corridor. It was narrow, 2 meters wide, with metal walls and dim lighting. Roar, roar, roar. More than a dozen zombies surged out from front and back. Damn it, I swore. Someone in public chat shouted in despair. What the hell kind of game is this? A faint golden barrier formed around me, covering the two of us. The death scythe took shape. Go. The scythe howled forward, severing 5 heads in the rear. The zombies in front lunged in. I swept the harpoon sideways and knocked them back. Megan condensed fireballs and hurled them at the zombies. Flames exploded, burning the zombies down to skeletons. She crouched to dig out the crystal cores and found 3. Roar, roar, roar. More than 20 came again. Megan panicked. More again, I said calmly. What's there to panic about? Megan condensed a huge fireball and threw it out, the explosion swallowing 7 or 8 zombies. I withdrew the barrier and fought them with my bare body. The harpoon pierced through one zombie's chin. The shaft smashed the skull of a second zombie. In 3 minutes, all 10 zombies were down. Megan found 5 crystal cores and handed them over. Roar, roar, roar. More came from deep in the corridor. Still more? I've used up my fire. Megan changed color. Back off, I said in a low voice. More than 20 zombies surged from front and back. I concentrated all my strength to form the death scythe, black-red mist thickening around it. Cut! The scythe screamed through the air, slicing the 10 zombies behind me in half. It turned the corner and shaved off 2 heads. Only after killing the 4th one did it finally dissipate. I gripped the spear and rushed into the zombie horde. Megan gritted her teeth and used up the last of her energy to hurl out several fireballs. 3 minutes later, the last zombie fell. More than 20 corpses lay in the corridor, black blood everywhere, the stench overpowering. I panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Megan's face was pale. Dig out the crystal cores, I said. Megan wasted no time and rummaged through the pile of corpses, finding 6 of them. Including the ones from before, we now had 14 in total. You keep 4. Give me the rest. Megan nodded and began absorbing them. I sat cross-legged, holding 5 crystal cores in each hand. Absorbing 10 at once, energy surged into my body. My bones crackled, my muscles swelled, and a purple light flashed across my skin. Half an hour later, I opened my eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through them. I stood up, my entire body brimming with strength. If I ran into 20 zombies now, I could handle them all by myself. Let's go. Just as I took a step forward, the scene before me changed. The next moment, we found ourselves in an empty plaza. Long live being single 250, you finally arrived. A cold laugh echoed. I scanned the surroundings, ruined buildings, a gray sky, and an eerie silence. The zombies were all gone. In the center of the plaza stood 70 to 80 people, all staring at me. Above each of their heads floated semi-transparent text, showing their nationality and team name. My gaze locked onto Yamamoto Taro and Nishimura Masao, a dozen meters away. The two of them were staring at me like venomous snakes. When they saw Megan, their eyes filled with naked desire. Megan's white t-shirt outlined her proud curves, her fair skin especially eye-catching. All the men present were staring at her. "I've been waiting for you." Yamamoto Taro licked his lips. "No one's leaving today." A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "What a coincidence. I was looking for you too." I stepped forward. Megan gathered fireballs in both hands, warily scanning her surroundings. Smith and his companions walked out and stood beside Yamamoto Taro. "Fuck, trying to snatch Megan in public? You're asking for death," Yamamoto Taro said with a sinister smile. "Don't get too heated. Let's take down the Huaxia guy first. Make him watch helplessly as the woman pleasures us right in front of him." Smith's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Megan. "Deal." He turned to me. "You insulted our goddess. You deserve to die." I swept my eyes over the entire crowd, 70 to 80 people, 30 to 40 squads. More than 60% had been eliminated in the first two stages. Yamamoto Taro looked around and raised his voice. "Everyone, this being single forever 250 is the system's favorite son. If we don't kill him, the Huaxiao people will ride over our heads." "Who's in?" The crowd stirred, and 6 people stepped out. 3 teams from Australia, the Sowlet country, and Turkey. "We're joining." The Australian team leader hefted a spiked club. 2 from Tiangun country also stepped forward. "Count us in." They stared at me with vicious grins. Yamamoto Taro nodded in satisfaction. They had 12 people on their side, and only the 2 of us on ours. An overwhelming advantage. The corners of my mouth lifted as I stepped forward. I couldn't be bothered with nonsense. I just fight. A voice came from the crowd. "The system hasn't issued a mission. Don't start fighting. What if we need to cooperate in the next stage?" The one speaking was Myuk from Iron Tank country. Yamamoto Taro narrowed his eyes and gave him a cold glare. Smith let out a cold snort. "Cooperate. Even without him, it's still fine. Get lost." Myuk's expression darkened, but he didn't retreat. His female companion tugged at his sleeve. "Forget it. I'm scared." "Don't be scared. I can't stand this." Yamamoto Taro laughed madly. "You want to help? Then we'll deal with you too. You're pretty. Good." He licked his lips while staring at Leah. Leah's face went deathly pale. Myuk looked at the others. "You're all just going to stand by and do nothing? They're ganging up. Later they'll come after you too. You'll regret not helping." The others remained cold and took a step back. Yamamoto Taro smiled sinisterly. "We'll only kill him and being single forever." I spoke up. "Myuk, right? Thanks. But I appreciate the kindness. I can handle these people by myself." My gaze swept across the entire crowd. "Anyone else want to step up? Come at me together. Don't waste time." The whole place erupted in uproar. "Arrogant. Seeking death." 2 conceded. 3 more teams stepped out. India, Panama, and the Philippines. The Indian team leader stared at Megan, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "I didn't want to join, but you look down on us. I'll make sure you know what it means to live worse than death." Yamamoto Taro sneered. "What do you want your death to be like?" No answer. He lifted his harpoon and walked toward the more than 20 people. His steps were steady. The onlookers sneered coldly. "Idiot, challenging a team from 10 countries alone. There's a good show to watch. The dead teammates will be taken care of." Some remained silent, watching with cold eyes. Myuk watched me walk over, his face worried. He wanted to follow, but Leah tugged at his sleeve. "Don't go, you'll just be songse." He stopped. It wasn't because he was afraid. It was because I shook my head at him. Megan looked at my back, curious. Can he really win? The system prompt appeared. Stage 3 team cooperation. Kill 500 zombies to pass. It starts in 5 minutes. 500 zombies? No problem with so many people. We passed with just 20 zombies earlier. Easy. I kept walking. 5 minutes is enough. Let's deal with them first. Yamamoto Keiji grinned fiercely. Warm up before the game. Attack. Fire snakes, ice spikes, and wind blades blasted toward me. Earth walls and vines restricted my movement. A faint golden shield appeared around me. The ice spikes shattered on impact. The wind blades left only shallow marks, and the fire snakes coiled around me without moving an inch. I punched through the earth wall. The vines were burned to ashes by Megan's fireballs. S-rank defense. B and C-rank attacks couldn't hurt me at all. Myuk stared wide-eyed. He blocked all the attacks? The crowd erupted in shock. What kind of defense is that? Too strong. A giant fireball, the size of a millstone, flew from behind me and smashed toward Yamamoto Keiji. The fireball exploded, but a curtain of water and an ice wall blocked the flames. Nishimura Masao grinned obscenely. A beauty playing with fire? I'll make you feel nice and warm in a bit. Megan's eyes were filled with killing intent. A black scythe appeared silently behind the more than 20 people. The onlooker's hair stood on end. What is that? Behind us. Someone turned around, and the death god's scythe flashed like lightning, slicing at their legs. I rushed in front of Yamamoto Keiji and thrust my harpoon at his face. Yamamoto Keiji swung his blade to block. Clang. He was knocked back 2 steps, his tiger's mouth numbed. Screams rang out. Ah, my legs. Yamamoto Keiji turned around to see 6 or 7 people with both legs severed at the knees, blood spraying as they fell to the ground and wailed. Those who reacted quickly put up shields or dodged, but they still suffered deep gashes. Only 2 or 3 managed to escape. The death god's scythe disappeared. Impossible. How does he have 2 abilities? Yamamoto Keiji felt a chill in his heart. I attacked again with my harpoon. Bastard. Yamamoto Keiji dodged the harpoon, then swung his short blade in a fierce slash. Crack. The shield shattered. Die. The short blade slashed at my throat. The shield appeared again, and the short blade only caused ripples across it. My harpoon pierced Yamamoto Keiji's left leg. Ah. The death god's scythe appeared again and severed both his legs. I charged into the crowd. After the scythe's harvest, they were already badly injured. Nishimura Masao, Smith, and the Indian team leader gritted their teeth and stepped forward to fight. Ichi-shan. 3 attacks came at once. Wind blades and a purple light sphere smashed into my shield, causing a violent tremor, but it remained unharmed. A black toxic bull corroded the shield, cracking it. My ability repaired it instantly. That's strong. The 3 of them changed expression. I sneered. That's all. I swept my harpoon sideways. Nishimura Masao was sent flying, his ribs broken, coughing blood as he collapsed. Smith's thigh was pierced. He dropped to one knee and screamed. The Indian team leader's knee shattered, and he fell face first, howling in pain. The 3 turned to flee. The death god's scythe whooshed out. Puff, puff, puff. Their calves were severed cleanly. The remaining 4 ability users went weak at the knees and dropped to the ground. Big brother, don't kill me. We surrender. We'll give you all the crystal cores. I took the 11 crystal cores and glanced over the others lying on the ground. I'll give you mine too. Don't kill me. Megan picked up the crystal cores. 32 in total. Yamamoto Keiji lay in a pool of blood, both legs ruined. The zombies were coming. How were they supposed to fight? Fear rose in his heart. Jiangyu, take the crystal cores and help me deal with the zombies. His voice was humble. This was the true nature of Sakura country. When you were strong, he wagged his tail. When you were weak, he pounced like a wolf. Smith hurriedly said, I'll give you my crystal cores too. The others followed, pleading in fear. I looked at Yamamoto Keiji and curled my lips in a cold smile. Wait until you're dead, then I'll take all the crystal cores. Yamamoto Keiji's face turned deathly pale. System countdown, 60 seconds. Give you the crystal cores, save me. Yamamoto Keiji panicked. Smith shouted, I don't want to die. Some people were tempted. I swept them with my gaze. The crystal cores are mine. Immediately, they all shook their heads. Bastard. Zanbinmu cursed, and Megan threw a ball of fire that burned his left hand. I summoned the death scythe and severed the legs of several men. Keep your word. When did I ever say that? I spread out my left hand, and crystal core powder fell away. 3 had already been absorbed. I was in peak condition. Megan also absorbed a crystal core. The countdown ended. Roar, roar, roar. Hundreds of zombies poured in from all directions. Zanbinmu and the others were the first to suffer. No. Zanbinmu crawled backward frantically. Zombies lunged and bit at his shoulder. Jiangyu, Sakura country will not let you get away with this. More than 20 people were swallowed by the zombies. My shield blocked 5 zombies. The death scythe spun, and 5 heads flew up into the air. If you need help, just hand over crystal cores, I said to the people in the square. The man from Shillong country was dissatisfied. What kind of thing is this? Taking advantage of the situation, someone chimed in. The female team leader from Tianan country immediately stated, I'm willing to hand over crystal cores. Vila country, Bailusha country, and 5 or 6 other countries followed suit. Hand over the crystal cores first. We're afraid you'll go back on your word. Each team handed over 5, and I collected 25. Adding the ones before, I had 68. The team leader from Annan country smiled. We'll hand ours over too. Price has gone up, 6 each. The other side stiffened, but still handed them over. Megan, go all out. Megan hurled a millstone-sized fireball, blasting 5 or 6 zombies to death. I charged forward with a harpoon in hand. My shield blocked the attacks, and the harpoon precisely pierced their vital points. 1 thrust, 1 kill. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen zombies fell. Megan kept hurling fireballs in a cycle, absorbing crystal cores to recover her power, her fire output never stopping. I kept killing as I counted. 25, 26, 31. The 2 from Rakshasa country worked in perfect sync. The burly man smashed skulls with a sledgehammer, while the other froze the zombies with ice armor. As for the teams that handed over crystal nuclei, I'd take care of them. When someone got surrounded, the death scythe would immediately cut down the threat. The captain from Anan country moved up beside me. 3 zombies came at him, and he shouted, "Help!" I frowned, but still went on killing the zombies. Liao was being besieged by 3 zombies, and Mook was tangled up with 4, unable to break free. The death scythe came down and severed 2 heads. "Thank you," Liao said gratefully. "Thank Mook," I said. A man from Shilon country was surrounded by 7 or 8 zombies and cried out, "Help!" 10 crystal nuclei, I said. "Robbery during a fire," he shouted. I turned back and continued killing zombies. "I'll give 11, the man compromised. "Deal." The death scythe killed 3 zombies. The other teams all shouted, "We'll give crystal nuclei too." I looked at those teams that were about to collapse and nodded, setting the price at 11 crystal nuclei. They were heartbroken, but their lives were more important. One after another, they took out crystal nuclei and threw them over. Megan held a pile of bags containing crystal nuclei, her face full of joy. "Take money, do the work." I no longer used the harpoon. I focused on controlling the scythe to protect my clients. Wherever danger arose, the scythe would go and kill the zombie posing the greatest threat. In the center of the field, I maintained the shield barrier. Zombies slammed into the shield and were bounced back. After a few times, they turned to attack others. The thin captain from Anan country rolled his eyes, then squeezed right up next to me. "Mr. Jiang, you've worked hard. We'll stay right beside you." A flattering smile covered his face. The small team from Abani country also squeezed over and found a spot behind me. The 2 teams hid within the shield, taking turns absorbing crystal nuclei. "Captain, is this really okay? We didn't hand over crystal nuclei for nothing. Staying safe while recovering is worth it. So that Chinese guy is just useful labor." The 2 exchanged glances, both looking pleased. "So what if he's strong? Isn't he still being led around by us?" The captain from Anan country chuckled softly. The 2 from Abani country hid behind me, shouting for help from time to time. The scythe cut down the zombies, and they kept absorbing. A faint smile curled at the corner of my mouth as I noticed their little scheme. The other teams didn't try to piggyback off us, afraid of offending me. Although they had my protection, they still fought zombies themselves. As time passed, the zombies gradually grew fewer. The square was piled high with corpses, black blood streaming across the ground. I told Megan to watch over the client's safety. "If anyone's in danger, keep an eye on them." She nodded and condensed fireballs to patrol. I sat down cross-legged and took out crystal nuclei to absorb. Maintaining 2 abilities at once had been costly. My energy had dropped by 30%. A warm current surged into my body. 2 minutes later, I had absorbed 5 crystal nuclei and returned to peak condition. The battle was drawing to a close. The last zombie had its head smashed in by the Rakshasa burly man. "It's over," someone slumped to the ground. More people were gasping for breath, covered in injuries. Only the 4 of us, me, Megan, Anan, and Abani, still looked energetic. The captain from Anan country stretched and looked at the slumped figures with an arrogant smile. "Look at how exhausted they are. Your method really was the best," Abani chimed in. They looked at me with amusement. Megan dug out 15 crystal nuclei, and Yamamoto Muna found more than 20. Counting the ones we just got, there are over 100 now. I nodded. The system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to all teams for successfully killing 500 zombies. Now ranking each team's performance. Criteria: kill count, contribution, performance. The bottom 2 teams will be wiped out immediately. If you want to die, don't complain. Think about whether you put in any effort." The air froze. The captain from Anan country's smile stiffened. He turned to look at me, trembling. During the whole battle, they had only killed 2 zombies, while hiding behind me and absorbing crystal nuclei. The 2 from Abani country went deathly pale. The other teams watched with glee. Serves them right for being slick and lazy. Didn't they understand how the system works? The man from Shilon country was secretly delighted. At least he had killed 6 or 7. The captain from Anan country said in a trembling voice, "Wasn't this cooperation? Why is there a ranking? Why rank us? I don't want to die." The 2 from Abani country roared in anger. Ranking statistics in progress. The system ignored them. The 2 teams collapsed onto the ground. Ranking ended. I stood where I was, my expression calm. I had long since figured out the system's nature. Hadn't it always been digging pits for us? From the trial period to the crystal hunting battlefield. I hadn't blown up before, first to build a reputation, and second to wait for the system to deal with those who didn't try. Megan curled her lip. "Trying to be clever and screwing yourself over serves you right." This kill ranking. First place, Team Single Forever 250, Huaxia, 57 kills. Second place, Team Charming Katia, Rasia, 21 kills. Third place, Team Ronnie Riverside, Kingdom of the Pyramids, 15 kills. Everyone looked at me. 2 people had killed 57, nearly 3 times Rossia's total. The 2 from Rossia stared wide-eyed, announcing the last 2 teams. Team Everyday is so happy, Abani, 3 kills. Team Wisdom Ape, Anon, 2 kills. The losers will be erased immediately. No, the Anon team leader let out a desperate roar. From beneath their feet, gray-white dust spread outward by several inches. In a few seconds, the 4 of them turned to flying ash. The ground was left with only 4 piles of powder. Everyone's scalp tingled. Remaining players, prepare yourselves. The final stage will begin in 3 minutes. Survive to receive generous rewards. The crowd lit up with joy. It's the last stage. Just survive and get rewarded. I hope it's cooperation again. More people looked at me. With this big shot here, there's no problem. But I felt an instinctive unease. The system won't let us pass so easily. Megan asked quietly, "What are you worried about?" The system likes to spring surprises. The final stage won't be easy. Megan's expression changed. It's scheming against us again? Not sure, but being careful never hurts. I took out crystal nuclei and started absorbing them. 3 minutes was too short. I absorbed 10 crystals, but there was still no sign of a breakthrough. The crowd gathered together, holding their breath. Then, roar. A piercing roar came from the east side of the plaza. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. Behind a collapsed building, a huge figure walked out. The plaza sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a zombie, but a special one. It was 2.5 meters tall, with dark red, armor-like skin. Its muscles bulged like coiled steel. Both hands had mutated into massive bone claws, their tips gleaming coldly. A dark gray bone armor covered its chest. Most terrifying of all were its eyes, with crimson pupils that seemed to hold intelligence. What the hell kind of zombie is that? Liao from Iron Tank Country asked in a trembling voice. Damn it, I blurted out. A high-tier zombie, probably. The system is screwing us. Feeling its aura, I sensed an oppressive force that made me want to run. It was at least 2 tiers above me. The system's voice rang out. Ding. Final stage. Kill the early stage tier 3 mutated zombie, the Ripper. Clear the stage for generous rewards. Good luck. The plaza erupted. Tier 3? We're only tier 1. 2 tiers apart. How are we supposed to fight that? Please let us swap for a weaker one. Everyone panicked. The system gave no response. The Ripper let out a wild roar and charged, shaking the ground. Attack together. I shouted angrily. The Scythe of Death took shape and shot straight for the Ripper's neck. All the awakened abilities were unleashed at once. Fireballs, ice spikes, wooden thorns, lightning, all on ing toward it. Boom. When the smoke cleared, everyone stared. The Ripper was still standing, with only a few charred marks on its body. The combined assault had merely left it lightly injured. Only my scythe had embedded itself half an inch into its neck, seeping dark black blood. Roar. It grabbed the scythe and squeezed with force. Crack. The scythe shattered. Its crimson pupils locked onto me. My hair stood on end. Its figure vanished. Move. Instinctively, I raised my protective shield. Bang. A violent tremor hit, and cracks spread rapidly. A second claw strike came. Crack. The shield shattered. I was forced back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of my mouth. The third claw strike aimed straight for my throat. At the razor's edge of life and death, I activated my third ability, invisibility. My figure vanished into thin air. He disappeared? A new ability? How many abilities does Jiangyu have? The crowd was shocked and envious. The Ripper's attack missed, and it let out a low growl as it searched for its target. I crept around to the back of the Ripper while invisible. Just as I got within 2 meters, it locked onto my position. Roar. Its massive claw swept toward me. Damn it. Its nose is that sharp. Caught off guard, my barrier shattered and blood sprayed from my mouth. My organs felt like they were being shaken out of place. I retreated quickly. The gap is too big. I summoned my scythe to block the pursuit and shouted, "Everyone, help me hold it off for 3 minutes." 3 minutes. Everyone looked at one another. Megan was the first to act, hurling a fireball at the Ripper. Move. The ice ability user from Luocha Country unleashed a wave of freezing air, locking the Ripper's feet in place. Vine binding. The woman from Siam Country growled, and vines coiled around its arms and torso. Everyone joined in, all kinds of abilities blasting toward the Ripper. Roar. Roar. The Ripper shook violently, snapping the vines and shattering the ice crystals. It turned into a blur and lunged at Arshavin from Luocha Country. Watch out. Arshavin's whole body was covered in thick ice armor. Bang. One claw strike shattered the ice armor, and Arshavin spewed blood and was flung away. The Iron Hammer Captain, eyes red, smashed at the Ripper. Clang. The Ripper tilted its head to dodge. The iron hammer hit its bone armor, and only left a faint mark. The recoil nearly knocked the hammer from his hands. The Ripper swept its claw back. 3 deep gashes opened across the Iron Hammer captain's chest, and he was sent flying backward. It locked onto another target. A member from the Golden Tower country was cut into several pieces, blood splashing everywhere, while another was slapped flying. In just over 10 seconds, 6 or 7 people were dead or wounded. "Hold it off," someone roared. An ability user from Gao Lu country tried to flee. The moment he stepped away, his body was torn apart. The system had gone into effect. The members from Dali country didn't dare move. "If we can't run, then we fight." "By time for Mr. Jiang," Mook said. I retreated to the edge of the field and took out the crystal cores. My energy pool was nearly saturated, and there were signs of a breakthrough. Holding 20 crystal cores, I absorbed them with full force. A surging torrent of energy poured into me, and my dantian churned violently. My bones crackled, my muscles swelled and contracted, and my skin flashed with purple light. My aura kept rising. The bottleneck at the peak of first tier was loosening. Almost there. I gritted my teeth, veins bulging on my forehead. The defensive line in the square was on the verge of collapse. The woman from Siam country was covered in bloody wounds on her shoulder, one arm hanging limp. The 2 from Luocha country, one had his left leg torn apart, the other had been slapped flying. Mook was down on one knee, his armor covered in cracks, blood constantly spilling from his mouth. In just over 2 minutes, more than 40 people had been killed or injured, and fewer than 20 could still fight. "Jiangyu, done yet? We can't hold much longer." Roar. The Ripper sensed something and turned toward me. It felt my growing aura. The Ripper abandoned its current prey and charged at me. "Stop it." The remaining dozen-plus people gave everything they had. Megan condensed her ability, the flames shifting from orange-red to an eerie blue, as a 3-meter fire serpent surged forward. The Ripper was engulfed in flames, and its charge stopped. It howled as bone armor spread over its head and body. When the flames died down, its upper body was charred black, and its legs had burned down into a blackened skeletal frame, slowing its movement. The others fought desperately, throwing every kind of restraint and barrier between the Ripper and me. Grr. The Ripper never stopped, drawing closer and closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Its claws rose high and slashed down hard. "Jiangyu, watch out." Megan screamed. "It's over." Everyone's hearts sank. At that critical moment, I suddenly opened my eyes. A flash of sharp light gleamed, and my aura surged. Second tier. Breakthrough. Just as the bone claw came down in front of me, I had no barrier left. My figure vanished. Invisibility activated, and I left the spot immediately. At last, he broke through. Megan clutched her chest. The others also breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still worried. "Only second tier. Can he really handle a third tier?" No one spoke. They all watched the battle in silence. The Ripper's strike missed, and its blood-red pupils spun wildly. This time, it could no longer sense me. At second tier, my invisibility was even more concealed. The Ripper could only flail its claws around blindly. I used snake-like footwork to circle behind it. Taking a deep breath, I split the energy in my body into 2 streams. One stream controlled the Death Scythe, which had become even more solid than before, its blood-colored patterns flickering with a dark glow. The other poured into the harpoon, whose shaft trembled as if it might explode apart. Invisibility concealed the weapons in my hands as well. Roar! The Ripper sensed the scythe and turned, raising a claw to slap it away. Now, the instant I raised my hand, the harpoon shot out straight for its left eye. The Ripper tilted its head, but it was too fast and too close. Puffed! The spear tip stabbed into the left eye socket, and dark blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The Ripper let out a bellow, its bone claws sweeping wildly. I appeared, a pale golden shield enveloping my body. The bone claws slapped down. Crack! The shield filled with cracks. A second-tier shield still couldn't withstand the Ripper's full-force strike. I didn't retreat. Gripping the harpoon with both hands, I poured all the remaining energy into the tip and blasted it toward the monster's head. "Go die, you bastard." Energy exploded inside its skull. Bang! The back of its head burst open, and black blood gushed out. The massive body swayed twice. A bone claw struck again, and the shield shattered. I let go and fell back, a gash left across my chest by the sweep. I coughed up blood and was thrown 3 meters away. Ignoring the injury, I stared fixedly at the Ripper. Boom! The Tier 3 zombie collapsed to the ground. After struggling for a few seconds, it stopped moving. Dead. The square fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the corpse, then at me kneeling on the ground. The wound across my chest was deep, blood dripping nonstop. "We won." Someone said it in disbelief. The next second, earth-shaking cheers erupted. Some people collapsed, some burst into tears, some laughed, Some cried bitterly. Muka helped Leah up and gave me a heavy nod. The Siamese female team leader sat on the ground, eyes filled with relief. The Rakshasa hammer-wielding man lay in a pool of blood, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at my back. Damn, that's insane. Megan ran over to help me. You okay? I shook my head and looked at the Ripper and the corpses scattered all over the ground. Glad we're still alive. This crystal nucleus hunting ground is fucking insane. Ding. Congratulations on killing the Tier 3 zombie Ripper. Final stage cleared. Rewards will be distributed shortly. Everyone was overjoyed. It had been too hard. Only about 20 people survived, while more than 10 died. The corpses were strewn everywhere, some smashed beyond recognition, some torn apart. Most of the survivors were injured, and some were critically wounded and on the verge of death. Alshavin lay in a pool of blood, his chest caved in, breathing weakly. Ivanov knelt beside him and said softly, "Hold on." Muku was half kneeling, his left arm broken, and the bone of his left leg had pierced through the skin. Leah held him and cried, "It's all because of me." The Siamese woman's arm hung limp, her shoulder wound so deep the bone was visible. Her companion had a hole through his chest and was already dead. The only ones at the scene who were relatively intact were me, Megan, and a few lucky survivors. "This crystal nucleus hunting ground is too terrifying," someone whispered. Everyone turned to look at me, their eyes full of gratitude. Muku spoke weakly. "Mr. Jiang, we owe it to you." Everyone thanked me. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. If not for you, we would have been dead." I nodded lightly. "If you hadn't held off the Ripper, I wouldn't have been able to kill it either." Ding. Game over. Rankings. The last place team will not be eliminated. The weaker teams let out a long breath. First place, China's Single Forever 250 squad, contribution 63%. Second place, Russia's Charming Katia squad, 11%. Third place, Ironheart squad of Teton Nation, 7%. No one was jealous. Everyone was convinced. Rewards distributed. First place, 300 crystals. Second place, 150 crystals. Third place, 100 crystals. Other teams, 50 crystals. Exclamations rose and fell across the square. 300 crystals? My God, we got 52. A slight smile appeared on my lips. Adding the crystals from before, I now had more than 400 crystals. And there was also one Tier 3 crystal nucleus. Ding. Free healing opportunity. A beam of white light poured down. The claw marks on my chest healed, and I returned to peak condition. Muku's broken arm and broken leg recovered, and he was stunned. Alshavin's chest healed, and he suddenly sat up. "I'm not dead." Ivanov hugged him, tears in his eyes. "You're not dead, thank goodness." Ding. Crystal nucleus hunting ground ended. It will open again in 15 days. Teleportation in 10 minutes. The square fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere subtle and awkward. Ivanov scratched his head, his expression embarrassed. About the hotel thing. Please keep it a secret, everyone." Everyone's expressions became unnatural. That experience was too humiliating. Muku coughed and nodded firmly. "We won't say anything." He looked at Leah. Leah's face turned red like a ripe apple, and she lowered her head, wishing she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Everyone else quickly chimed in. "I'd never say a word. Let's just pretend it never happened. If anyone brings up even a single word, they'll have me to deal with." Everyone made solemn promises. Ivanov and Alshavin looked at each other, then turned their heads away. "Who said to let him go out?" Ivanov said coldly. "Next time we run into him, we'll take his life." No one doubted it. I said nothing, only the corners of my mouth curling slightly. I glanced at Megan beside me. There was a flush on her face, but she quickly returned to normal. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the teleportation. In their hearts, they were all thinking the same thing. Finally, they could go back. This trip had nearly cost them their lives. It had been far too dangerous. The public channel outside was bustling with activity. One survivor after another appeared, chattering excitedly about their experiences. Player unrelated to romance and style. "Brothers, I made it out alive. It was rough. Player wish you a smooth journey. Hurry up and tell us what happened inside." Unrelated to romance and style. The first stage was killing zombies and collecting 5 crystal cores. If you had a bit of skill, you could pass. Player Big Golden Elephant. After clearing it, it felt amazing. Teleported to a hotel with delicious tom yum soup, sticky rice, and fruit drinks. Raptor. Right? We had food too, tailored to each country's taste. The rooms had bathtubs with hot water, so we bathed and changed into clean clothes. The system was pretty considerate. The players who hadn't entered swallowed hard. Soul Seeking, a hotel? And there's such a good thing? Didn't the system say there'd be danger? You didn't run into any danger? The public channel went quiet. Then a player from India spoke up. "How could there be no danger? Haha, I was in the hotel. Before he could finish, St. Euro Rose jumped out. Trash. Think carefully before you speak. Her tone was icy, the threat unmistakable. So she was the team leader who had received the system's reward. She had never spoken up in the past. Then many players from the Crystal Core hunting grounds began chiming in. Beer extra large cup. You remembered wrong. The hotel was fine. Catch kangaroos and eat barbecue. Exactly. Just eating and bathing. Nothing at all. I like salad dressing. You'd better think carefully before you speak. Once again, the big shots who had received rewards spoke up. The Indian player immediately caved. My bad. I scared myself. The hotel was fine. But the players who hadn't entered felt something was off. Soul Seeking. You're hiding something? Say it. What exactly happened? Yeah, tell us. There's nothing shameful about it. Come on. If there was danger, I need to prepare too. No one mentioned the hotel anymore. As if it had been agreed upon in advance, they skipped over it. Players Snowfield Wolf. Ahem. After the hotel, Stage 2 was an enclosed space. Some people had narrow passageways, others an underground parking lot. You had to deal with 20 zombies at once, and you couldn't kill them in stages. Quite a few teams died there. Chili sauce with wasabi. We ran into a top-tier 20-man team and had to kill 40. The players who hadn't entered were shocked. Texas Donut. What happened next? There were more stages. Beer extra large cup. After clearing that, we were teleported to the square to cooperate in killing zombies. Our area had 300 zombies, and more than 30 of us fought hard. Heart of Steel. Ours had 350. The public channel's attention shifted, and everyone felt how dangerous it had been. Mediterranean Bald Eagle. Your zombie counts were different? Some had 300, some 350. The comparisons began. To Alice. We had 450. The Northern Bear team was in our area. They had killed 40 zombies before, and they were very strong. The system assigned zones based on overall strength. One life, Red Devil. Our area also had 450, and the I Like Salad Dressing team was there too. They were insanely strong. One team killed more than 40. Hiss. Incredible. Everyone sucked in a breath. To survive killing so many zombies in a chaotic battle, the rewarded teams were truly monstrous. Big Golden Elephant. The zombie count wasn't the scariest part. At the final stage, everyone worked together to take down a second-tier mid-stage zombie. It was fast and had been tight defense. More than 20 of us died before we killed it. Crazy Agump. Second-tier late stage? Our area had a second-tier late-stage zombie. St. Euro Rose, the team leader, held the front line alone and killed it with her own hands. One life, Red Devil. Second-tier late stage? So what? We had a second-tier peak zombie. Just one step away from third tier. The I Like Salad Dressing team leader was unbelievably brave, and we survived thanks to him. The public channel gasped in shock. A second-tier peak already completely crushed first-tier beings. No one had expected the final stage to be so hard. To Alice. We had 2 members of the Northern Bear team, and they were the ones who killed the zombie. Wow, so strong. The public channel was filled with admiration. Soul Seeking suddenly asked, any single brothers in there? That guy went into the hunting grounds. Didn't he come out? The public channel went silent. No one responded. Wish you a smooth journey. What about the single guy? Why hasn't he spoken? On the island, women sat around beneath the giant rock, listening to the public chat. Hearing how perilous the hunting grounds were made them uneasy, especially the women inside the house, whose faces were grim. When they heard about the level 2 peak zombie, their hearts all tightened. Could something have happened to him? So many people cleared it, but Jiang Yu still hasn't come out. Zhou Jiai pressed her lips tightly together, worry written all over her face. By the window, she traced circles with her finger, as if trying to calm her emotions. Zhang Ming remained unusually silent, bowing her head without a word. Yi Qingxue said softly, don't worry. I believe he'll definitely come out. Her voice was calm, her tone certain, yet her fist was clenched so tightly that it was sweating. Han City Sea King kept asking in the public chat, but no one replied. People gradually began to chatter. Could something really have happened? Don't believe it. Single Bro is the system's own son. How could anything happen to him? But it's been so long and there's still no news. The discussion spread, turning into wild speculation. Some lamented it, some gloated, some remained silent. At that moment, a chilly voice interjected. Anime Otaku Pig, stop asking. He might be dead, killed by our Sakura Country squad, or defeated by a higher-tier zombie. The mockery was full of schadenfreude. Han City Sea King immediately fired back. What pig has to stick its nose in everywhere? Trying to show off? Get lost. The otaku wasn't angry and only chuckled. Getting anxious? That means you have no confidence. Bullshit. Han City Sea King gritted his teeth. Are your trash squads even worthy of mentioning Single Bro's shoes? The otaku sneered. Your squad isn't good enough? What if we join forces? He's too flashy. and the rewards he got were too many. It's not just our Sakura country that can't stand him. The voice turned even colder. People like him should die. As soon as those words were spoken, the Huaxia players fell silent. Not out of shock, but agreement. Jiang Yu had taken a lot of rewards, which made people jealous. Sakura country, the country, and Ing country were never friendly to him in the first place. They would definitely be watching him. If they joined forces, could two people hold them off? No one had an answer. The women on the island listened, growing even more worried. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. With a flash of white light, two figures appeared out of thin air inside the small house. I stood in front, my clothes stained with dried blood, a clear claw mark on my chest, and I looked full of energy. Megan stood half a step behind me, in good condition. The 8 women were stunned, their worried expressions turning to joy. Jiang Yu, you're back. Yi Qingxue choked out. The women all let out a breath of relief, and the peerless goddesses smiled brightly, a breathtaking sight. A faint smile curved my lips. I'm back. It was dangerous, but the harvest was pretty good. Noticing the public chat, I saw the otaku speaking sarcastically. Why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Yu is dead, and the dreams of Huaxia players are shattered. My expression turned cold, and I opened the public chat. Player single forever 250, radiating overwhelming arrogance. Sakura country people, listen up. I've already sent your people away. If you dare to touch me, the next time I run into your squads, I'll wipe them out on the spot. You'd better pray you never run into me. The public chat instantly went silent, then exploded. Holy crap. Single bro is out. I knew he wasn't dead. Sent away? He killed people from Sakura country? Nice job. Han City Sea King finally felt proud. Single bro is finally out. I was just fighting an uphill battle. Those Sakura pigs were too noisy. You came out and slapped their faces swollen. So satisfying. The otaku was silent for a few seconds. Consider yourself lucky. Next time won't be so easy. I ignored him. Player Musashi River challenged. Single forever. You dare kill Sakura country people? Big talk. Let me tell you this. When you meet Huaxia squads, I'll wipe out everyone I see. The atmosphere in the public chat dropped to freezing point. Sakura country players cheered, while Huaxia players burned with anger. I was about to speak when player, like salad dressing, spoke first. Donghua team, listen up. If you run into the Huaxia team, kill them all. His tone was calm, but every word was dripping with killing intent. Received, the Donghua team replied. The Yinghua, 2AO, and Tiangun teams followed suit. The Huaxia team won't get out alive. I've long disliked them. The Huaxia players weren't intimidated. Wish you a smooth journey. A bunch of lapdogs wagging their tails so happily. Beating old bastard like a groundhog. Huaxia isn't scary. If you've got the guts, come at us. Soul Sea King mocked them, a bunch of trash. Big bro single life will teach you how to behave. The two-dimensional shut-in pig was furious. If you've got the guts, next time you enter the Crystal Core hunting grounds, I'll kill you myself. Soul Sea King smirked. With single life bro around, I'm not worthy of making a move. Go find him. He specializes in dealing with the unconvinced. The shut-in pig roared. Baka, in a month, you'll be dead. Someone asked, we've been talking for so long. Does anyone know what kind of zombie single life Forever 250 ran into? Was it also peak second tier? Peak second tier was currently the highest difficulty. Northland Bear and like salad dressing had both cleared it. If Jiang Yu's was also peak second tier, he could stand on equal footing with the big shots. Otherwise, it would be awkward. The shut-in pig was just about to mock him. Yana, the durian picker, jumped out and said, peak second tier? Wasn't the final enemy a third-tier early-stage zombie? The public chat went silent. Everyone's brains short-circuited. Third-tier early stage? Someone typed shakily. What did you say? Third-tier zombies. Yana was confused. Yeah, the final one was a third-tier early-stage zombie. Yours wasn't. No one replied. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought peak second tier was the limit. After Northland Bear and like salad dressing cleared it, the public chat had already been shocked. And now there was a third-tier early-stage zombie? A first-tier awakened facing a zombie, one full major tier higher, would get crushed. Absolutely crushed. Texas Donut said in a trembling voice. Impossible. A third-tier zombie could still be alive. Yana was unhappy. Am I lying to you? There were over 40 of us. More than 10 died. Many were seriously injured, and we nearly wiped out. Surviving was no easy feat, Dunn added. Of course, when we killed the Ripper, Mr. Jiang made the biggest contribution. If he hadn't broken through to second tier and held the front line by himself, we'd all have been finished. The public chat fell silent. Kill a third-tier zombie by himself? Impossible. Peak second tier can wipe out a whole team. How could third tier be killed? Is she making this up? A first tier killing a third tier. Questions and doubts flooded the chat. Yana no longer bothered to explain. The facts were right there. The shut-in pig said nothing more. Musashi River and like salad dressing also fell silent. Those players who had been shouting, "Kill every Huaxia player you see," were now all being choked by the throat and couldn't make a sound. The public chat was left with only Huaxia's celebration. Soul Sea King couldn't close his mouth. Single bro is awesome. You still had the nerve to brag about killing peak second tier? Peak second tier and third tier can even be compared. Wish you a smooth journey. I'm convinced. A first tier killing a third tier. Monster. Old bastard who knows everything. I take it back. My single bro isn't the system's favorite son. He's the system's father. The public chat burst into laughter and cheers, while those who had been arrogant all shrank back and didn't dare say a word. On the island, the women looked at the public chat, then at me, disbelief in their eyes. A first tier killing a third tier. Just how strong was this man? Yi Qingxue said nothing. A faint smile curved her lips, and pride was hidden deep in her eyes. Seeing their expressions, I remained calm. After going through life and death battles in the Crystal Core hunting grounds, I truly experienced the power of the copied ability. The Crystal Core hunting grounds weren't only about crystal cores. The combat experience let me break through to second tier and gave me the chance to see third tier zombies. Those things were far more valuable than a few hundred crystal cores. I'd go to the hunting grounds again next time, but first I needed to consolidate my strength. I looked at Megan. She was also looking at me. Then she said, "I'd better go outside." The Crystal Core battlefield had brought her and me a step closer, but back on the island, facing the others still made her uncomfortable. She wasn't familiar with the girls. Being in the room was awkward, so it was better to go outside and stay with Sylvan. I nodded and handed her 20 crystal cores. "Take these. Hard-earned fee. Enough for you to reach peak. First tier." Megan took them, and her fingers brushed my palm, pausing slightly. She looked at me deeply before walking out the door. Sylvan came up to her, gossip gleaming in her eyes. "How was it? Did you and Jianyu get closer?" Thinking of the wild scene at the hotel, Megan blushed and nodded. Dailise, Maivika, and Kamani squeezed over. "Tell us, what exactly happened in the Crystal Hunt battlefield?" Inside the room, my stomach was growling. We'd already eaten at the hotel, but after fighting all day, I was starving. I looked at the women. "Let's cook first. I'll tell you while we eat." After the food was served, 8 women gathered around and sat with me. I ate first, slowly telling them about my experience on the Crystal Hunt battlefield. I spoke in a light, casual tone, but they listened in terror and shock. When they heard I'd been targeted by a Tier 3 zombie, their hearts clenched. After the meal, I gave 20 crystal cores to everyone in the room. "These are crystal cores. Absorb them first and reach peak Tier 1. I had calculated it. Reaching peak Tier 1 required 20 cores, and breaking through would need another 20 or 1 Tier 2 core. I was at early Tier 2. To reach peak would take over 100 cores, plus a Tier 3 core for the next breakthrough. The 8 women stared at the gray-white crystals in their palms, utterly curious. "The women outside each get 10, I said, glancing out the window. "After all, we're one team now. Their strength needs to keep up." The women outside, after hearing Megan explain the benefits of crystal cores and receiving 10 each, were all beaming. Knowing what Megan had gone through, they secretly made up their minds to fight for the chance to go out together next time. That night, after showering, I lay down on the bed. I'd been running around all day and just wanted to rest well. Yi Qingxue and the others knew I was tired and said they wouldn't disturb me. Just as I closed my eyes, there was a knock at the door. I opened my eyes, curious who it was. "Come in." With a thought, the door opened. Standing there was Wang Churen. Her hair was loose, her face flushed, her eyes darting away as she stood timidly in place. She looked like a little white rabbit who'd wandered into a wolf's den. Seeing her like that, I understood her meaning and sighed. Looks like I have to be the old ox again. It was only a sigh, but looking at the beauty before me, I couldn't help silently praising heaven for being fair. She was wearing a light blue strapless gauze dress, as light as mist, its folds outlining her curves. Her skin was porcelain white, her brows and eyes delicate and refined. Her long black hair hung over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled. She wore light makeup, the corners of her eyes slightly upturned, naturally alluring. Her nose bridge was high, her lips a soft rose pink, understated yet eye-catching. At 1.7 meters tall, she had long, straight legs and perfect proportions. Beneath the gauze skirt, her fair calves were faintly visible, the lines smooth and graceful. When she wasn't smiling, her brows and eyes were cool and noble. Right now, though, she was nervous, her lips pressed together, eyelashes trembling, making her seem much more fragile. I'd seen plenty of beauties. Yi Qingxue was cold and stunning. Zhang Ming was seductive. Megan was sexy. But Wang Churen was different, beautiful, refined, and full of spirit. Her hands were clasped together, at a loss, so nervous she didn't know what to do. I smiled teasingly. Now that you're here, what's there to be shy about? Come over. Her cheeks flushed red. She bit her lip and took a few long steps to the bedside. The hem of her gauze dress swayed, revealing a glimpse of her pale knees. The door behind her closed automatically. With a soft click, her delicate body trembled like a startled deer. Seeing her look like a little white rabbit who'd barged into a wolf's den, I laughed. I reached out and gently pulled her. She wasn't prepared, stumbled forward with a soft cry, and fell into my arms. Her softness settled against me, carrying a faint fragrance. My hearing was sharp enough to catch the rapid beat of her heart. Feeling mischievous, I lowered my voice with a chuckle. You're a big star, showing your face to crowds everywhere, and you're still shy? Her face turned even redder, and her voice grew softer. When I'm not filming, I've never been this close to a strange man. I raised an eyebrow, curious. You had 2 ex-boyfriends, both top-tier celebrities, right? She looked up in panic and hurriedly denied it. They were all rumors, scandal, company hype. I've never actually dated anyone. I smiled, remembering what Zhang Ming had said. Zhang Ming really wasn't lying. You really are different from the rumors. Her eyes filled with curiosity, as if she wanted to ask what Zhang Ming had said. But I changed the subject. You hid food when eating, then went to shower. Were you using food to trade for clothes and cosmetics? Her face burned hot, and she wished she could crawl into a hole. She had thought her little tricks were unnoticed, only to have them seen through completely. She hesitated for a long time. Then, gathering her courage, she said, Sister Yi said you don't like owing favors. We've been indebted to you for several days, so today we should repay you. Seeing her shy, flushed face, my heart warmed. I suddenly asked, You 2 came here. Where's Deng Yuzhen? She froze and looked up at me. Her lips trembled, and so did her voice. You want Sister Deng to come too? I'll go call her. As she said that, she was about to get up. In her mind, there was only one thought. Since she had agreed to be my woman, she should follow my wishes. If I wanted Deng Yuzhen to come as well, even if she was shy beyond endurance, even if her heart was in turmoil, she wouldn't refuse. At first, she mustered the courage to come to me because she was starving and had nowhere else to turn. I was the only one who could provide food. In these past few days, she watched me kill bandits, crush squads, and slay third-tier zombies. One astonishing thing after another with her own eyes changed her mindset. Seeing too many handsome male celebrities in the circle, but most of them are delicate and weak, she'd grown aesthetically fatigued. She likes masculine men, men who can give her a sense of security. That's exactly the kind of man I am. Wang Charan's thoughts flashed like lightning. One hand braced on the edge of the bed. She really wanted to get up and call Deng Yuzhen. The moment she moved, I immediately grabbed her. All right, I said with a smile, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her back into my arms. It's so late already. Let's rest first. No need to run around anymore. Pulled back by me, she pressed against my chest and felt my strong heartbeat. Hearing the words, rest, the blush on her face rose again. Just as she was about to speak, I lowered my head, smiling, and brought my face close to her lips. My gaze fell on those tender, tempting lips of hers. Under the light, her lips glistened faintly, like ripe cherries, inviting one to pluck them. Her breathing instantly lost its rhythm. She wanted to speak, but before she could, I had already pressed in. A warm sensation covered her lips. All sound was sealed back inside. Her mind went blank, and her hands didn't know where to go. In the end, they weakly rested on my shoulders. That's exactly the kind of man I am. Wang Charan's thoughts flashed. Bracing herself on the edge of the bed, she wanted to get up and call Deng Yuzhen. The moment she moved, I held her back. All right, I said with a smile, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her into my embrace. It's so late already. Let's rest first. No need to run around anymore. She leaned against my chest and felt my powerful heartbeat. Hearing the 2 words, rest, the blush on her face crept back up. Just as she was about to speak, I lowered my head, my smiling face moving closer to her lips. My gaze landed on her lips. Those lips were tender and alluring, glistening faintly under the light like ripe cherries. Her breathing immediately became unsteady. She still wanted to say something, but had no chance. Those tender, tempting lips, glistening faintly under the light like ripe cherries, were inviting one to pluck them. Wang Charan's breathing suddenly became chaotic. She wanted to speak, but before she could, I had already pressed in. A warm sensation covered her lips. All sounds were swallowed back. Her mind went completely blank, her hands unsure where to go, and in the end, she weakly rested them on Jiang Yu's shoulders. The lights in the room went out, and moonlight spilled in, falling on the 2 of them and draping them in a soft silver glow. Outside, the sea breeze brushed gently by, waves crashed against the rocks, and rhythmic sounds echoed through the night. Everything seemed quiet, yet noisy at the same time. A long while later, I looked at Wang Churen, curled up in my arms. Still nervous? She opened her eyes, her gaze like water, cheeks flushed, lips glistening faintly with moisture. Looking at my face, so close to hers, she suddenly smiled. Not the timid smile from before, but a bright and alluring one. Not nervous anymore. I smiled too. Since that's the case, I want to see what you look like when you're not nervous. After saying that, I pressed myself against her again. Oh, I want to sleep, she murmured softly. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, she blinked groggily at the morning light outside the window, her brain not reacting yet, but her body moved first. She suddenly sprang up from the bed. Hiss! A low cry of pain escaped her. She had moved too abruptly and tugged at her injuries, making her frown tightly in pain. I woke up and saw her panicked expression, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. What are you in such a hurry for? She bit her lip, her voice anxious. They're coming over. As she spoke, her face reddened, and the tips of her ears practically steamed. Looking at her, I understood. Last night we had gone at it 3 times, and after that she had nearly collapsed into my arms and fallen asleep. I hadn't expected her to sleep until dawn. The past few days on the crystal hunting battlefield had been too exhausting, and once she relaxed, she slept heavily. Get up first. I lifted the blanket. She glanced at me, her eyes full of grievance, along with a hint of indescribable coyness. Just after the two of us finished getting dressed, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiangyu, are you up? Yi Qingshue's voice came from outside. With a thought, I opened the door. Yi Qingxue, Zhou Jiai, Zhang Meng, and the other 4 women filed in one after another. Usually, they came at this hour to help prepare breakfast, and today was no exception. As soon as they entered, all 7 women looked at Wang Churen in unison, wearing knowing smiles. Her face instantly turned red as she clenched her teeth and walked with somewhat unnatural steps to the table and sat down. Yi Qingxue glanced at me. This guy was simply strong in every aspect, without a single weakness. I remained calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. Glancing at Zhou Jiai, I suddenly had an idea. Aren't you able to heal? Why not use it on her? As soon as the words left my mouth, the atmosphere in the room grew subtle. Is that possible? Zhou Jiai froze, having never thought her ability could be used like that. Wang Churen practically wanted to bury her face in the table, her ears red enough to drip blood. Only Zhang Meng couldn't help bursting out laughing, her shoulders shaking with amusement. Jiangyu, your imagination is way too wild. Zhao Mengqi laughed along, and Su Lishuan and Chen Sisi held it in as hard as they could, but the corners of their mouths still rose. Yi Qingxue shook her head, the corners of her lips carrying a helpless smile. Still, Zhou Jiai walked over to Wang Churen. She extended both hands, and a pale green light gathered in her palms, warm energy covering Wang Churen's body. Wang Churen felt a warm current spread throughout her body, and the pain really did lessen quite a bit. All better. She couldn't believe it and moved her body around. The pain had eased by more than half. But her face was still red, and she didn't dare meet the other's eyes. The little episode passed quickly. The women began preparing breakfast, and the smell of food gradually drifted out of the kitchen. I sat at the table, thinking about the arrangements ahead. We had plenty of food, so that wasn't something to worry about for now. What mattered most was improving our strength. During these next few days, focus on absorbing crystal cores and raising your strength. As soon as I spoke, my tone was serious. The next crystal hunting battlefield will only be more difficult, so we need to prepare early. The women all nodded. Over the next 3 days, the women on the island devoted themselves to absorbing crystal cores. I didn't rush to do anything. During the crystal hunting battlefield, in order to break through to 2nd tier, I had absorbed 20 crystal cores all at once. Although I succeeded, the energy poured in too quickly, and much of it hadn't been fully refined. It was like sediment clogging a riverbed, and it would take a little at a time to clear it out. So, over these past few days, I mainly focused on refining my energy and solidifying my foundation. After hard work, the energy pool in my body gradually became stable from a chaotic state. After completely stabilizing my early stage tier 2 strength, over the next 3 days, I absorbed 60 crystal cores, raising my strength from early stage tier 2 to late stage tier 2. For an ordinary tier 1 awakened, going from early stage to peak requires 20 crystal cores. Breaking through from tier 1 to tier 2 also requires at least 20. From early stage tier 2 to late stage tier 2, forget it unless you have 100 or more crystal cores. I absorbed 60 in 3 days, an astonishing speed. If people outside knew, they would probably be shocked speechless. An SSS rank ability combined with the system's enhancement of my physical constitution made my absorption efficiency far beyond that of ordinary people. Others needed several minutes to absorb one crystal core, while I only needed a few dozen seconds. Others suffered losses during refinement, while I converted almost 100%. The number of crystal cores one could absorb per day also varied, and the stronger you were, the greater the gap. Right now, I can absorb 20 crystal cores a day. Megan, with her A rank ability, can absorb at most 5 a day, which is an increase of 2 to 4 times. Wang Churen, with her SS rank ability, can absorb 15 a day, which is also very good. The other women on the island were also cultivating. The one improving the fastest was Megan. She had already absorbed quite a few crystal cores in the crystal hunting battlefield, so her adaptability was higher than the others. In 5 or 6 days, she finished absorbing all 20 crystal cores I gave her, directly reaching the peak of Tier 1 and even stabilizing her realm. Naturally, I wasn't stingy and gave her another 20 crystal cores. I didn't know it, but during this period of calm on the island, a conspiracy against me was brewing outside. In Sakura country, inside a simply furnished room, a shirtless man sat upright on a tatami mat. A black dragon tattoo coiled across his back, extending from his shoulders to his waist, vivid and lifelike. His name was Akio Harasuke, a hardcore anime otaku that any Huaxia player would surely know. At that moment, he was chatting via private video with another man. The other man's figure was hidden in darkness, flickering in and out of view, with only his eyes cold as blades. Lord Musashigawa. I heard Akio bow his head respectfully. Regarding Jiang Yu's experience in the crystal hunting battlefield, after paying the necessary price, your subordinate has investigated it thoroughly. Musashigawa's real name was Musashigawa Ryuichi, and his voice came through with a sinister chill. Speak. I'd like to see what kind of abilities he has that allowed him to kill a third-tier zombie. Akio Harasuke took a deep breath and recited the findings. According to clues provided by survivors in the same area, he displayed 3 different abilities. The first is an extremely strong defensive ability, capable of condensing a pale golden shield that can briefly withstand attacks from a third-tier zombie. The second is a black scythe, with extremely powerful offensive force, likely an attack-type ability above S rank. The third is invisibility. During battle, he once vanished into thin air, and even a third-tier zombie could not pinpoint his exact location. After he finished, the room fell into a long silence. How can one person possibly possess 3 abilities? There was a hint of confusion in Musashigawa Ryuichi's voice. I don't know either, Akio said, sweating nervously. But the intelligence is true. The teams from Shilon country and Bama country both corroborated it, so it can't be wrong. Another silence followed. Musashigawa Ryuichi suddenly let out a cold laugh, the sound deep and sinister, like it was coming from the abyss. Interesting. His figure leaned slightly forward, revealing a sharply defined face. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. 3 abilities. Dangerous people must die. Next crystal hunting battlefield, I'll personally deal with that Huaxia guy. A trace of hesitation flashed in Akio Harasuke's eyes. My lord, the team challenge mode won't open for less than a month. Wouldn't it be more convenient to issue a challenge to Jiang Yu again? Musashigawa Ryuichi replied with a cold laugh. The team challenge is too slow, with too many variables. Only the crystal hunting battlefield lets us kill him by using numbers advantage. Akio frowned. But the hunting ground matches randomly. Sakura country can only send 1 team each time, and even if we contact allies, we can't guarantee it. That guy is too strong. Sending in a normal team would be suicide. I didn't hear their conversation, but from their voices I could sense their anxiety. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding. New items in the shop. Hunting ground match ticket, 300 crystals each. You can designate the target of the next match. Limit 2 per country. Treatment ticket, 300 crystals each. Instantly restores full health. Limited time 20% off. Today only. Musashigawa Ryuichi's eyes lit up. Hunting ground match ticket. He exchanged a glance with Akio, as if the system had specially prepared this for him. Help from heaven. He laughed wildly and immediately checked the details. Instructions for use. You may designate a matching target. The top 10 teams in the world cannot have 3 teams enter the same region at the same time. Global Combat Power Ranking 1. Divine Tamer Squad, Huaxia. 2. Extreme Blizzard Bear Squad, Roshan Country. 3. Overlord Tiger Squad, Dong Country. 4. Musashigawa Squad, Sakura Country. Musashigawa Ryuichi sneered. Jiang Yu is number 1? Good. The other teams will definitely be envious. Akio said respectfully. My lord, since the top 10 teams can't have 3 teams enter at once, we can arrange for teams ranked outside the top 10 to surround and kill him. Musashigawa did not answer, but instead asked, have you found out what happened at the hotel? The people from Shilon country took 20 crystals before they'd say anything. They said the hotel would make people hallucinate and mimic animal sounds, and they felt embarrassed, so they didn't want to reveal it. Musashigawa sneered. Such a trivial matter means nothing. It's not worth mentioning compared to killing Jiangyu. You plan to enter the hunting ground yourself? Of course. The ability to wield 3 powers means I'm qualified to make a move, he said coldly. Contact Edward. The video switched to Edward, captain of Donghua's Tyrant Tiger team, with sunny beaches and bikini-clad beauties behind him. What do you want? He asked lazily. You've seen the hunting grounds matching coupon? I have. You want to use it against the Chinese? Yes. Musashi Kawakawa laid out his plan. Edward was silent for a moment. You want to team up with other squads to ambush and kill Jiangyu? Why should I help you? It's not helping. It's for everyone's good, Musashi Kawakawa said darkly. That Chinese guy grows too fast. He even killed a tier 3 zombie. We can't let him keep developing. The coupon costs crystal cores. Who's paying? My team and another team from Sakura country, plus your second strongest team in Donghua. I'll provide the coupon. You contact the other national teams. They may not listen to me. If you can get them to act, I'll give you 200 crystal cores. If they won't agree, forget it. I won't care anymore. Deal. Edward smiled. Musashi Kawakawa asked, what happened at the hotel? Edward's expression darkened. A little trick from the system. You'll understand once you go in. After Musashi Kawakawa hung up the video call, Edward's face turned sullen. He sneered at the beauties beside him. I'm pissed off. Meanwhile, on the island, I heard the system store add a new item, the hunting grounds matching coupon, and I suddenly opened my eyes. Specified target area? Wasn't that tailor-made for me? The system also released the combat power rankings, and I became the target of everyone's attention. I gave a bitter smile. System daddy, you really love stirring things up, don't you? The women gathered around me. Yi Qingxue frowned. People from Sakura country are sinister. If you've offended them, they'll definitely be plotting against you. I said calmly. They're up to something. Next hunting grounds run, they'll definitely be coming for me. Zhang Meng said anxiously. You're not afraid of Musashi Kawakawa, but there's still Donghua. Sakura country will probably try to ally with Donghua. Zhao Minqi looked worried. If all the enemies are against you and you don't have any teammates, it's too dangerous. Shouldn't you skip it? I shook my head. If I don't go, how am I supposed to get stronger? Where else will the crystal cores come from? I walked to the window and looked out at the sea, a smile curving at the corner of my mouth. They want to kill me? Then I'd like to see what kind of lineup they can put together. The public chat was buzzing. First place on the combat power rankings? Team Yushin? Isn't that the single guy? He changed his name? Yushin sounds badass. But it feels like the goddess he's controlling are the real ones, doesn't it? There's going to be a good show. Sakura country and Dong will want to go after him. The next hunting grounds event is going to be a big drama. A video call request came in from Busan Sea King, and I accepted. On the other side of the screen, the handsome guy grinned and shouted, Single guy, finally I get to see you. I said seriously, get to the point. He frowned. Those little Japan bastards are up to no good. I want to go in with you and kill them. I shook my head. No need. You going would only distract you. They'll make targeted plans. You'd be in danger handling it alone. Don't worry, I said with a teasing smile. They think you'll be going in with me, so we'll do the opposite. You go to another area and focus on Sakura country and Donghua. They'll be paying attention to me. That's exactly your chance. Busan Sea King's eyes lit up. A feint to the east and strike in the west. But you'd be alone. What if Musashi Kawakawa or the Tyrant Tiger team show up in person? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. You don't believe in me? I said calmly, full of confidence. Fine. I'll go to another area and wipe them out. Then I remembered something. Is your team all uncles and aunts? No women your age? He scratched his head. Why are you asking? Are there any? Well, not all of them. There are a few ladies in their 30s. I said earnestly. Then when you enter the hunting grounds, bring the ladies in their 30s. Why? Uncles and old ladies have creaky arms and legs. Can you bear to make them suffer? Listen to me. Bring the aunts. Fine, I'll tell Wei Bao. I added. Tell those who wished you a safe journey. When you enter the hunting grounds, it's best to pair men and women together and build relationships. Zhu and I Lu Shunfeng is called Chun Ming, and he's a guy from Furong City. You want him to pair up with women. My mouth twitched. I'm from Furong City too, and I'm normal. Forget it, I'll just pass the message along. After hanging up the video call, I quickly began to calculate. The hunting ground opens in a week. I need to go from late tier 2 to peak tier 2, then break through to tier 3. After reaching tier 3, my ability strength will rise from 85% to 90%, my energy pool will expand, and my physical fitness will improve. By then, kill as many as come. I looked at the 8 women in cultivation, then at the figure sitting cross-legged by the window. That week, I supervised everyone's training. Yi Qingxue opened her eyes. I've reached a bottleneck, peak tier 1. To break through, I need crystal cores. Zhou Jai nodded. Same here. Not enough crystal cores. I said, I'll figure out the crystal cores. You all stabilize your foundations. Zhang Ming blinked. Once we all break through to tier 2, won't we be able to do whatever we want? I glanced at her. Breakthrough first, then talk. I didn't believe the apocalypse was that simple. If giant beasts or aliens showed up, this still wouldn't be nearly enough. That week, I also tested the women's loyalty. The results were satisfying. Even the lowest score was above 50. The lowest scoring ones were Kamani, Miranda, Xianjing, Dilasai, Marian, and Talon. They were either married or had boyfriends, and had some reservations in their hearts, but at least they wouldn't harbor disloyal thoughts. I was extremely satisfied. I began teaching the women how to fish. I couldn't keep supporting 23 people on my own forever, and crystal cores still had to be exchanged for food. Qin Fei had water element abilities and learned fishing techniques the fastest. Li Jian and Kamiva were highly perceptive and had already picked it up after being shown twice. By the third day, the three of them could go out to sea and fish on their own. Qin Fei carried 2 buckets of fish. We caught more than 20 jin today. I nodded. From now on, fishing is your responsibility. Keep some of the supplies you trade for yourselves. Hand the rest over to me for distribution. Okay. After a week, the women only had to look for food and cultivate, and they were full of motivation. I needed to solve the crystal core shortage. For 23 people to break through, I needed 460 tier 1 crystal cores, or 23 tier 2 crystal cores. Tier 2 crystal cores were scarce. Tier 2 zombies only appeared every 3 days, which wasn't enough. I could only gather tier 1 crystal cores. I went out for an hour and caught 20 jin of fish. I hung them up at the market and sold them all in half a day, exchanging them for 100 crystal cores. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. That many? I shook my head. Still not enough. At 20 cores per person, we'd need over 400. She suggested letting Qingxue and the others break through first. I decided to concentrate resources on the few women with the highest abilities. Yi Qingxue, Wang Churen, Zhou Jiai, and Deng Yuzhen were all above S rank. Kamiva awakened ice abilities as well, also S rank. She tried demonstrating her ability, bringing her hands together as the temperature plummeted. Frost instantly spread outward. I can freeze all enemies within a 20-meter radius, slow their movements, and inflict continuous damage. I can also condense an ice armor and fire ice spikes. I nodded. Area control combined with ranged output, plus Wang Churen's death scythe, would be an absolute nightmare. Give the crystal core to Kamiva and let her break through to tier 2. I assigned the crystal cores to the 4 women. You all should absorb them too. Reaching tier 2 will help me even more. I realized a trait of the copy ability. The higher the tier of the person being copied, the stronger the ability. This time, I had to think carefully about which abilities to copy to surprise them. Last time at the hunting grounds, I showed 3 abilities. If Musashikawa and Edward wanted to make a move, they would definitely prepare countermeasures against those. But they could never guess my trump card. As long as my teammates were strong enough, I could adjust my ability combination at any time. My enemies thought I only had the attack, defense, and stealth trio. They would never imagine I had so many possible combinations. The only problem was, which 3 should I choose? I rubbed my temples. This was the trouble of happiness. Back then, I even complained that the copy ability wasn't any good. Now I wanted to slap myself. This ability was simply the biggest cheat the system had given me. Forget it. I'll try a few more ability combinations over the next few days and see how to maximize the power. Over the next few days, the women's gazes toward me changed. Not the pitiful look from before, begging for food, nor the distant attitude they once had. It was an emotion hard to describe. I wasn't dumb, of course I knew what it meant. Compared with a while ago, they had undergone a complete transformation. Most of the food they found was kept, and with the rest they exchanged for quite a few things. Yacht fuel, cheap clothes, cosmetics. I wasn't surprised. Beauty is in everyone's nature, and looking good was pleasing to my eyes too. I had no interest when they were disheveled and haggard. Recently, I'd been busy cultivating, with no mind to be an overworked mule. The women were sensible and didn't come bother me. But Deng Yuzheng, Su Lishuan, and Shin Sisi looked at me with increasing resentment. Every time the 3 of them saw me, they seemed to want to say something, but held back. After dinner, everyone tidied up the dishes and prepared to leave. Leaning back in my chair, I said, Qingxue, stay behind. Yi Qingxue paused for a moment. The other women all looked over at once, each with different expressions. Zhou Jiai pressed her lips together. Zhang Ming's beautiful eyes were seductive. Xiao Menqi glanced at me. Wang Churen looked relieved. Su Lishuan and Qin Sisi exchanged a look, the resentment in their eyes deepening. Deng Yuzheng gave me a long look before leaving. Okay. Yi Qingxue's tone was calm. When the door closed, only the 2 of us remained. A curve appeared at the corner of her lips. She was wearing an off-white fitted t-shirt that outlined her full, explosive curves and slender waist. A light pink short skirt revealed a pair of jade-white long legs. Pure and alluring at the same time. These recent clothes aren't really your style, are they? I asked. She looked at me. I've even worn a cheap how. Of course these are also for you. A blush spread across her face. Do you like them? Of course. Her smile became even brighter, and she walked over to my side. Sure, and the others are still waiting for you. Why hasn't there been any movement? Busy cultivating. I need to improve my strength first, and I'm not the type to throw away the watermelon just to pick up a sesame seed. She burst out laughing. Since when are we watermelons? I sized her up. Zhang Ming counts as a watermelon. As for you, you count as a big orange. Her face turned red, and I pulled her into my arms. A long while later, she leaned against me, hair tousled, face flushed red. Then she stood up and straightened her clothes. You're not staying tonight? I asked. She had the highest loyalty, over 90. I trusted her the most. Yi Qingxue smiled. I do want to stay, but I don't want to make the others hate me. Xue and the others are all outside, and it's too cramped here. I won't disturb you. Her eyes flickered. Maybe someone will come looking for you in a bit. After saying that, she walked toward the door. I lay on the bed and thought back to the days when I used to work overtime from 9 to 5 at the company until I questioned life itself. Now things were better. I was just working like an ox in a different way. I couldn't help laughing. My body was strong now, so being a cow or a horse didn't scare me anymore. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Deng Yujing was standing outside. She was wearing a black spaghetti strap mini dress, the hem reaching the middle of her thighs and revealing her fair calves. Her collarbones were delicate, her shoulders round, and her long hair hung loose. Her features were striking and lush, with light makeup, deep red lips, and an alluring charm. Is this a bad time? She asked softly. I teased. You've already come this far, and you're asking whether it's convenient? Who would refuse a woman who comes to repay a debt on her own? Deng Yujin gave a light laugh and walked in, the door closing by itself. She was the sexy goddess of Annan, hailed as Annan Ning Jichin. Her black spaghetti strap dress displayed all her strengths, her breasts full, her hips perky, her figure a perfect S-curve. Though she wasn't as tall as Zhang Ming, she had a more exotic flair. I drew her into my arms. She looked up, her beautiful eyes tinged with resentment. Captain Jiang, you're always so busy. I haven't even had a chance to repay my debt. I smiled. Now that you're here, Su Lishuan and Chen Sisi don't have to keep waiting anymore. She giggled and caught my hand. That makes it sound like you're doing me a favor. Before the apocalypse, I had a lot of fans in Annan. If they heard you say that, they'd want to eat you alive. I raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I'm not afraid. I lowered my head close to her ear. Next, I'm going to do even more things to drive them crazy. Late at night, the sea was calm, moonlight shattering into silver specks as tides rose and fell in the darkness. At 3 in the morning, Deng Yujin left with a weary body, her legs a little weak. She walked a few steps before recovering. Before leaving, she shot me a resentful glance, her eyes complicated. I shouldn't have mocked them. I'll go back and let Jiai treat me, she muttered, frowning as she walked toward the stone. I looked at the expression in her eyes and smiled. With the system strengthening my body and my abilities leveling up, my physical condition had improved tremendously. Give me a plow, and I could work 4 or 5 acres of land. After the women awakened their abilities, their bodies were likewise strengthened. Over the next 2 days, at night, I mainly deepened my relationships with Zhou Jiai, Zhao Munqi, and Wang Churen, and I didn't let any newcomers into the room. During the day, I cultivated to the peak of Tier 2 and stabilized it, while making time to fish. Dozens of pounds of fish a day were exchanged for crystal cores. Aside from the 5 women, Wang Churen, Yi Qingxue, Zhou Jiai, Deng Yujin, and Camille, Zhang Ming, Zhao Munqi, Su Lishuan, and Chen Sisi, along with Megan outside, all received upgrade crystal cores and were breaking through. I understood one thing clearly. Except for Megan, the other women had no real combat experience. Even if their strength had increased, they might not be able to follow their full potential in a real fight. Who should I take with me next time to the hunting grounds? I thought about it seriously.